PKA 729 with our guest Hutch. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by BetterHelp.com, Lock and Load, and also our wonderful merchandise. So we'll talk more about that later. Hutch, how are you doing? What's new in your world?
I'm well. Nothing big going on for me at the moment. Everything's pretty normal, I would say.
That's good. No new games you're having fun with or getting frustrated?
No, I mean, obviously the election happened, but no, I'm like heavy into Stalker 2 right now is the thing that I got into. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, and Kyle said he was playing through Fallout 4. It's like very similar, but obviously without the what do you call it, the VAT system?
Yeah, yeah. VATS is just a crutch for terrible Bethesda coders. So it's
I
fun.
thought it was kind of fun when I played 4.
It is fun. It's a crutch for bad coding because they made look. There's a balance between RPG and shooter. You can be a great RPG or you can be a great shooter. But
I don't have a lot of time in the game. Can you explain why you would say that?
Which game?
Fallout. Why VATS is a crutch, and what is VATS is the auto aiming thing, right?
Yeah, VATS is the auto aiming thing. You hit your bumper, you hit whatever your hotkey is, and the computer auto targets everything, and you shoot him in the arm twice and once in the head too, and throw in a critical on the second shot. It's that system. The Fallout 1 and 2 are those top down, maybe isometric is the way to describe it. Games that are very heavy with the story and the RPG elements. You sort of you see your character kind of like God from above, and you walk him around and you go through all this stuff. Fallout 3 and New Vegas are they're first person shooters, RPGs, third person esque thing.
Big open world.
They're terrible.
Yeah, that's definitely RPG.
But 4 is a shooter. 4 actually works as a shooter. So 4's still got the VAT system, just as 76 does. It's not going anywhere. But it was introduced in 3 in New Vegas because the shooting was so bad. The gunplay was so bad in 3 and New Vegas, especially without modding. That's
reminiscent of like turn-based kind of RPGs. So it's like a real-time shooting kind of mechanic, but it harkens back to like JRPGs and
you can turn off VATS and just play it on a difficult mode.
You don't ever have to use it at all, but it's harder. I mean, it's
I don't use VATS. I mean,
I did. I thought it was fun.
Well, sure, then use it. Nobody's going to judge you. Well, it's part of the game. It's like the power armor, okay? Like you could do a whole run without ever stepping into a suit of power armor in Fallout. You've still played Fallout and beaten Fallout, you know what I mean? Or you could do a whole run where your character's based on being in power armor. Like there's no reason to put any points in the strength skill, maybe, because power armor just gives you an automatic 11, right? So you can put those points elsewhere. So you can also build a character that heavily leans on VATS. It stores criticals to be applied when it wants. It recharges its AP faster. It does any number of things that.
That's the build I did. Like I thought VATS was fun. Was VATS really like saving their ass from a bad coding?
Well, it was just kind of part of the game as well, because I think in 1 and 2, when you've got that isometric style, it's a little bit like Baldur's Gate, where you're like, all right, target that guy in the head and roll the dice. Oh, my +2 accuracy because of my intelligence, and then blah, blah, blah. And then you'd apply all those factors, roll digital dice, and then determine if you hit the guy. And that's just still in the game now that we're into first-person shooters, and it doesn't really fit.
But that's intended to have VATS the whole time, right?
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
No,
sure.
Yeah, it's a staple of the game.
Gotcha.
Did you get into Starfield at all or not?
No, I was very unimpressed by the reviews. Obviously, when it came out, it got kind of bombed, and then I'm sure that it got better over time, but it still looks like shit. And it looks so much like shit to me that I think Bethesda's going to shit the bed with the next Elder Scrolls game. I think it's going to be like laughed at compared to GTA. I think it's not going to rise to that mantle of what I've been calling quadruple A titles like Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring. It's not going to be one of those.
There's diminishing returns with it. So like the first 20 to 40 to 60 hours, there's a lot to marvel at because just the technical aspect of it is pretty remarkable. What they were able to do with the procedurally generated, there's like 1,000 different planets that you can visit. The issue with the game though is that it's like very barren, and they don't do enough with the points of interest. Like, so you land on a planet and it'll procedurally generate points of interest, but a lot of the times the side quests are just really uninteresting. So you'll run into a group of miners and they'll tell you they lost one of their friends back at a cave, 2 miles that way. And so you just walk for 5 minutes, get the guy, and then walk back. So there's stuff like that where it's like, why is this in the game? But the gunplay is definitely the best that Bethesda's done. So I don't know. I feel like you can have a good time with it, but once I reached like 60, 80 hours, I was like, and usually with Bethesda games, you can do, 200, 300 hour runs for Fallout or Skyrim.
Yeah, nobody gets bored in Skyrim after like 60 hours. Like you won't run out of stuff. I bought Starfield and was excited about it because I had in my head that it was going to be a space Skyrim, basically. And then before I even started, my brother and another couple friends of mine also bought it, and they were putting in dozens of hours. And before I even started, they texted me and were like, don't even bother. This is nothing like Skyrim. The way they describe the quest is exactly what you said, where they're like, dude, I just need any side quest to not be a fetch quest. Like, make me feel as though I'm doing something meaningful in the cosmos, not like collecting a kind of flower to go bring to this person.
Did you play Outer Worlds?
It
came out a few years ago. It was made by Obsidian. Obsidian is who made Fallout New Vegas. It's the only Fallout title that Bethesda hasn't made themselves, and it's in my opinion
they're making Avowed. There's a new game coming out called Avowed, which looks really good. It's very Skyrim-esque.
Okay,
I think it comes out in January.
I'd be into that.
Yeah, I'll try it.
New Vegas is what won me over. New Vegas' story and how dark it was. Like you find stuff that I don't even want to talk about in the first 6 months to the show. We'll get demonetized like immediately. But it's like the worst stuff. That you can imagine, people getting cooked and children being taken and all kinds of awful stuff. The fiends in New Vegas. I dug all that hardcore story elements in a game. I hadn't seen that before.
The Amazon show was way better than I thought it would be. Like so much better. And it was done by Jonathan Nolan, who I think like he has kind of a mixed track record. He helped to write Westworld, which had a really strong start, like the first season. Yeah. And then it just kind of slowly went downhill.
Yeah, that tanked.
And then he's done a number of other sci-fi projects that I didn't find all that interesting, but yeah, I was really blown away. What did you guys watched it? I assume.
Massive fan of it. I watched through it 2 or 3 times because I watched it like by myself once and with my girlfriend once, and then maybe with a third person once. I enjoyed it so much. I like the girl. Elizabeth Purnell or something, whatever her name.
She was great.
That big-eyed, like,
dude, I loved what a sweet, well-mannered, like innocent whore she was, right? Like that juxtaposition of her personality, just right. I didn't think about it through that lens, but you're not far off. She was just moral, good, and down to bang all the time. Yeah.
You want to make your cock explode? All right, so that was the cringe moment of the whole series because there's the moment when they fall through a trap door doing a little investigation, as you have probably done in Fallout 4 or 3. I'm sure you've done it at some point in one of the games. And you surprise you're in a vault. And she's like, you want me to make your cock explode? And they sort of suggested that she was talking crazy like that because they were in the testing area and maybe they were being exposed to some sort of gas or something. No, she's just talking dirty. It was just like an out of character moment. It didn't make much sense.
It didn't really make sense because it was like she had all the proper words to explain like firearms and combat. Like she wasn't like where the stick, boom boom. Like to misattribute like just ejaculating as cock explode. It was like this is a little out of like I could tell they were trying to make it funny at the time, but it also a little out of character. You're right, Kyle.
Or maybe she was trying to dumb it down for his she's talking to a sexual caveman. So maybe maybe I'm misremembering, and there had been a moment earlier that led her to believe that was the best way to describe sex to him. That if she said, "Hey, how you intercourse," he'd have had no clue. But if
I guess she would be poorly socialized living in that hall.
I'm down. I got to feed some lines to Jackie.
I think he's just ignorant.
That's the way we're going with this.
No, we love the show. I was super impressed by how well they adapted Fallout because I was ready for another one of the. Taylor and I famously hate. The very idea of a Lord of the Rings TV show that strays from canon one fucking millimeter. Like we don't watch it. We haven't seen an episode. We don't care that it's good. You've told us it's good. Like I won't watch.
Second season definitely better than the first for sure.
Sure, but good to know.
Very well, maybe. Won't know.
It's a 3 out of 10.
But that being said, like man, blown away by Fallout. Looking forward to the next season, and it also like pumped a little rejuvenation into like the Fallout gaming scene and the YouTuber scene and the modding scene and all that stuff too. So that was cool to see.
That one dude ruled every time Walton It's Walton Goggins, right? Not
Walton Goggins.
Walton
Mutant guy?
Goggins. Yeah. Every time he was on screen
Fuck, bro.
and would leave, I'd be like, why do you have to go? Go back to another Walton Goggins scene. This should be the Walton Goggins show. Nothing against you, Miss Purnell. You're fine.
He's
But
just
every
great
time
in
he was on
everything.
screen, I loved it.
He's great in
if
everything.
I was
Fantastic
King
in
Taylor,
Justified, he was really good in the Hateful Eight. Like literally, I've never seen a project that he's been a part of that he hasn't added to
I agree.
in a really
He's a
like
good
season
meaningful
2
way.
should be all Walton Goggins or hot chick banging. That's how I would do it.
Oh, going to New Vegas in season 2, so I'm excited about that. I
So that
saw
means Walton Goggins
2026. That's the thing that frustrates me. I love streaming. I love the lack of commercials. I love watching whenever I feel like it. But it has taken away the like importance of coming out on a schedule now that everything's just streaming. There is no what did they call it? Was it sweeps? I bet Taylor knows this.
It's
When
still
the
called
ratings
sweeps.
were extra important.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's
Sweet,
also
sweet.
the fact that those are really high productions. Those are like a lot,
$250
that's a
million
lot of money that's being put into set design and graphics and costumes and makeup and so like it's just
all
it's
that,
easier
but
to do
yeah,
something
but-
like Lost because there's just not as many moving parts, so you can do that once a year.
Yeah.
in an
but
instance like that, it's like I think they ordered season 2 like immediately. So it's
Mhm.
like, why are y'all taking a break? Why aren't we always working? Do y'all not work for money? Like, shouldn't there be a third season? We should be talking about the third season that's about to come out.
I
Like,
mean,
that's
I
what-
work 5, sometimes as many as 6 hours in a week. I don't know why they can't keep up with us.
They
Look,
should get it together.
if you pay me for an extra hour, I'll show up. That's all I'm saying. And, like, I'm sure if they told this Purnell lady, "Hey, be here Friday, another $3 million in it for you," she'd be there, and they'd shoot the
Yeah.
episode. I just
House
feel
of
like
the Dragon. House of the Dragon is even more frustrating, I think, because the second
Yeah.
season ended so poorly. I thought, like, I thought
They
it was
are
a
not
good
tricking me
season.
back into that.
that's not on purpose. That's definitely so. Look, I'm not an expert, but just
Did you
from
read
what
the
I
books?
see there, I don't think that's how they wanted that season to end. I think something happened, budgetary wise or like runtime wise. They just couldn't squeeze it in. Like, surely they didn't mean to end season 2 on not even a cliffhanger. It was such bullshit. Yeah,
My
that
wifey
was
was
a little.
pissed about this season. She said that there were like the scene with the baby. I won't get into spoilers, but the scene with the baby in the books was way more graphic and brutal. And I mean, she says that the whole story that the House of the Dragon is being adapted from is just as, if not crazier, than like the Game of Thrones, like the running story there. And she was super disappointed with this season. So
Yeah, I mean,
and
part
now
of
we
it
gotta
for
wait
me,
for like 2 years. So yeah.
So initially, I was kind of part of the Taylor team, where it's like, you fucked me over last time. So I spent 8 years watching your horse shit, no more. But I jumped on board, and I've enjoyed it thus far. However, I will say,
You haven't been
I
rug
am-
pulled yet.
I haven't been hot to it yet. No,
No.
but it's coming. And even if it doesn't, I'm not that invested though in this as I was in Game of Thrones. And something about knowing that Game of Thrones is what comes after this. Every time that they mention to another character, the king, I can't recall his name, but he's mentioning to his daughters, "Oh, the great winter's coming and the snows will come fucking 500 feet tall." And it's like, dude, I've seen it. It wasn't that big of a deal. They sent a 14-year-old girl in with a magic knife. Yeah, that knife right there, the one you got. She takes care of it. No big deal. Let's just train an army of 14-year-old girls. That's his fucking
Yeah, it's his kryptonite.
kryptonite.
Be warned, if you go back and rewatch Game of Thrones, because I did that this year for some reason. I
Oh,
just
no.
felt like, yeah, let's go back and watch it.
Let's
And
be
I watched
sad.
the entire from first to eighth season. There are massive House of the Dragon spoilers just casually dropped. Like Joffrey
sure.
drops, and I'm like just a really massive spoiler in
Really?
season 4.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
just be careful if
I
you ever
didn't
go back
catch
and
it.
watch, which it doesn't.
Well, everybody.
sound like you're
So,
gonna
all
do.
right. So this is, I suppose, is a spoiler, but the whole point is that all of the dragons are about to be killed off, so that there are no dragons in Game of Thrones. There are no dragons in Game of Thrones. Where they all go?
There's 3
They
of
all
them.
died. They're all
No,
they're all
it's-
fucking dead.
It's less on the nose than that. It's like a major character dying
Oh, sure, that's it.
in a really graphic way. So
Really? I wonder what you're talking about. I have this question for you, Hutch. I rewatched Game of Thrones, and on rewatching, I liked it a lot more than I did the first time, because, in my opinion, especially like the second half of the whole seasons, whatever, 5 through 8, I would wait all year for the next ones to come out. It felt like it was excruciating. And sometimes it was a year and a half. And then there'd only be 8 episodes or 6 episodes. And if those 6 episodes weren't all bangers, if they weren't all fucking Marvel Endgame, I was like, this sucks. Oh my God, nothing happened this week. I just watched a 50-minute show and I could sum it up in 45 seconds because not a darn thing happened. But when you can watch like 3 in a night, and you're just binge watching Game of Thrones, the pacing is better. And when you don't need all 6 episodes to be great because there's another one queued up, I liked it more on second watching.
I mean, I still think people who have never watched it should probably watch it all the way through, just because even though like
I wouldn't recommend
so the last,
I don't recommend
2 seasons in particular are pretty rough, but there are like definitely redeeming qualities to those seasons. It's not all bad.
When
there's just problems with pacing, obviously, and you know the D&D, they were getting ready to go off and do Star Wars, so they checked the fuck out.
And prophetic fulfillment, like all of those prophecies early on in the first 5 seasons that were supposed to be these like calamitous, like end of days bringing things occurring, or like a righteous emergence of a figure like John as Azor Ahai, like none of that mattering. Just being a bunch of bunk is exactly why, like, I've never rewatched. I was so into Game of Thrones. As soon I watched like the first 2 episodes at a friend's house, season 1, like when it was coming out, and immediately I bought all the books that were available, which is almost the same number as are available today, and read through all those and was so excited and was like, I can't wait for the final book to come out. I can't wait to see how they wrap this up. There are so many tendrils out in the open that need to be tied. What's going to happen? And then when they just spit in our face with Arya killing the Night King and Jaime's entire character development arc being undone because of a 15-second conversation with Cersei near the end. Like, it was so frustrating.
I defend that. That's one thing I will defend. That's one thing I will defend.
Let's hear the defense.
It's a through line. Like, he got his redemption, but in the end, it kind of reminded me of like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Like the major lesson of that movie is like, no matter how toxic it can get sometimes people are just drawn to each other. And I felt like that was kind of the take with him. Like, even though he had this like really beautiful storyline with Brienne of Tarth and all that, which was really great. Like, his arc was just one of my favorite arcs in the entire show. At the end of the series, he's still like right by Cersei, and
Hancock did it
die
first.
in like the collapse of the empire that they were trying.
Bad writing too.
But he had learned so much over those seasons with Brienne and all those other surrounding characters, and it seemed like he had changed legitimately multiple times. Like the scene with Brienne on the bridge comes to mind. Like, there's so much that he did to demonstrate he wasn't faking it. He had become a different guy. He'd been humbled by the loss of his hand. He remapped where he fit in the world, and then for all of that to culminate with him basically going, nah, I'm the same as I was 7 years ago, and then die was like, I hated that so much.
I hated I hated all of it. Someone asked me recently who'd never seen it if they should watch it in our Discord, and I was like, yeah, but stop at season 5. Like after season when
they're not going to be able to stop though.
No, they won't, because they're going to be addicted.
But the issues I have aren't the same ones that you guys have. Like, I get it. The prophecies never really meant much. And like, I get it. But my issue was Jon Snow went from a character that was a good, like 6 or 7 out of 10 clever, right? He was never Littlefinger, but he wasn't a retard until the last couple seasons, at which point he really was. His language just got, like, all his scenes with, I don't know, I don't do that, whatever. He became these like one-liner things. That frustrated me a lot.
His brain didn't have oxygen for like 20 minutes. We're surprised he could talk.
What if he came back retarded? That would have been such a good storyline.
It was
the little person is Tyrion, right?
Ygritte.
Tyrion was supposed to be so clever, and that was all gone. Danny got stupid. That was frustrating. You know, she was never the master tactician, but she became a full-on.
Her arc was fine too. It was just they didn't flesh it out. Like, they didn't have enough time. Like, I do kind of like it culminating with her essentially being just the same as the Mad King. It's just they tried to. They tried to, and there are signs when you go, especially when you go back and rewatch it. Her character learns the lesson over and over again that when she tries to be like just and kind, she's punished for it. And when she's ruthless, she's rewarded for it. And so they kind of like sprinkled these breadcrumbs to line up that switch. But it was just so jarring the way they did it. And even with all that development, it just wasn't enough, because it seemed like in the span of really like 2 episodes, she went from someone who could be like a righteous ruler of the 7 kingdoms or whatever, and then, you know, then it was just.
I agree with
fucking
you
flying
there
all.
on Daenerys. Like, she was always kind of a shitty ruler. She was overly emotional. Like, even the way she and her followers framed the freeing of the Unsullied was a little ridiculous in the books and the show, where it was like, all right, you guys, I just killed your master, which means you totally belong to me. But like, I want to know you guys like actually want to fight for me. And then that guy's like, we are castrated slaves who have been psychically tortured for our entire lives. The thought of not obeying you is foreign to me. And she's like, well, then I guess blame free. Like, so then just takes.
Have you heard of Westeros?
Yeah, have you heard of Westeros? Like,
And there was a lot of like forced kind of Marvel style humor, especially in the last two seasons, that really kind of got under my skin. Like, the humor was pretty clever, I thought, for the first 4 or 5 seasons, and then it just got really kind of corny. Like the scene.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about the scene where he does a drinking game. It's Tyrion and the guy from the Unsullied, and then his like love interest. Yeah, and then they all do like a drinking game, and there's just like a lot of really forced, weird humor there. And
yeah.
The scene Taylor was talking about before the topic changes. That was a point where Dany was actually pretty clever. You know, there she was trading, I think, dragons for the Unsullied army. And then the dragons had loyalty to her, and they burnt the guy that she sold them to. And then suddenly they're hers again. And it was this double cross that season 8 Dany was too dull for.
But it's like it wasn't to me an impressive double cross in the same way that, like, if I have a snarling pit
but it was
bull
though, she spoke their language and they didn't know it. She revealed there at the end that, like, oh, you thought I was the stupid foreign girl. I speak your language and 4 more. Yeah. And then I like, that was the moment.
I get that. The idea, like, it was really the slavers, I guess, being retarded, because like he was being a smug idiot and being like, this is stupid girl think that she will get my Unsullied without proffering dragon. And then at the end, it's just like, no, I'm going to burn you with this dragon. Like, and the guy's shocked. That never occurred to them that could happen. Didn't occur. If I come to Kyle's house and I'm like, Kyle, I mean to trade you many slaves for your ravenous pit bull. And then I get there and your pit bull's snarling at me and doing that. And then you go, pit bull, attack. And I get mauled. That's on me. Sure. That's on me for showing up. Like an
there's
idiot.
no little fingers in that negotiation. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
But at least she was the 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10.
That.
I said she was. She spoke a language. She kept that secret. She kept her cards close to her chest, and in the end, she got everything at the same time. Come later, she's just strategic moron.
That was a good episode.
And she was like a moral, like a good slave owner.
Like our family.
I just felt like
arc, I feel like, was one of the better ones, and it resolved really well too, because he was trying to do this like scheme to divide Sansa and Arya, and then there was that twist. I thought that was done really well. Of all the arcs that they did in the 8th season, I thought that were like rushed and not that great. That one was actually pretty fucking good.
You know, it was also pretty good. I don't know her name. Lady Mormont, maybe. She's the little
little Mormont.
Yeah.
She plays Ellie in The Last of Us.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
She didn't have a bad scene. I don't think.
No, she had that mean little scowly face. It was fucking cute as shit. When the fucking troll what is it? The giant picks her up and she's all bloody and she's just like, like stabs him with the
fucking eye. She had so much gravitas, and she was like 12.
She's little
11. Bitty. She was so good.
Yeah. This is more of like a childlike critique in what I wanted to see in the battles.
How many men come from Bear Lake? 43. Like, they fought so hard in negotiations to get those 43 men. She's like, each man from Bear Lake's 100 from the south.
Did you guys wish that more giants were involved?
No, I was happy. I felt like they did a great job. So, like,
if the North would have attacked a century earlier, they would have bowled over the entire. It wouldn't have been a contest, because part of the lore is, like, I think it was relatively recently the giants started dying out in mass up there. Like, it was kind of like one of those Tolkien-esque things where, like, their magic was dying, kind of like the elves or whatever. But the only reason they even had a chance is because they had like 3 of those guys. Imagine if they have like 300 of those dudes. It's over.
They did they're overpowered. They're like a lightsaber or something in that universe. So it was good that they used 1-1 or whatever his name was to have that crazy episode where he goes on a tear And then he dies heroically, and it's like, all right, we're all out of giants. Everyone's clear,
and we're all out of budget, and we're thinking about a
giant
Star Wars
Hodor moment at the end.
But wait, didn't 1-1 come back as a zombie later?
As a zombie 1-1, right? Yeah. Which was a great one, which was also a good scene. I what I always wanted, and I always predicted, and no one else did, was that Jamie had
and no one else did,
and no one else, because there was entire YouTube channels that did nothing but
tens of millions of people watch these shows.
No, really, no one else.
This.
No, it didn't happen. I
want to hear what it was.
I thought Jamie Lannister would be training in secret with his left fucking hand, and there'd be that moment where somebody was like humiliating him or embarrassing him in front of the court, like, have Kingslayer. Oh yes, the great swordsman Kingslayer. Come.
Him up.
And they make him like sword fight to embarrass him in some way, thinking that it's going to be good to humiliate him. Man, in secret, he's just spent the last 8 years just training with his left hand. Like,
I also thought that was going to happen.
Did you guys know that Cersei, the actress that plays Cersei, and the actor who, I forgot the character's name.
Lena Headey.
What's her name?
Lena Headey, I think.
Yeah, no. So that's her real name, but the actor who played the guy who trained Jamie, who was like aligned with Tyrion. Do you remember that character?
I do.
Bronn, exactly. So they in real life actually used to date, and I guess they had a horrible breakup. So they said that they stipulated that they never wanted to do any scenes together. I think they only did like one in the entire series, and that was at the very end when there was that council, when they were figuring out like how to do an alliance against the undead.
That must have been fun for Bronn's actor, because if I recall, he was a real cunt in that scene around the table where he's like, "You foolish lords think everything will go swimmingly." Getting drunk, making fun.
Headey's a good actor. She was cool in 300. She was great in Dredd. She was Mama in Dredd, which is such a cult classic. That's one of my favorite shooter movies of all time. I wish that had taken off. I'm a big Carl Urban fan too, so I wanted Dredd to be big, but it was
written by Alex Garland, who's one of my favorite filmmakers now. He did Ex Machina and Annihilation and Civil War this year. Did you guys see? He did Men, but nobody likes that one. But Civil War was fucking insane in IMAX. The last 20 minutes was one of the most like. Wait, you didn't like that movie?
No,
he did not.
Wait, you didn't like Civil War?
Civil War was shit.
This is the movie from like a year ago, right?
Civil War was shit.
It's from like February.
I love like I'm on. You're like, come on, let's go for a ride. I like this, and I'm like, I love that, and this shit's good too, and I'm for sure. And then there's that thing, and I'm like, fuck that thing. What? Yeah,
really, I loved it, man. It's one of my favorite movies this year.
I like.
It's not what I thought it was going to be.
All right. So they got in trouble with their AI created thumbnails or screenshots or commercials or whatever they did.
That's true.
And then even worse than that, those sort of suggested, I didn't mind that those had been created with AI. I minded that nothing in the movie showed us those scapes, those cities.
You thought it was going to be like a big action spectacle?
Or at least a little bit of backstory. Like, but fucking Waterworld gives you more backstory about how the earth got wet than this movie does about how the Civil War began. Like, they don't want to, and then the idea, and this is sort of that thing that modern movies do now, like China and Russia. Oh, they were not the bad guys.
Is it like California-Texas alliance?
Yeah, a California-Texas alliance is so fucking.
I liked it.
That's pussy-made writing is what that is.
You could see it though. Like
the
if you
Southwood
if you actually had like an authoritarian, anti-constitutional president, like you could see an uneasy alliance there with Texas.
But that wouldn't be what it would be. No, it would be the South rising again. Like we all know. Look, there's only one place that routinely attempts to succeed, and not succeed. Secede.
Texas. They all try to succeed.
Well, he wrote that script in 2020, and he wrote it as a love letter to journalism because he felt like journalism was getting shit on too much.
I loved it.
Not enough.
I went into it expecting it to be, a movie about current events. And I was so happy that it wasn't. I love the California-Texas alliance. I thought I was going to be rooting for one side and hating the other and thinking one was justified. I didn't know if this movie was going to be for me or against me, and it was neither. And I really liked it in the end. And that scene with the red glasses, that guy.
Dude.
Jesse Plemons.
He was cast last minute, bro.
Jesse Plemons is the GOAT.
He was a replacement.
I know. He was a replacement. I think he's one of the other actors' husbands or brothers.
Kirsten Dunst's husband. They have a kid together.
She's like, my husband can do it. And oh my God, he stole the film.
Who was he replacing? Do they know?
I'm not sure, but he only had 2 weeks. I mean, which he didn't have that many lines, but
dude,
yeah,
I like that, dude. When that guy like dead-eyed kills that kid in Breaking Bad, it was one of the most like wild parts of that whole show, where like just casual and really like look at his eyes in that scene. Just, you know, it's not his fault. He has dead eyes. Like that's how he looks at things. But just killing a fucking 7-year-old collecting bugs and then being like, all right, what's the next step in the mission? And everyone's just
him
aghast.
coming back for El Camino, and he had gained a bunch of weight for Fargo season 2, which he was also really good in that.
He's good in everything.
That's why I'm gaining weight. I'm hoping
Jesse Plemons, the character. I'm sorry, we're
trying to get those Jesse Plemons roles.
The character was he was
now that he's
skinny.
out.
He was super skinny in Breaking Bad, and then he came back in El Camino, and it's supposed to be the same time frame, and he weighs like literally twice as much.
It was a prequel.
Enormous belly.
Yeah,
my man.
I that took me out of it because obviously everybody aged. You can't prevent that too much. But the fat Damon in particular getting as big as he did, it
was just bad timing because he had to put on weight for another role. And
I wish I knew that. I would have been more forgiving. I thought he just liked food a lot.
Well, to your point though about Civil War, Woody, like the director purposefully was kind of ambiguous about like what the politics were. There were some subtext that you could pick up on. I think that was kind of obvious, but he deliberately sort of subverted people's expectations or didn't go into specifics because he wanted to, like, the movie was a love letter to journalists, but it was also a movie about increasing hyperpolarization, and it was meant to be as a cautionary tale of like people that are kind of splitting up and being in their own sort of like information systems.
And I think it was a good idea. Like, I think it's Michael Jordan who's like, I don't get into politics. Everybody buys, Republicans, Democrats both buy shoes.
Well, he wasn't avoiding it for that reason though. He was doing it he was saying, like, if you can't imagine an alliance between California and Texas, then that's the problem that I'm trying to bring attention to. And so if you didn't have a good reaction to it, that's fine. But like,
I can imagine a war between California and Texas.
Do you think a part of the reason that, and I haven't seen the movie, but it would make sense to me just from like trying to market to more people from the film perspective, that like he wouldn't want to break it down in a way that was realistic, because then he would be forced to like pick a side that wins, pick a side that loses, pick a side that he thinks is good versus bad, and that would alienate a lot of potential viewers. And so he has to almost pick this like farcical, absurd, never going to happen split, so that then he has like a plausible deniability of like, well, I'm actually critiquing the different media ecosystems. Like, I didn't want to make it about regions.
I don't think so, because this was like an indie film that wasn't projected to make a lot of money, and it ended up being A24's most financially successful film. The previous one before that was Everything Everywhere All at Once, but he wasn't making it to be this giant blockbuster. Like, he doesn't make those kind of movies really.
Okay.
I don't know. That wasn't my complaint anyway. Like, that's a little thing where I'm like, oh, sure, those two would fight. My complaint was, not only do we not get any backstory, and we don't get enough of who's the guy who played the president, who I love, Mustache Man from Parks and Rec.
Nick Offerman.
I would have liked a little more of Nick Offerman. I'd like to seen like maybe some of his point of view a little bit, or maybe just some TV clips of him or more radio of him. That would have been interesting, because I did really enjoy the whole end sequence when they stormed the White House. Great filmmaking. That was really cool to watch. That was a great action scene. I liked the tense moments. The scene with the mass burial and Jesse Plemons, that's been memed so many times. I saw that today. There was a meme where it's Jesse Plemons standing there, and he's got the New Vegas NCR helmet on. He's like,
well, what kind of Fallout
fan are you?
Yeah.
Because like, for people that are fans of that genre, like, some of them think that most of those games are shit except for just that one. And I love that moment when he's standing there. I'm like, I got to admit, I was so annoyed with the main characters of the movie that I was like, finally, Jesse Plemons is gonna set these fuckers straight. What's up, libtards? Look at them glasses. Look at them glasses.
Did you watch Devs?
Lenses.
Did you watch Devs?
I didn't.
Devs.
Wow, Kyle, you're the movie guy. Get it together.
Devs is an FX series. It's a 10-episode FX series that Alex Garland did. It's about, I don't want to give too much away, but it's really fucking good. He's just fantastic at sci-fi. I would highly.
Is it about
recommend
computer programmers?
Yes.
Devs?
Yeah.
In the future?
Yeah, it is.
Are they developing AI or maybe?
Well, I don't want to give away too much. I
Little
feel
Black
like it's better
Mirror?
to go into it like.
You can give away more than the title.
So like, imagine if you could create an algorithm that could fucking predict the future, and then the like the implications of that, and then
Like Minority Report.
But there's and that gives away you find
How
that
do
out
you
in the
know
first episode, so I
Minority
feel like I'm not
Report?
spoiling too much, but there's like a
think I've
lot
seen
of
it.
implications,
It's
and then
excellent.
there's murder and there's espionage, and it's just really great.
I love Tom Cruise. Like I always say this when he comes up, but like you just mentioned Minority Report. It's like, yeah, most actors would be so proud of Minority Report being that crazy huge movie they made. It's like his 12th biggest sci-fi blockbuster hit that's actually good.
Just in the sci-fi genre, it's not even.
Yeah, that's what Tom Cruise
Oblivion
makes.
was trash though. That movie was
Oblivion.
boring.
Yeah, Oblivion was
I've
kind
heard
of
of
trash.
Oblivion.
It would have been a cool like Black Mirror episode or like 30-minute short or like part of an anthology series of like sci-fi horrors. But instead, it's like, man, we've been here for 2 hours, Morgan Freeman. What's going on?
Black Mirror's coming back for just in time for the second Trump administration too, so they got the timing down really well there.
What is Tom Cruise's best movie?
Magnolia.
What's that about?
Born on the 4th of July, maybe. I don't know. But if you go on by like, all right, I'll tell you my favorite Tom Cruise movie.
Okay.
List your favorite Tom Cruise movies until you name one I've seen, and then we can talk about that one.
I really like Top Gun, the first one. I think the music, like when I watched it, I was a kid, and that music just like really spoke to me. And like he was just so fucking cool. And like I didn't realize that it was a gay like movie. I didn't realize that it was a gay movie at the time as a kid, but I was like, shit,
but it
Tom
spoke
Cruise.
to something inside you didn't understand yet.
I was getting some weird feelings on the inside. He was playing beach volleyball, and Iceman was like, you can be, what does he say?
You can be my
wingman anytime. And then Val
Maverick
Kilmer
was
smiles with those big ass white teeth.
Maverick,
what'd you say,
I haven't
Hutch?
seen that one.
Maverick was so goddamn good. It was so good in theaters. It was amazing.
Oh, you thought so?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
I loved it. I
liked
loved
it.
it.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was good. I thought Kyle sometimes calls it member berries. It's a South Park reference where like they're kind of playing into your nostalgia. Like here's the part where Goose does Goose stuff.
Yeah.
It had the same opening scroll with like the same font, the same music. So yeah,
Like when
definitely-
Goose sings at the bar, I'm like, fast forward.
and
Like,
it was a
need
football
that.
game instead of a volleyball game. Like they definitely hit a few beats that were like meant to be nostalgic.
yeah.
I'm looking through his entire
Same.
filmography now, and
So good.
I haven't seen most of these, but Tropic Thunder, I forgot he was in that as the funny
He's
executive.
killer in that.
That is
Oh, yes.
that movie. I watched it within the last year. That movie holds up so well. It is hilarious. So
I
fucking
remember
funny.
not knowing that was him until after the fact.
Yeah, he's got those
like,
like
he
weird forearms and like prosthetic hands on there. So
Right.
I remember like seeing him hit a phone with those like weird prosthetic fat fingers and being like, "What the hell is wrong with this actor's hands? Like, why do they look so stiff and weird?" No, it's Tom Cruise.
Kyle, what's the time travel movie? It's something close to The Day After Tomorrow.
That works. Yeah, the day after tomorrow.
Is that what it is? Okay.
No,
I like that one a lot. I can't think of one I like more.
Wait, the one
He's-
with Chris
he's,
Pratt?
No, fuck that one. No, it's the one.
That one's
It's
trash.
It says
the one with
Edge
the
of Tomorrow?
Terminator.
No, this is the
Edge
Tom
of
Cruise
Tomorrow.
one. Edge of Tomorrow
is
with
fucking
Emily
great.
Blunt.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Emily Blunt. That we all love that one. I want a sequel to that. I think they're gonna make it. Emily Blunt's hot as fuck to me. I think she's John Krasinski's wife, maybe.
Yeah.
And
It's that yoga pose that you like, huh?
it's the yoga pose when he's like looking for her and all the like bots are moving around. She like looks up with the yoga pose. I also think that when I see the modified chopper blade sword, that was cool as shit to me. That to me was like,
movie,
yeah.
They changed the name of that movie after it came out on video.
They
So
did.
it came out in theaters as Edge of Tomorrow, and then when it came out on like Blu-ray or whatever, they changed it to Live, Die, Repeat, which was
Oh,
kinda
that's a
weird.
worse
I've
name.
never heard of a film changing their name after the fact.
So you
It
guys all
happens.
know about movies more than I do, and I'm looking at this filmography
come on,
for
Zach.
Tom Cruise. So that
You don't
movie,
like
you
the
guys
Mission
all
Impossible
seen
films?
Eyes Wide Shut? Have you guys seen that?
Yeah,
I've seen it.
I started it once and I fell asleep because it was very late. I'll get around to it, but I did hear that after
last
that
film.
movie, after that movie came out, apparently, like rapidly, Kubrick died, and then they removed a bunch of stuff. They like made a different cut of it What's the story there? Seems like something you guys would know.
He died after production, before it was released. I know that, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I heard that they like removed a lot of things from the movie before they released it. Is that right?
That would surprise me. I don't know anything about that. It would surprise me that they would tinker with Kubrick's work. It would be more likely that he would leave it in such a state that it could not be edited. That's what he's known for, burning negatives, so that there can be no alteration. Burning all the alternate cuts and all the outtakes and all that shit. I've seen it. I don't like it. It's just not for me. I didn't like the subject matter. The film's fine. I just don't like the subject matter. You know what I mean? Like it's a well-made movie. It's about something I don't care to see.
Yeah,
I guess
it's like a secret pervert sex society. Like,
yeah, and then Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman had this weird thing in their relationship, and they were married at the time, so it and that's why he cast him. I'm sure it's a big part of it.
And they divorced shortly after that.
They did. You were asked, the Dark Horse Tom Cruise movie is Collateral. You ever see that, where Jamie Foxx is Foxx is a cab driver, Tom Cruise is a hitman in town for the night, and Jamie Foxx he's like, drive me all night, I'll give you, and he hands him like $2,000, and he's like, okay.
I love that movie, but I hate the way that it's shot. Like the digital, it just doesn't look good, but he is fantastic in that movie.
I linked like a short clip there. It's called if anybody listening wants to see it, it's a quick little thing. It's called Collateral Hip Draw. And it's just Tom Cruise getting in a quick little gunfight in the movie. You could tell he trained for that. And I always appreciate that when it looks like they know how to handle a weapon or throw a punch or like sink a choke or whatever. That's
Michael Mann. So he's a real stickler for details. Like Michael Mann films, he's known for the Mozambique drill, where you do 2 to the chest and 1 to the head.
Or in Heat, when like FBI uses
in that film.
FBI has uses that scene from Heat to show the fucking tactical reload that Val Kilmer does. Like, there's lots of cool shit in Michael Mann movies. Heat is another one of those. It's 3 fucking hours long, but if you don't mind, it's 3 hours of good shit. It's De Niro.
I think he's developing a sequel for that.
I hope De Niro's not in it. De Niro needs to retire.
Yeah. Dude, that picture of him where he's wearing like 8-inch platform shoes in The Irishman walking down the street. It's like a candid shot in between takes, is so funny. Like, actually, he's so fucking old. When he attacks that guy outside of the corner bodega or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he has John McCain arms. He's got John McCain arms. He can't like be active or anything.
They should have put his face CGI'd on a different actor, like de-age his face and then stick it on an actor who can act. Like it. Look at that.
And that's next to Al Pacino.
He's playing old men. Like he was really good in Killers of the Flower Moon. But I'm a bit of a what's his name, Stan? Why am I blanking on the director's name right now? Jesus Christ.
Scorsese?
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm getting old, guys. I'm forgetting fucking names like that, like Martin fucking Scorsese.
That's okay. You got a lot on your mind.
Dude, that happens to great people too. Just saying.
Yeah, but I mean, if I come up with a film trivia thing before you do, anyone here, it is a sign something's up. Yeah, because I don't know any movies or anything. I don't watch any.
I got a new topic. You guys see? And I just saw it today, but maybe it happened yesterday, and I didn't know that CEO who got shot in New York.
What is it? Deny something.
Depose.
Defend. Does that sound right?
No.
Deny, defend, depose.
Deny.
I bet Twitter.
Somebody Google it instead of you know what I mean.
He wrote it on the bullet casings.
I just finally, like an hour ago, saw
Deny,
the
defend,
actual video.
You were right.
Like, it took me forever to find the actual video. I've got it here if any of you wants to see. Like,
really,
the video of the murder.
Yeah, it's everywhere. I saw it early today. It's not gory or anything.
And all the news agencies go, and the rest is too graphic for us to show, Don. It's like, well, that's why I'm here. That's why I clicked through your ad, you jerk. So I finally
it's
found
all
that
over
link.
Twitter.
Is it loading for you guys?
Yeah.
I don't know. It was playing on mine. In any case, there's something interesting going on where
you fired all your staff. Sorry, Kyle.
Very much like when that billionaire exploded in his nonsense submarine and everybody like lolled. Same thing's happening here because this guy seems to be a real scummy piece of shit, and nobody except for his family cares that this happened to him. They said that this was the guy responsible for that AI that was denying like 90% of claims, and they knew that it was like fraudulent, it was denying 90% of claims, and they knew that it was a problem because they shouldn't be denied, and they allowed it to continue anyway. Like that company's profits last quarter was in the multi-billions of dollars. I forget the number. Maybe they made 8 billion profit last quarter, like something like that. So this guy who shot him is 100%. I'm sure we all agree. Someone who was damaged by the CEO's choices to deny
like a John
someone's
Hughes
claim.
situation.
It's a John Hughes situation. He's had enough. Yes, absolutely.
Have we heard from Jodie Foster about it though? Like maybe she incentivized some of this. You know, she put out some.
What am I missing? I don't.
Isn't that the John Hinckley? Who was the person that John Hinckley was trying to impress with Reagan?
Oh, that was Jodie Foster.
That was Jodie Foster.
There was also another guy who killed himself on a live stream trying to impress her. So there's something about her that brings that out of people.
She's magnetic. And she's a lesbian, I think. So these guys are like,
let's not change the topic.
Yeah.
Is it good or bad that the CEO was murdered?
It's bad. I'm going to say it's bad.
It's bad.
I don't think
hang on. Add a qualifier. Is it good or bad for?
Will this make the world a better place or not?
It's not going to have any impact on the healthcare industry. It's not going to lead to any like reforms. And I'm deeply uncomfortable with people celebrating like that kind of barbarism. Like if the dude was corrupt or whatever, then you know,
he was mutilated.
I believe in the process and like going through that. But I just think it doesn't portend well if we're descending into a society that celebrates that stuff. I'm gonna be the Debbie Downer on this one and say I don't like it.
No.
I did see like that. Not that this is directly related, but in Missouri and a few other states, United or some other healthcare program was set to enact like a new regulation.
In New York,
New York and Missouri and maybe another state or two, where they would only cover anesthesia for a certain amount of time in surgery. And then after that point, they were just going to bill it directly to you. Say there's a complication, something goes wrong, or maybe the surgeon's just slow, he's tired. Like now you're on the hook for anesthesia, and in our system, that's inordinately expensive. They pulled that. As if something huge happened in the last.
I don't think it had anything to do with this though. The governor or the mayor, is it mayor? Is Hochul the mayor or the governor of New York?
He's not the mayor.
He's not the governor.
The mayor is.
He's not the mayor. Yeah, mayor is
Eric Adams.
Okay, yeah. So the mayor Hochul, she was talking about how she was putting a bunch of pressure on them. I think it was just the timing. I think it was just like really incredibly funny timing.
You can't deny this is going to bring a lot of eyes onto that company, and so they're going to straighten up at the very least. And if they have any controversial policies, you would imagine that those would get straightened up as well. It's awful that happened. That's not the way you want to see change. I was interested to see the gun.
It's like when Abe of Japan got assassinated.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because the Abe assassination was a homemade, weird, funky shotgun that someone had crafted.
It's like a Borderlands gun.
Like a Borderlands gun. I think it was electrical impulse fired, like electricity was igniting powder that was shooting sort of like a crude cannon shotgun type thing.
Did you hear about why he was assassinated?
No. It has to do with him, the guy who assassinated him. That guy's mother, I think, had given all of her his inheritance and her monies
to a religion,
to that religion that Shinzo like shills for.
Right. Yeah.
What religion was that?
Some sort of Catholic, Japanese, Christian, Japanese sort of thing. I don't know. It sounded to me like one of those televangelist scam type things, in like a lot of money, like maybe millions, a lot of money. It's been years since that happened. But in any case, the homemade firearm, I think that was a homemade gun that the guy in New York was using. It looked really weird to me. And I noticed
he had to manually reload it after each shot too, and people were accusing him of like, this fucking amateur. He used the wrong suppressor, and then I saw other gun nuts being like, no, it's meant to do that. And do you have an opinion on that? Was he handling that gun well, or?
I mean, he knew what he was doing. But knowing what you're doing is like an hour's worth of practice. People always act like that's John Wick.
Are we talking about
We're We're talking about the New York guy. Yeah.
We're back in New
York
York. Okay, yeah.
So
the news
was
reported
so
it as he
calm
was
and-
competent. He had a malfunction in the gun and he just cleared it like he had practiced it. You disagree?
No,
Kyle?
other people were
Yeah, I
saying you
do.
had to manually like put another round in the chamber.
Yeah,
after
you had to
each
move the
shot.
slide forward. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't. I guess it wasn't kicking back enough to, activate the action. Kyle, fill us in.
No. Keep guessing, everyone.
No, I didn't guess. I just
that's
told you
what
what the
I heard.
news said. I haven't seen it.
What Taylor said was what I heard.
Yeah,
What'd you
It
see?
had to do with the suppressor, and it was like stopping the. Okay, you go ahead, Kyle.
I refuse now. I'm not even going to say.
No,
I'm
now
not
I
even,
want to know.
No.
I seriously want to know now.
I'll text you later. I'm not
Stop.
going to answer it.
You're not going to answer how the gun worked?
It was
I feel
my
like if I
topic.
Google it,
The
I'm gonna
whole
get
point
fucking
was for
100
me to
different
explain.
answers.
Kyle, I want you to fill me in, a rube, a bum, a street urchin, on why this happened the way it did from the mouth of an
Compliment him.
expert.
I've
Compliment
been
him.
trying for 10 minutes, Taylor. They won't let
Telling
me.
me he has great hair.
Who's
I'm
they?
I'm not going to fight the powers that be, Taylor.
I'll help
not.
you. If they start
won't.
talking, I'll say, you be quiet and let this guy talk. I'm waiting to shut him down, Kyle.
Get him, Taylor. Oh my God. It looked like a homemade gun, probably a homemade silencer. He's cycling it immediately, which isn't a malfunction. A malfunction is when the gun is, oh no, it didn't do a thing. Let me figure out what that is and then fix it. But he doesn't have to do the figure it out thing. He knows that every time he fires, he has to cycle the gun.
Right.
And so it's essentially a pump action pistol at that point. Now that's a thing that could happen with a non-homemade gun. There are guns that have little clicker that locks the slide in place so it doesn't actuate while firing suppressed. It's more quieter that way. But then of course you have to hand slide and operate the gun. Looked at me like a homemade gun, homemade silencer that he was operating like he knew what he was doing, I guess. But that doesn't mean John Wick. I hate that. When I saw CNN be like, oh, were we thinking some sort of assassin, some sort of professional hitman, perhaps flown in for nefarious purposes? And the guy's like, nah, probably just a guy who could shoot a pistol. That's what it looks like to me, Jan.
What? Do we have
very
any idea why
calm.
he had a homemade gun?
New
I
York,
didn't.
New York.
I didn't. You can get guns. My friends are from New York. They have tons of guns.
No, it might be hard to get a suppressor in New York, maybe.
It
Oh,
is.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
I
you
thought
buy
there
a
was
gun
According
in
to
New
what
York-
Anthony
federal-
Cumia used to rant about on the O&A show back in the day, it was borderline impossible to get a suppressor in New York.
Wasn't there a court case recently where a federal judge or even maybe the Supreme Court ruled that silencers can't be regulated that much? Or am I making that up?
I'm not familiar with that.
So to get a silencer, you still got to do the tax stamp and the waiting period and everything, get it approved through ATF. But I would imagine if you're buying a pistol in New York, that's going to be a registered firearm, and you're going to have to go through a waiting process, and it's going to be tied to you. Whereas you could print a gun that would be very simple, and you could print a suppressor that'd be very simple, or even just make them, with parts without a 3D printer, and you've got a ghost gun. That's what they call it. I hate when they call it that, but essentially that's what you've got.
Can't you
The
buy a gun
printed
in a
guns
state?
are pretty flimsy, right? Like you only get like a few uses out of them, or has the material improved for 3D?
The material's
since then?
improved with the 3D printing stuff, but especially with a pistol, he'd be fine. But I don't think that's even gonna. I don't know that it's a 3D printed gun. It just looked like the fact that he was cycling it and basically had a pump action pistol. Didn't
Can a
look like.
suppressor make the cycle action work worse?
I think it would work better.
Right? Yeah.
be
It'll
heavier,
work
right?
better.
'Cause there would be more pressure on the.
What can happen is if you're using subsonic rounds for say 9mm, they don't have enough pop to cycle the gun, or maybe the gun isn't dialed in correctly to use that little amount of gas. Maybe you can adjust the spring or the gas opening or something else to make the smaller amount of gas cycle the weapon.
Tell me if this makes sense. Like I watched some gun guy today on Twitter who was saying that to him it looked like not an assassin, like a novice kind of guy. And his theory was that it was some like homemade or perhaps like low quality gun that was shooting 22. And so there's not nearly enough ass on it to blow it back. And he was doing that shit where like when you're new with handguns, you know how you often shoot low because you're like holding it lower than your line of sight and then you're trying to to line up lower than your.
Oh, there was no way to aim. He had to point.
So I think like he hit the guy in the back of the leg or like the ass or something on the first shot. Like he wasn't far enough away. Like, and this guy's whole point was like, if this guy was a trained assassin, there's no incentive to not walk up with one round in the chamber and just back of the head, one shot, end it, and then keep walking.
It looked like he got him in the back first.
Yeah, apparently he shot too low, either like lower back or like ass cheek or something.
Yep, he definitely did. I don't think it was 22 because they said he wrote on the casings, and you'd have to be a goddamn like tiny person to write on a 22 casing.
That's a good argument. I didn't consider that.
Even to write on a 9mm casing, like he must have been in his hotel room last night, his hostel room, going being so careful putting a 5 or 6 letter word. What is it? What were the words? Denied.
Right. What one of the words was original?
Depose. That depose is squiggly as fuck.
Like
they're gonna find dismember in his hotel room like 30 failed attempts on the floor.
It's gonna be like 7.
There's gonna be a bunch of things like written on bullets that he thought was cool. He's like, and on this day, gives up. Like realizes he's not gonna get that. Apparently, deny, defend, depose are common terms in the insurance agency to denote deny the claim, defend the lawsuit, depose the patient.
It's a book about that subject.
Okay, I didn't know.
Title of a book. Yeah.
So I wonder if it's. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna do like a wrap around like kind of thing, but if you got more,
I was just gonna head back to where I started, which was like, is this a good for the world? Same. Right? Did a bad person just get murdered? Right? If he is the monster that the internet says he is, and there's no better source than Reddit, then then maybe it puts other bad people on notice? Question mark. Should there be, like, if you're a billionaire who makes his living killing people in a awkward way, in a roundabout way, maybe start providing better service? Question mark.
But it's not like it's not a good first world like. It's not good when first world countries start having like people assassinated in broad daylight like that. That's usually indicative of more violence to come. But I also like when I heard the story and I read it, like there was a part of me that was like, all right, if this was like some run of the mill fucking businessman or a plumber or an electrician, like in my head, it would be more tragic. Like it's like, oh, that's just a guy working, doing his shit day to day, as opposed to like a multi-millionaire who genuinely makes his bones and has every incentive to shut down people who have cancer from getting money to pay for their cancer treatment. You know what's telling? They said how much money this guy made. It was outrageous, $100,000 a week or some shit. But he, the reward is $10,000. For a company that made like $100 billion a year or something like that. $450 billion. CEO is one of the most easily replaced positions in large companies. $10,000. $10,000. That's what they throw up when a kid goes missing in the park, dude. $10,000. Right? Yeah.
But also, so I was looking at it through the other lens, which is like, man, this guy seems to be getting better law enforcement than I would. If I was murdered, there'd be some part-time cop adding me to his caseload, and here it's like NYPD is circling around this thing, making sure that this is their top priority in the whole department. And to me, I'm like, dude, a pedo got killed. I don't even look for the killer. Now, he's not literally a pedo. That's not what I'm saying. But a pedo quality person has been removed from the planet. I don't mind.
I think it's fair to worry about the possibility of like if this kind of violence is like just treated with like unbridled like enthusiasm, then you wonder if people are going to start relying on violence for more sort of like dubious reasons. So like, they kill their boss because they don't like them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's just like what Taylor was saying, like in a first world country, you generally don't want people doing vigilante acts of murder to deal with these issues. It would be much better to
don't tell me what I want, Hutch. This is what I want. All right. Only I'm inside my mind, and I want this.
I totally see where like the reason that lots of people who have probably had their lives destroyed by medical debt are like, you know what? This doesn't make me sad. I don't have to be sad about this. And it's like, all right, like I get it. Like they wouldn't, those same people wouldn't be acting this way if this was a random murder of an accountant in Manhattan. Like no one would be like excited about it. No one, like people would be like, oh, what the fuck? Like you just killed some like dude who worked at H&R Block, or you killed some fucking plumber. Like
our nation's heroes.
Our nation's heroes are accountants. Everyone knows they're cool. They're smart. Big dicks. Like the most hung of occupations, other than the Indian guys. They bring the average down.
I mean, I feel like the accountants will be the unsung heroes soon when the DOGE boys go to cutting on the Pentagon. They said again they're looking for $2 trillion to cut out of the budget, which is insanity mode. But what I like is they're getting this bipartisan sort of support. Because guys like Fetterman and guys like Sanders are like, hey, you cutting the budget, huh?
They're salivating.
Hell, I got a little list here.
Yeah.
They're targeting, I think it's funny that they're targeting, what's his name? Vivek and Elon are targeting the like administrative state, the staffing. But even if you fired literally every federal worker in the entire government, I think that would represent something like 2 to 5% of our entire federal bureaucracy budget. So, yeah, if they're going to cut $2 trillion, it's hard to imagine that doesn't come from the Pentagon, Medicare, and Medicaid. Those are our three biggest sources of spending in the federal budget.
The Pentagon, those are the guys who like every 9 years or so, the Pentagon is like up for financial review, and they're like, guys, I know we promised last time, and I am so super sorry about it. We lost $1.1 trillion. I'm sorry.
How much do they get each year? It's like 900 billion though. Has it gotten up?
Do you know how many times the Pentagon has been audited?
We get way too much from that. They were audited, or weren't they slated to have an audit on September 12th, 2001?
So, I believe the Pentagon has only been audited 7 times ever, and they have never passed an audit.
No, because it's a corrupt organization.
So it'd be good to go in there and start cutting. I'd like to do some exploring. I send in guys with fucking flashlights and make sure offices are actually where they're supposed to be. I hope they're like checking how many pencils people have checked out. I hope they're seeing like every little scratch.
Here's my question for you.
Is crazy.
Elon's history says that he finds expense cuts kind of indiscriminately, right? He just, you know what? This whole fucking place is bloated. Half of you are
That's not true. So I heard this recently on a podcast. When he took over Twitter, he had a day where he worked some ungodly amount of hours continuously, they said. Okay. And he had every employee show up, and every one of them got 5 minutes. What are you working on right now? And
like, what have you done in the last week or something?
No, he'd ask every one of them, what are you working on right now? And what can we do to improve the company? And he started cutting people right then and there. Like, well, you're fired. And there's no way to hide from that, right? You go in there and you tell him, and I'm sure there's people, he's got assistants and like can verify these people are doing what they're saying they're doing or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I kind of like that.
From it. Here's where I take. Let's pretend that you, Kyle, are an ineffective employee. And I say, Kyle, defend your position to me. I'm going to finish that 5 minutes fucking sold, flattered. Like you are going to keep your job because you're good at selling yourself. And then you could have some other guy who doesn't have that same talent, who might be more useful to the company, but he's like, I'm working on like a couple of things and like just not able to sell himself.
You can't tell me what you're working on. I don't want you here. I don't care how good you are at it.
And to Kyle's point of like this review process, my understanding of it was that Elon was asking for like specific deliverables over the past week, where he asked something like, what could we do to make Twitter better? And can you tell me something you've accomplished over the past week? Like what's a project you undertook and like what has been completed? And it turns out in government, in a lot of these big tech companies, there are a ton of people skating by and doing that, like the shit Woody and I have talked about a million times, where it's like one dude is working his fucking fingers to the bone, and then 8 other guys are not giving a shit, just phoning it, just sitting on meetings on mute with the camera off while they're playing games. And so you can, like, anyone who's gone to a DMV or like any government office has looked around and been like, and you can almost identify it in real time. You can be like, that lady's on the fucking ball. She's running everywhere. That guy's on the ball. He's running everywhere. He's helping 3 different windows. And then there's a group of 7 people back there that have not moved away from the water cooler the entire 30 minutes I've been waiting here. What are those 7 people doing?
Well,
Yeah,
to the
and
extent
if he
that
can figure out who's who in 5 minutes, then that's impressive. I imagine I'd have be right 2/3 of the time.
Well, to the extent that you can eliminate redundancies or get rid of unnecessary bloat, I don't disagree with that in principle. But again, that represents such a tiny sliver of our budget. I'm looking at our budget right now. It's 6.75 trillion, 1.46 for Social Security, 912 billion for health. So and then 882 billion is for net interest we're paying on our debt. 874 billion for Medicare, 874 billion for national defense.
Well, there's lots of things. That's a huge blanket.
National defense.
I think there's like a $5 or $8 billion subsidy / loan for Rivian this year, and I love that Elon Musk gets to decide if they get it or not. I don't think Rivian needs that loan. And do they? Aren't they doing just fine? Don't they have that badass pickup truck? Did they need $8 billion worth of federal government subsidy? Wait, I'm not going to buy a Rivian.
You don't think it's a massive conflict of interest to have someone who is the beneficiary of government subsidies actually wielding a very real influence on who gets
no more than I think
his competitors?
No more than I think the people deciding who we go to war with have massive holdings in Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and shit.
Okay, but no whataboutism. I agree.
Do you see that as a potential conflict of interest?
I see it as an immediate conflict
I could see that.
That's why I brought it up. Yeah, it's a problem.
Sorry. I didn't hear
Kyle loves Kyle sees the conflict of interest and loves it because it's his team and it's fun.
Fuck Rivian.
Fuck Rivian.
Fuck your stupid truck. Oh, it's got a grill in it? Does it? Well, you don't need a loan this year, do you? You should be selling like hotcakes. Oh, the hotcakes that you make inside your fucking Rivian truck, loser.
And guess what? The front of your trucks is ugly.
It's ugly as shit.
It looks bad. It's too slim. It's not bulky enough. Not a fan.
Interior to Rivian.
The lights are weird.
No thanks, Rivian.
I've been in a Rivian. I loved it.
Yeah, there's
the only one of us with any experience. He's like, oh, that's pretty nice.
I watched a long ass video. Dude, I was super impressed.
It's crazy. It's like an 8,000-pound truck that accelerates like a Corvette, and somehow you can feel the mass of it, and it is pretty neat. It was pretty neat. It's expensive though.
I like the way the Rivian trucks look. Only a tiny bit more than I like how the Cybertrucks look.
Really?
I dislike the look of the Cybertruck so much. Mm-hmm. It's so jarring and ugly every time I see it on the road. It's like a fun novelty, but it's aesthetically displeasing. It's ugly. It's angular. It's like if you used like brutalist architecture to create a car.
My whole life, I've been programmed that cars have two headlights and like a vented grill in the middle. And that's like the only thing in common across every car everywhere. And now that they need aerodynamics and not cooling in the front, it changes the look of it. And I think to myself, well, like, we're solving a different problem. It can look different. It's okay.
There's kind of a big issue with that design. And somebody was, I feel like there's a lot of like bullshit videos on Twitter of people complaining about Elon's products, but for the Cybertruck, they kind of bury the light like in the grill. Yep. And if you're driving in the snow and the snow accumulates, it actually blocks the light, which seems like a really big flaw.
It needs a defroster on it. They need like there's going to be so many little things like that they didn't think about. It needs a defrosting bar on the lights to melt the snow out of it.
I mean, they had that pedal issue, right? Did they get that rectified?
Well, all right. So when we say rectified, what they did was you took it in and they shut. You know what a pop rivet gun is?
For this story, I do.
They went fixed. They just nailed it.
Bolted on there.
They nailed the offending piece to the floor. Is what they did.
I don't like that. I don't want a high-tech car with nails in it.
Well, it doesn't have nails. It has pop rivets, but you don't know what those fucking are.
Okay, well, I don't want to.
You're a soft-handed city boy.
Do you guys think that
Grandpa knows what a pop rivet gun is?
Are going to be able to cut $2 trillion?
But he's got a pneumatic.
No,
but he does. That's such a homo.
As soon as I hear that number, Hutch, I say
super smoocher.
I'm like, you know what? They say 2 trillion. They don't really mean 2 trillion. They're just saying that for effect. What they really mean is 2 billion. And
better be more than that.
no, he's coming for 2
Very little.
Yeah,
I know, but I don't know how much there is to cut.
I agree with the core of what you're saying. Like, he's doing like this is literally, and we've talked about this, so I don't want to stay on it, but like this is how negotiations work. You set the anchor point high or low, depending on what you're doing, and then you move from there. When he says he's going to cut $2 trillion, yeah, 100. You think Elon Musk doesn't know how to negotiate?
I think this is all Elon.
He's not very good at business.
I don't think he's great at it. No, I think
he knows a little about
what I think Elon Musk is good at is marketing and streamlining. I think he's good at marketing and streamlining and very little else.
Dude, he's clearly good at more than that, because otherwise you could look at a bigger budget organization like NASA and like
a bigger
per capita break out the successes they've had comparatively.
A bigger budget organization? What do you mean?
Then what?
Like than SpaceX, for example. So like the thing that was holding back NASA from doing these like returning rockets and whatnot wasn't brain power. It wasn't sheer brain power, because they have that at NASA. It's organization. It's getting people in the right thing, in the right organizational structure to actually work on the right things.
It was ingenuity. What SpaceX did. The whole idea of the reusable thing. They shit on him at NASA. There's a video of them like making fun of him the same way there are videos of them making fun of Trump. And they showed him a clip of, I think, Buzz Aldrin or somebody being like, saying that SpaceX was a waste of time and that it led money away from where it should be. And with NASA, Elon cried. They showed him that interview during his interview, and he teared up. It was like, dude, don't do that to him. Don't show him Buzz Aldrin shitting on him. That's awful. He was so like hurt by that.
One of my favorite things about Elon Musk is like furthering the space shit.
Of course.
Like there needs to be more exploration of space. That's cool. It's fun. Like I used to like be strongly on the team of like, let's explore all the oceans, because that's cooler to me intrinsic. Like I'd rather know what's happening in the deep than like what's happening way out in space, because it's closer to us. But we're not going to get the ocean exploration thing unless he becomes autistic for the sea, which I don't anticipate. And so I'm just going to enjoy the new frontier of the space.
Well, my problem with SpaceX is he's not exploring, right? It's NASA who does the exploration. Elon Musk's flights are so low, they're basically airplanes. And NASA is going to Jupiter and Mars and Pluto and beyond the solar system. NASA is doing real science. Elon Musk is delivering payloads to low Earth orbit.
And he's over-promising when it comes to like Mars colonization, for example. That would be a multi-trillion-dollar project. So you got to find funding for that. And this is what Neil deGrasse Tyson said the other day, got him into some hot water. But he's right. Like you need to find like $5 trillion, and who's going to invest in that? What is the return on that investment? Nothing. So like, I don't know if we're going to see this great colonization of Mars anytime soon.
I watched that clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson as well. And it's like, I was shocked to see someone who's supposed to be like a scientist so disinterested in like trying to further a lot of this stuff and turning it into numbers of like immediate ROI. It's like, what are you talking about? What was the immediate ROI on making Pluto not a planet? Why'd you spend so much time on that? What was the immediate ROI on that, Neil?
It's just practical considerations, though. Like, how do you get around that? Like, who is going to fund this great colonization project on Mars? Elon's rich, but he cannot fund that.
No, he can't fund that. And so, like, I'm not that invested in the colonization of Mars immediately. It doesn't seem like that's even feasible or possible. Mars seems like a total shithole. Mm-hmm. But it's cool to see someone trying to get us further up there. And I mean, in the furtherance of getting more stuff into space for more exploration, it seems as though these reusable rockets are incredibly useful.
No, that shit is fucking cool.
Like I said, it's like 20 times cheaper or something like that. It's maybe 60 times it was the number. It was crazy how much cheaper. And just to be clear, they're working together. Like the plan. I know we joke about the moon mission and how it gets put off 5 years every year. But the plan is that Blue Origin is going to build part of the lander, and that Musk with SpaceX is going to build part of the lander, and NASA is going to fly it. Like it's a group effort for whatever moon or Mars or manned exploration big projects are going to be done. But besides
SpaceX also contracts with like other countries as well, right? It's not just NASA. Like I feel like they do contracted work for China as well.
Yeah, if you want a satellite up there, the cheapest way to get it done is Musk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, are there any other countries like kicking our ass in the space?
Not even
race
close.
Right now, I wouldn't think there's anyone even in the vicinity of us.
China's constantly launching more stuff. I think Japan is the one that had that. Is it called Hayabusa or something? They're the ones who sent the probe out to the asteroid. And then they landed on the asteroid, grabbed a sample, took off from the asteroid, shot the sample back to Earth, and now it's currently flying to a different asteroid to do the same shit. And we got all these little and not when it landed, it took pictures. So like it landed for a split second.
You believe those pictures? Fool.
It lands,
Idiot.
and it grabs a bunch of it fills its pockets, it takes a bunch of pictures, and then it jumps back off and like headed to a new thing. And they've got those samples back and they've tested them, and it's interesting. Like
this is from space.
This is totally not from my yard.
Yeah, we're not getting tricked the way we tricked Denmark. Get owned, Denmark. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. No, I know somebody who tested one of the samples.
Maybe it was the Netherlands or some country like that where we went over there and we're like, Netherlands, we love you guys so much. Here's a piece of the moon. And they're like, oh, that is so cool of you. Thank you so much. And then like years later, someone in the Netherlands researched it and is like, we have been hoodwinked. This is petrified wood. Yeah, we literally tricked the country with petrified wood. Get a load of these fucking idiots.
Don't know. Well, all right, so nobody knows what really happened. Like, maybe we gave him a real moon rock and some fucking goober in over there snuck in, did the switcheroo on them. You know, I like to believe that we're on the up and up. That they wouldn't allow that to be stolen. It's like the Netherlands. They don't get a lot. Like they'd be so you
super
think
stoked.
It's more likely that we're liars or that they're bad at keeping up with their
I think we played a little fun joke on another country, and that's fine.
We are rife with fucking moon rocks. We got them like coming out of our shirt sleeves and stuff. Biden's got one in his fucking office, a big one.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw a video. He's like, that's from the moon.
That's from the moon. Back in my day, we didn't allow black people on the moon. We wouldn't send them there. It wasn't.
They kind of didn't.
And then he whispers to you.
Black guy came up and said, "What do you want? Why you want to go to the moon? Don't you want to touch my legs? Rub the hair.
Not bad.
They get blonde in the summer with all the sun.
Oh, they get so blonde in the summer. Right? The black kids would walk up, they'd be marveling at my legs. And I'd say, "Get out of here! You're not allowed."
More a month of Biden content, so.
No!
Only one.
No, he's going to get his own. You think he's retiring? No, he's going to do Monday Night Football.
Dude, he's going to become like a John Madden character.
I wonder how much longer he's going to live.
Oh, forever.
Dude, once you get above 80, it's a crapshoot. Like probably not long.
I keep predicting both of them are going to die, and I keep being wrong.
Has Jimmy Carter even died yet?
No.
That's another one I'm wrong about.
They haven't told him yet. They haven't told him about the election.
This guy has been on hospice for like 2 years. Like,
yeah.
Hospice is usually when they bring you into like, okay, the end is nigh.
Yeah.
And that one picture of him came out recently too, where it was like, not great.
Dude, that was fucked up with them. His family.
From Fallout.
That was fucked up with his family taking that picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rude. And also, like, I don't know if you heard this, Hutch. Seems like you have. He apparently, for over a year now, like a year and a half, is totally incapable of any form of communication. Like even like blinking and moving. Like he's been nonverbal for years. He like isn't giving like indicators back that he's understanding. Like he's like totally non-responsive at this point.
Who cares?
Which is like one of the scarier ways to imagine dying almost. Like you're 100, sure, that's pretty cool. But like,
I'm glad you brought that up. So there was a guy that came out of a coma. It's one of these movie cases. The guy's been in a coma for like 10 years or some shit. He says he remembered the whole time he could hear everybody talking in the room. He said his mom, who is dead now, when he finally came out of the coma, his mom is dead. But he remembers his mom being by his bed and saying, "I wish you'd die."
Oh.
I'm looking at an article right now that said that his family said that he could still communicate as recently as October.
Does it get darker than that, Taylor?
He couldn't talk on the phone, is what they were saying.
No, I thought I saw something from his family that they said he's.
I googled it too.
It
said he was nonverbal, so maybe he has good days and bad days. I don't know. Mine was from 11 months ago.
Oh yeah, he
Does
slays
he
at
have cancer
Pictionary.
or anything, or is he just old as fuck?
Say that again.
Does he have cancer or anything, or is he just old as fuck?
I think he's just old as fuck.
Yeah.
At that age, like you probably have all sorts of cancers just cropping up. Like you're 100.
Enlarged prostate.
Yeah, enlarged prostate. He's not coming enough. No one's his caretaker isn't beating him off.
I heard that 1 out of 3 men die of cancer. Is that true?
Hope so. That seems like a nice way to go, right?
That seems like a terrible way to go. Although in the world of ways to go,
so
would you rather? I mean, if you cancer or war, you have to pick.
It says 1 of 2 men will develop
You don't
cancer in their
specify
lifetime.
anything else.
1 in 9 men will die from cancer.
Half the people on this show have had cancer already.
That's right. We whooped its ass.
That's
Wait,
true.
really?
And yeah,
Yeah.
they had very serious cancer.
The
Kyle and
most
I both
serious
had
kind of
cancer.
cancer. I had
What kind of
eye
cancer
cancer.
did you have?
What is
Oh,
it called?
Basal cell
Basal cell
carcinoma.
carcinoma.
Did you
Also
when did you
known
go in
as-
for? Did you do a cancer screening?
No, I had a little mole.
He had to
on
put his
my-
tit in a machine.
my whole dick.
It's getting pushed flat.
God, that would suck. No, I had a mole on my eyelid. It was unsightly, and it started off being really tiny, and I even thought it was like a pimple that I needed to pop, or maybe a sty. But it was a mole, and it kept getting bigger and bigger, and I was like, I gotta get this thing taken off. It's gross looking.
Jesus.
And they were like, oh, don't worry. I see a lot of skin cancer, and this is not skin cancer. And I was like, sweet. And then like 3 weeks later, I'm with my dad at my house. We're like watching movies and stuff, and that doctor's office calls me, and they're like, hey, the doctor
So
would
it's
like
cancer.
he'd like you to come in. He wants to talk. And I'm like, you tell him to get on the phone right now. I'm like, you tell him to get on the phone.
Mr. Myers, sit down for this. You're gay.
No.
No.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that was rough. And
Oh,
so
wow.
I
You look
I,
like the leader of the Proud Boys guy.
Dude, he
I-
looked sick. Sick. I liked his eye patch look.
I've still got the eye patch.
Bring it back.
But yeah, they were. I got the doctor on the phone. He's like, yeah, it's fucking cancer. It's not the bad kind though, but we should get after it real quick because it grows quickly and it can metastasize. So I had to have a second incredibly painful eyelid surgery. This one was much more invasive. The first one, they just sort of shaved off the offending mole and left a huge wound. The second time, they had to cut a pizza slice out of my eyelid, and they had to cut like over here, like straight toward my ear, so they had enough slack to put my eyelid back together. Because when they take the pizza slice out of the eyelid, now the eyelid's not big enough to go back together. So that was excruciating. That
Moles
really
have
hurt.
these like little tendrils on the inside, right? Like it goes much further than the surface.
Yeah, I think the inner workings of the mole are a mystery to mankind. One that I don't intend to delve into anytime
Didn't
soon.
you
but I know they
remove,
went to work on me.
Didn't you remove a mole or a skin tag or something
did.
like that with nail clippers once?
I did. I was in New York City, and for whatever reason, that's when I noticed it. I was in New York in my hotel room, and I noticed that on my rib cage on my right side, I had a skin tag, and I had never had anything like that before in my life. I had to Google what it was, and it's just
I
like
have to right now. What the fuck is that?
it's like
a weird mole.
it's like a flat
Oh, I know.
mole.
Yeah.
It's like hanging off. And I was so disgusted by it being on my body that I got some nail clippers and I cut/tore it off my body.
How much did that hurt?
Pain's weird. I think the worst part was knowing I was about to do it to myself and like getting myself like ready
Getting
for
hyped
that.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, But there's
Was
something.
that before the tea?
Oh yeah, this is years ago. Yeah, this is years and years ago.
I bet the Kyle of today, having injected himself for a long time, would be more prepared to remove a skin
Just rip
tag.
it right off. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I just go to the doctor. It was the whole thing was I was in New York and I was going to be there for a week, and then I had another trip after that. I couldn't get to a dermatologist anytime soon, and I was genuinely disgusted by this thing on my body, so I took it off.
I want to tell my cancer story. So mine was on my nose, right where your glasses sit, like where the pad of your glasses would sit. And
Is it a mole?
No, it looked like a very small wound, like maybe a popped pimple or something. And I think I got it after sleeping in my glasses. So it was like kind of pressed against it.
Mhm.
And then it just wouldn't heal. It wouldn't heal for months. I had the most insignificant little wound that made it so I couldn't wear glasses and couldn't see as well as I wanted to. And it'd get like a little better. I'd wear glasses again. It would unheal. It just wasn't healing. And I went to the dermatologist for it. And immediately she's like, oh yeah, this is cancer. This is going to be cancer. I'm going to send it in, but let's book the removal of this because this is what I do and I can see that you have cancer. And there's a special kind of plastic surgeon who specializes in like nose cancer removal. Mm-hmm. And it was great. So they put you under or whatever, like a little under. They remove some. Literally next door, like 6 feet away from me, they test it to see if they got clean margins. They didn't. They took a little bit more, got clean margins, sewed me up with, and there's a plastic surgeon putting my nose back together. I was nervous because the swelling and such was grotesque. I think I missed one show. So you guys didn't see like the worst of it. Like I had it done on a Monday or something so I could have the maximum healing. And I was bruised and I didn't recognize myself. A swollen forehead, nose area changes your look to, I was somebody different than me. But you can't really see anything now. It's fine.
Yeah, you guys are both healed well.
Nose, maybe the crinkles aren't exactly the same as they were pre-surgery, but it's fine.
I raised a bunch of money for my cancer. How much did you get?
Oh, that's how I bought my Tesla.
Me too. Tesla bros. Imagine if we'd done that.
Wow, this happened like a while ago, but I literally had your story of ripping off a skin tag in my head while I did this. I like something like popped up in like the neck shoulder region, just like that was clearly like didn't belong there, to the point that like I looked over and I was like, what the fuck is this thing popping up? And I was like, oh, this is probably a skin tag like Kyle talked about. Maybe I should get nail clippers. Looked around, couldn't find my nail clippers. And so I was like, I bet if I just like use my hands, I can just rip this off of my body.
Why are you guys doing this? Is not good to do.
So what I did is I went into the mirror and I was like, yeah, and like ripped it as hard as I could. And what it like
blood like
did is it, the amount of blood all over me was insane. Like just, it was dripping down the front and the back side of me. And I'm like, all right, well, this is alarming. This is more blood than I expected. But I like ripped it off. And then I saw like that thing you were talking about, Hutch, where like, I guess there's like a stalk that like goes back in. So I degloved whatever it was and then threw and it wasn't like no, what I did next, yeah, it's so fucking gross. What I did next is I spent like 20 minutes in my bathroom being like, you're in too deep, get in there. And so I just kept ripping. I rip and tear until there was a clean, smooth feeling on my neck and shoulder area, or I guess more shoulder than neck.
Guy from Mold.
And I just ripped and teared, and then I was like, all right, this looks really bad. I went and took a shower. It stung a lot and I was like, okay, maybe I like took off a whole bunch of skin. Within like 4 days, there was no indication it had ever occurred. Like a day later, it was like, oh, there's a tiny little bump there. Maybe I didn't rip it all off enough. And then 2 days later, it's like, oh, whatever bump there was, that's gone now. Problem solved, as I say.
This is like a scene from a fucking David Cronenberg body.
Oh, I was going to say
it basically was. I was covered in blood in my own bathroom at midnight. I was high, and for no reason, like I was in my bathroom changing after a shower. Should have done this before a shower, and was just like, you know what, that thing right there. If I can notice it right now, other people can. If I'm shirtless,
are you still
this
on
is
your
getting
marijuana
done
journey?
now.
Because I feel like when I spoke to you last, you had just started smoking. Like you didn't smoke when you were younger.
Me?
You're thinking of somebody else.
Am I remembering
No, I started smoking in college, and I've smoked I'm 33, so I've smoked a good bit since then. I'm like a regular nighttime smoker. Like I don't wake and bake or smoke during the day, but like today, like I'm not going to smoke during the show because it makes me not as talkative, and that's not good for the product.
Do you get introspective and introverted when you smoke?
Definitely more so than when I'm not smoking. But I also am not like Kyle sometimes likes to get high in the way where he likes to get scared high, like, ooh, like get really high. I'm not like that. I like just a 1 gram cart from a local dispensary lasts me weeks.
Like 2 years.
Because I'm just taking a few hits every night, and I'm like, all right, that's getting me to a nice relaxed level. And I can tell when I've done too much because I'll start like thinking about like, remember when you called your 2nd grade teacher mom?
Yep.
And I'll be like,
what is a good high feel like? Can you put it into words?
Very relaxed, a little hungry, but mostly just
Uh-huh.
carefree. Like if there's a 0 to 10 level of high, I think I like to hang out around like 4. Like that's where I enjoy it.
The best highs were fucking in high school when you had no responsibility. You didn't know shit about the
I
world.
didn't do drugs in high school as a student.
Like I remember it just being so euphoric, and I feel
Of the
like
homeschool?
vision slowed
Still
down
didn't
to
do
like
drugs?
30 frames a second,
That I bet,
and
yeah.
and my body tingled and food tasted great. And then as
Snuck a
soon as I
beer
became
once.
an adult and I was like, oh, the world is horrifying, and like I'm really fucked up as a person. It really just was never the same after that.
Really?
So,
So,
how
with
would
like
you
regular
describe being high, Hutch? Like what you said, you get this. Did it do it for you? You get what when you're high?
Well, towards the I stopped drinking and doing any drugs for like the last like 2 years, so that's been
Okay.
different for me.
Big congrats,
But,
well done.
In my adult life, I would have like phases where it was kind of nice, but I would need alcohol to level me off because I would get this like existential angst, angst,
Oh.
like thinking about the nature of existence, and like I would get really deep with it, and I'd have like bad memories pop up. It just made me miserable.
What was
But
your
if I did-
method of getting high on?
the same kind of carts. Like by the end, I did like flowers, but the carts are just so convenient.
Yeah.
You can just buy them for like 30 bucks or
Cartman's
whatever.
vape,
And
right?
yeah.
Yeah, like a disposable
Cartridge.
cartridge.
Are you still doing the
Yeah.
ketamine stuff, or are you done with that?
I'm done. I would say the last time I did it was a year ago, something like that.
Did it give you a kind of relief that lasted beyond the treatments?
They say it does, but I guess what it gave me was introspection, almost like maybe therapy would. And then that introspection has relief afterwards. But I don't think it's a chemical change as much as it is like the change you get from taking a minute to figure out why you're feeling the way you are. And, like therapy would, that was the kind of change that I got from it.
Well, sometimes it's also just like with hallucinogens, sometimes it's also just having the experience of what some people call ego death. So like when you take a hallucinogen and you're having an experience, but it doesn't feel like you. And sometimes just having that experience of like putting the concept of you to the side and now you're this other thing, like that alone, I feel like can give you perspective. Because for me, LSD for sure mellowed me out. Like definitely mellowed me out. Like, cause once you
Long term.
because LSD is really intense. It's like 14 hours for me. And
Mhm.
and
Wow.
and yeah, it's like, bro,
That's
and
too
these-
long of a drug.
Did you do tabs?
I'd have these little rituals. Like I would always watch like Man of Steel for some reason. I would
Oh,
like
yeah.
acid at
Okay.
home and watch that, and it was just like this amazing experience. And, and like
pretty
a lot
funny.
of Marvel movies, and I'm just sitting on my couch just fucking. But afterwards,
Kevin
like, a lot of
Costner's
my-
like, no. You're like, come on, help him this time.
Esme would come home and I'd be watching Man of Steel, and she'd be like, "You're on fucking LSD, aren't you?" I'd be like, "Yeah." But no, it definitely there was benefits to it. I mean, it's all you definitely have to be careful. Definitely have to be careful with LSD. Like maybe hide your phone. Like maybe make sure someone's there to make
Really?
to like people fucking take LSD and then like jump out of hotel room windows. It's
Those are weak
really
people.
powerful.
With the I forget where I got the ketamine. It was somebody online like did it as a therapy way, and they would have music that you listen to. It's called binaural music. It's nothing I'd ever listened
binaural
to.
beats. It's when I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was new to me, and like the way you take the ketamine is you have these dissolvable tablets. You put them in your mouth and you hold it there for 7 minutes, which is a bit of an endurance test
And then
for
they
me.
give you an eye mask too, right?
They gave us an eye mask, and then I would use a weighted blanket. I had a scented candle, a dark room, like eye mask, of course, and
And your wife had to babysit you, right?
well, she did. I didn't need her, but she did. She was there in case. And the company like made sure like, all right, FaceTime. I want to see the person who's babysitting you to make sure you're actually doing it. FaceTime. I want to watch you take your own blood pressure before we do this to make sure it's all clear. And then they also like,
Which is good. It's good that they have those procedures, I think.
right. And they prescribed it, of course. They helped me figure out my dose. They they, were like, you're going to journal after this. So, get that set up, figure out how you're going to do it, etc. Because it's kind of like a dream where when you first wake up, you think that this is a core memory that is really burned in. And then shockingly, it can be gone 3 hours later. Your dream has just vanished. Mm-hmm. So you journal it and make sure that whatever revelations, I should say, you had during the trip, get the stick and you can reread them, which I do sometimes. It was really good for me. But I don't know. I really genuinely have gotten thicker skin over the years, but someone was like, stupid Woody didn't even take it right. And I'm like, what?
I did everything they asked.
I had professional guidance. Like, I think I took it fine.
I thought about it. I thought about doing it because I've had periods of what you would call treatment resistant depression that would last for like 6 months to a year and a half. And I had a little bout of that in 2022. I was dealing with like intense grief that I was burying with alcohol and stuff. And I was like right on the cusp of doing a consultation and stuff. And then I got clean and then just started adopting like much healthier stuff in my life. And then I was like much better.
Good for you, man. That's great. The world and my responsibilities. And one of the things that I took away from my trips was like, all right, let's cut down what's really your problem to solve. And, like, what does Jackie need? What does Colin need? Like, what does the home we live in need? What do you really actually have to do? You give these fuckers food, clothing, and heat. That's all that's the basics. That's all you need to get done. Like, and it just seemed like a much more manageable problem. Heck, one of the darn things I thought about on my trip that I saw recently is like, the roof is leaking. You've got to fix this. And when that, like, it was like, let's get this lockdown fixed. And now I got a new roof. Like, it was just like, let's figure out what the basics are, take the stress away from this. What seems like an insurmountable problem or a never ending insurmountable problem is actually something that like fucking everyone actually manages. You can do this.
Mm-hmm. Seems like you're a success story for the ketamine therapy. But also like, it seems like you went into it with much more of a utilitarian view than I can picture a lot of people going into it with.
Yeah. You would have to like lie to them if your intention was to have a good time, but that wasn't what my intention was.
Yeah. I feel like if you were trying to just do ketamine recreationally, it would be way less expensive to just, go on the dark web and buy it that way.
Oh yeah, get a little Special K.
With the ketamine treatments, it's like pretty expensive. If you want to do it intravenously, it's like $2,000 per session.
Yeah.
And if you want to do it at home, even, I think it's much less expensive, but it's still like amounted when I looked into it for like $400 per trip, and you do not need to pay that much for.
I think it was half. I think it was $1,200 for 6, and then the second time it was cheaper. And I don't know how that compares to what it would cost elsewhere. What did Taylor laugh at?
I was thinking about it. Reminded me of this story from like, this is probably 7 years ago now. And one of my close friends, the Marine guy, my Marine buddy, I've been friends with since we were like 4 or 5, that I've mentioned on the show many times. He was really into MMA, like mixed martial arts and fighting. And he started like doing amateur fights. And one of the fights, he was like, hey, Taylor, and like, our whole friend group, he was like, I want you guys to come and watch me fight. And I was, even before that, I was like, bro, like, you better fucking win, because I don't want to pay tickets to go see my good friend get shit rocked at some bar in downtown St. Louis, or some venue in downtown St. Louis, rather, that I don't want to go to because it's not the nicest, cleanest, safest area. And he was like, no, I've been training. And so we go, and the fight itself was incredible. He beat the absolute shit out of his opponent in a way that felt illegal. Like, and it only took 2 minutes until the other guy tapped out. It was like not even tapping out from a submission, tapping out from being punched in the head too many times.
Oh, you hate that.
And then there were like 10 other fights. And so my buddy came out, and then we had a big group of probably a dozen guys and girls hanging out, having a good time. And one of my buddies told another friend, he was like, hey, I've got ketamine. I've got liquid ketamine in this dropper here. I know we're all drinking, we're all starting to drink and everything. How about you want me to put some ketamine in your rum and Coke, whatever he was having?
Yes,
and
I do.
My buddy was like, yes, I do. And apparently it was like some bullshit dropper. Like, you're supposed to measure things out. Mm-hmm. And he was like trying to put it in the guy's drink like one of those essential oil dropper containers almost. And he's like, come on, get in there. And then like,
oh dear,
a significant amount of it came out, and he was like, well, that's probably fine. And so my buddy drank this stuff, and we didn't find out till later that my buddy who bought this stuff, the ketamine, got it off like Silk Road, like on the dark web. Like it wasn't like verified ketamine. And so my other friend who took it, drank it down, and maybe 30 minutes later, he was like on the floor of this venue, like unable to move, couldn't make sense, wasn't saying anything. And so me and another one of my friends there had to like carry him to an Uber, and he's a large fellow. And so it was an exhausting endeavor because I'm a few drinks in at this point. And so me and my buddy, we carry him in, we get him in the Uber. We have to give like explicit instructions to his Uber driver, like take him here and then, you know, text us when he gets there because he clearly isn't going to be cognizant. And so I'm going to have to call his girlfriend at their apartment when you get back. And then she will come out and she'll collect him and get him in there. And it wasn't until like a day or two later, because all of us were like, that's what fucking ketamine does? Like I have no experience with it. It turns out that my friend who bought it off the dark web had accidentally been or probably purposely been given GHB. Now GHB is the date rape drug. And so he gave my friend a wild dose of GHB and got him fucked up in like 20 minutes.
I think
it makes you pass out and it makes your butthole hurt.
It makes you pass out and makes your butthole. I mean, before I carried him out to the car, well, you know, but because who's going to tell?
That's just
technically that is I think technically that is a hallucinogen. People don't realize, but like
he said he couldn't recall anything. He said it was a total blackout of memory.
Took too much.
People need to respect hallucinogens. That's one type of drug that you need to respect. And there was a guy, was it Timothy Leary, the LSD guy from the 70s or whatever? I think it was he who was talking about set and setting. And so the setting that you're in is really important, and then also your state of mind. So like if you're in a shitty mood and you take it like in public, that can go.
I was going to talk about hallucinogen. Does that mean psychedelic, or is that synonymous?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But technically marijuana has psychedelic properties, but it's not the same thing as like mushrooms or
my marijuana doses are so small. I don't think I'm having the same experience that some of you guys have had. But the set and setting is the really big deal. That's why when I did ketamine, like as some people are like, I like to do it at the club. No. I am in a very controlled environment with my weighted blanket and my scented candle.
Yeah.
You know,
what scent?
It's vanilla, it's butterscotch. Like that's the family.
Bonfire.
Nice.
I got some stuff called some THCP the other day. THCA is illegal in Georgia now, I think, so they're kind of phasing it out slowly. Okay. It's probably that you can still smoke it. You can't like sell it though or something because they still sell it. Or they're like phasing out of it. Maybe there's a grandfather thing. In any case, THCP is in, and I was testing that out, and he was like, "Just take like 2 puffs a day." And I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" he's like, "No, it's 30 times more psychoactive than the THCA was." And I'm like, "Bullshit." But it's stronger. He's like, "Yeah," and it only comes in 0.5 gram fucking carts. And I was like, "God, that's bullshit." All right, give me like a handful of those. And I got home and I was hitting this thing like I normally hit stuff. This isn't it, by the way. This is some Delta 8 shit. This is pretty mild. But I was hitting that THCP, and it like hit me all at once. like I wasn't slowly getting higher and higher. I was just suddenly scary edible high. Like I felt like I had taken too many edibles, and I'm laying there on the couch with a thunderstorm music playing so that I don't freak out. And my girlfriend looks over at me and she's like, my girlfriend looks over at me on the couch. She's like, "Hey, I'm heading out. See you later." I'm like, "You're leaving me?
Don't leave me."
She's like, "Is anything wrong?" I'm like, "No." It was
me? No. Am I talking loud?
That was exactly it. I wanted her to stay at home so bad. I needed help.
They might ban all THC products in Texas.
Oh, damn, Texas. They need to move to the land of the free up here in Missouri.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is pushing for a full ban on the psychoactive drugs found in cannabis and other products. Senate Bill 3 would eliminate the ability to purchase THC products regardless of their THC content.
Boo hiss on that.
Do we have any vibe on whether it'll pass?
I mean, it's Texas. They're pretty. I mean, the legislature there is pretty conservative. So I don't know.
I mean, like legal weed passed here, and so I feel like it's just a matter of time elsewhere. And something I wanted to touch on or ask Hutch, like you said, when you would smoke weed, like it would make you want to drink after being high.
I had to because it was like maintenance. It would get rid of the anxiety. So
interesting.
That was like I was like self-medicating on top of self-medicating. So I would get to a pleasant state, but it was usually when it was like late at night, like I'm in my room and, you know, I smoked some little, like even Delta 8 would get me to the bad place sometimes. And if I just drank a bunch of whiskey, it would mellow me out. But obviously you can't do that every day.
Nothing like shuts down my, like, I remember like in college, like all through my life, like if it was a thing where it's like, all right, we're all going to go out and drink here. Like I knew I couldn't smoke weed before I went because weed would destroy any desire to drink. Like it would put you in a frame, or at least put me in a frame of mind where it's like, I'm already stoned and now I have to guzzle 10 Miller Lights or whatever to get a buzz. Like, oh man, this is, you know, I'm going to be out all day. I'm going to drink this much. How many calories is that? Like for me, like alcohol and weed are like or at least they're opposites if I do weed first. If I start drinking, like there's no problem adding weed in later. But like if I'm high, I want like Diet Pepsi and sodas and I want to overeat and like be a glutton way more than I'm driven to go to alcohol.
Yeah, it affects everybody differently. I'm jealous of the people that can, like, if they're stressed, if they smoke weed, it brings them down. Because for me, it was the opposite. Like if I was stressed about anything and I smoked weed, it would just amplify my stress. I would just think about it, racing thoughts, and I just couldn't calm down.
Yeah, it is. It does hit everyone differently because everyone has those friends. And I remember my buddies in high school and college being like this, where every time they'd smoke weed like 4 times a year. Which is like an amount of time for them to forget how horrible their most recent experience was, where like they'd be around. Pale. Exactly. Like we'd all be in a group and we'd all be smoking weed because it doesn't bother us that way. And they'd be like, oh, you know what? This is the time I'm going to enjoy it. And they'd take a couple hits. And before you know it, you look over, ghost white. They look absolutely panicked. And it's like, they're even openly saying like, why'd I do this to myself again?
Yeah.
I knew
some people, there's just something about weed that just brings out like a really bad place. It can actually like trigger, so like for schizophrenia, it can trigger latent schizophrenia. So some people have schizophrenia, but it never manifests, or they have the genetic makeup for schizophrenia and it never manifests. And then they take like one bad edible and they have a full on psychotic break. And so you do have to be careful with that. I mean, like I support cannabis products. I think like, people benefit from it a lot, but it can be, you have to just like, if it doesn't feel good, you probably shouldn't try to force the issue. Yeah. And it's doubtful that finding some other strain is going to make it better.
Like if you have a family history of schizophrenia, you're 100% right. Like it's a dice roll to get really into weed because it can just fuck you up if that's latent in there, and that's not something you want to tango with. That's
Hutch,
scary.
have you tried DMT?
No.
Me neither. I was hoping.
We got to get some DMT. Woody, I know where we can get some, or we know somebody who can get some. That's what I should say.
Oh, yes. I haven't seen that guy in months.
Are you joking?
No, he was on the Hangout the last time. You know who we're talking about, right?
Well, it doesn't matter who we're talking about, but there's a guy we all know who at any time could get some DMT.
You're telling me I looked at this person this weekend for 4 hours and didn't know who he was?
Well, like I could use. I don't. You're asking me questions that are going to narrow down who it is, and I don't want to answer those questions. But anyway, I also want to do DMT. Is the point? I've wanted to do it since I did LSD. I wanted to do LSD first. It's been a couple years now, but it seemed like that was the baby step to DMT, which seems like
Isn't DMT like a 5-minute trip?
But it's like way more intense apparently.
So the thing about DMT, from what I understand, I've seen people do it on like camera, like live with me, and I've seen videos of people doing it and such. And there's 2 different kinds of DMT, and I think they add a letter to one kind. I think maybe one kind comes from the toad venom, and one kind comes from like maybe like you create it in your kitchen or whatever in a lab. I could be wrong about that, but I remember seeing the guy smoke the toad venom version. And that's the guy who, remember Taylor, he's rolling around in that creek just saying, I love you, I love you, I love you. And they have to control him so he doesn't hurt himself.
Then he like throws up. Yeah, that looked horrible.
Looks horrible. That was smoke. That was vaping toad venom. I don't want
his
that.
knees were bleeding. Nobody was like keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, he was just he nearly drowned in that puddle. But we watched a guy in our there's a YouTube video. I'll link it to you later. It's pretty sick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But we watched a guy in our Patreon hangout, link down below. Come hang out with us. Do a vape that had DMT. And I tried to do like a guided experience, and it seemed to work. He said that he could see and experience what I was telling him to see and experience. Like I was acting like a dungeon master, basically. I was like, there's a waterfall, and you're looking up at it, and it's flowing over you, and the water's warm and golden. It's glowing golden. And he's like, wow. and he's very much, he looks like he's halfway in a coma. Like he looks silly. And at the end of his trip, he spit up like a kid. You know how like a kid will be like, and like spit up on themselves? He did that on himself. He basically vomited a little bit, like uncontrollably down his chin and onto his shirt. And then he kind of snapped out of it. And it was like, that was a wild trip. And I was like, holy fuck. Like, how long did it feel like you were gone? And he said it felt like he was gone for like 10, 15 minutes. He'd been gone for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, maybe. You know, so that's attractive to me.
It didn't help that Dirty was like, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
He said, you're on fire. You're on fire. You're burning alive. And I'm like,
nice.
Dirty.
like,
no, it was mean spirited. We didn't like that.
That was shitty.
I think he was inexperienced. Maybe today's Dirty would be better.
I don't think he knew the full extent of what we were doing.
No, he showed up late. He didn't get.
Although I got my revenge because I did LSD with Dirty in person in Colorado like a few months after that. And we gave him quite a hard time during his trip. Dude, we rented this place, and it was my first week being able to legally, like, off probation, basically. I've been on federal probation for years, and finally I was able to go smoke weed and like hang out with my friends. And we rented this place in Colorado, and we had like a theater room, and we all did LSD. I did like 4 hits of acid, and we played Fantasia. And Dirty's like smaller than us physically, like maybe 150 pounds or something at the time. And I guess it hit him extra hard, and he was afraid.
You did 4 tabs for your first trip?
Yeah, well, like at first I took 1 to make sure I wasn't gonna like hate the drug and the experience, and I immediately loved it so much. And there's 0 nausea, which surprised me because shrooms have this nausea that I hate about them, and I know that ayahuasca and lots of other things like that come with that nausea. I
had nausea and diarrhea every time I did LSD.
Felt great. And so like I kept ramping it up over the course of maybe an hour and a half. I was like 1 tab, wait 45 minutes. And I was like, I feel like I've stabilized. Like I'm no longer on the way up, but everything looks a little squiggly. Everything looks a little vibraty, but I'm not seeing any pink elephants. Give me 2, give me 3, give me 4. And when I got to 4, then I could see things. I couldn't see things that weren't there, but the things that were there that I was looking at did not look themselves. They were moving.
Your whole sensory experience changes. So I remember when I took it, there was a fan in the room that was playing and or that was running. And normally you hear a fan, it just sounds like a fan. When you're on LSD, it feels like you can hear the individual vibrations of the fan. It takes on a whole new kind of thing. And then when you look at things, like you look at a wall, you see a white wall, it's whatever. When you're on LSD and you look at a wall, it looks like the fucking Beatles song. It looks like a million diamonds. Like it looks like you're looking at like individual particles of things, and everything's waving and contracting. And
were the visuals why you enjoyed it so much?
It was a visual, but honestly, like things feel good. Like sex feels fucking amazing.
That's what I want to do next time so much. Yes. Yes, I feel like that would be awesome.
What else is good on LSD is because I've heard people say that eating. Food. Yeah, I've heard Kyle said he ate on LSD, but you and everyone else I've spoken to says that eating is disgusking because you feel you feel like every morsel and every tooth crunch or something.
Let me tell you, last thing I wanted to do when I did like some people eat like oranges, like something like nice and light or whatever. But
no,
I just gack myself out on LSD and like lose weight.
Maple bacon donuts we ordered from this really good donut place in Denver, and me and my boy ate these maple bacon donuts, and they were scrumptious. I remember being so I don't know. Like it was like I could taste every molecule on the acid. So it tasted better to me. And it was just creamy and crunchy and delicious and just everything I wanted in that moment. And I also, the setting thing, and people talk about, oh, you're going to have a panic attack. It's going to be a scary trip. I'll be honest. I was like, if you're going to do it. Bring it. Are you going to be bad? Oh, we're looking at something scary. Fuck me up. Bring it. There was a clown painting on the wall. I stared at it. I stared at that clown.
I hate that sober.
They had a rec room with like silly clowns on the wall and like foosball and a bunch of other shit. And you had to walk through the rec room to get to the backyard. We hung out in the backyard a lot. So between like den and backyard, back and forth, and that this creepy clown, and I just stared at him. I was like, "Freak me out, fucker! Bring
You're
it,
playing
bring
with
it,
fire,
bring it,
brother." You're
and
playing with fire.
he's all wiggly and shit. He's all wiggly and winking at me and shit. And I'm like, that ain't scary. That's funny.
I
feel like it would be healthy to allow Hutch to tell you the fire you're playing with here.
Well, no, yeah, I think I've told this story on this podcast, but like I had done it like 12 times. Like I was in 2015, the last like 3 months, I did a shitload of LSD. Like I didn't respect it at all. I was just fucking doing it recreationally. And I had really good experiences every single time. But the last time I got up to go to the bathroom and then I collapsed and everything, like, I don't know how to explain it, but everything looked like kind of puke. It was like beige and red. And in that state that I was in, I thought that I had died and gone to purgatory and I was going to be stuck in purgatory forever. And I had a deep conviction, like, I'm dead, I'm not coming back, and I'm just stuck. So it felt like I was kind of like in hell.
Jeez.
That was hell. Like,
how long did it feel like it lasted?
Fucking days. Like it was only like, I was only on the ground for like an hour probably. God. And I was calling out to my fiance at the time. I was just like, Esme. So there was a part of me that was like trying to, fucking somebody come help me.
That's crazy.
But it was
how much acid was that?
That was a 6-tab night. It was, it was a lot. So tabs are interesting. I've heard the dosage can vary. 6 is a lot. I wanted to ask you, because you clearly got way more I've done it once. Have you ever done like drops of acid? Like from a vial? No, I did gummies. Like I had this guy who would do the dropper on gummies and then you just eat the gummies.
I want the dropper in my eye.
Ew, why mix that?
Eye? Do people
I want you to put a dropper of acid directly on my eyeball.
That's a needless complication.
That is an awful idea.
That's so fucking hardcore. Just like in Mandy. Remember in Mandy where they put the eye drop of acid on her eyeball?
And then they got that big wasp. Goal you're going for?
And it's also not hardcore. If you were hardcore, you'd be smoking meth and robbing gas stations.
It's like in the Batman. In the Batman, the drug of choice in Gotham is eye drops.
Yeah.
No, I'd be down for that.
Don't put acid in your eye, you fucking lunatic.
Clearly goes in your butt.
Yeah, for my second time, I'm going to put it in my eye.
Because for me, it was, I felt fully in control of me. I'm in here, like my inner monologue is still there. And I'm like, oh, things are looking pretty silly, huh? It's because of all the drugs we did. Let's see what more silly things we can find. Ooh, I feel giddy too. And like that's my inner monologue. I wasn't out of it. I wasn't thinking I was anywhere I wasn't. I just remember searching for as many visuals as I could that would be altered by my state, as much as I felt. And that was
movies. Fun. Movies can be really fun. Like I watched Tron Legacy on acid, and I had taken the. It takes like around 30, 45 minutes to kick in, really, and it's just like. It kind of you just know when it's starting. And for me, the acid trip started when like he goes into Tron and like everything becomes digitized and there's this orchestral beautiful Daft Punk soundtrack, and I was like it can be a lot of fun. A lot of people like to be outside and stuff, but I really loved watching movies when I was.
How did you balance life with it? Like if it lasts 14 hours,
I was just fucking abusing it and not showing up to work, and it was not
Can you? Because I heard you.
Was it streaming?
Really,
is that work or was it
on
like,
it? Right?
Okay.
Like you can.
You can't sleep. Right? No.
So you're like locking in for like 14 hours of no sleep.
For most people, like the intense stuff ends like around 9 hours, but for whatever reason, my body was different. So like I was fully hallucinating for 12 to 13 hours, and then when I would come down. Like Kyle, I don't know if this was your experience, but like coming down for like 3 hours was so relaxing. Like everything was so not like smoking weed, just lying on the couch. You feel so good. You still can't.
I was
sleep,
smoking weed continuously the whole time, and it was like strong weed, and it was the first time I'd smoked weed, in years. So it was really getting fucking high. But it lasted so long. It lasted all night and into the next morning, and there was no like come down. There was no hangover. There was nothing. It was just like. I don't remember when I stopped being high, but I did at some point, and I was none the worse for wear. I loved acid.
Could you feel?
I want some acid now.
Could you feel the weed while you're on acid, or is it
definitely?
Because like acid just feels to me, and I've never done it. It feels like so much of a harder drug. It feels like it'd be like, oh yeah, I'm drinking a Bud Light while I just took meth.
To me, acid
may
was
as well
lighter.
be water.
To me, acid's lighter than weed. If you don't have any tolerance for weed would like bake you into a coma on the ground if you smoke too much. Whereas the acid, it felt like the more acid I took, the giddier and happier I got. I wasn't being doped up, and my sensories weren't being deadened to the point where I wasn't able to like get around and do what I wanted. It was the opposite. I was very happy to do anything and everything, and I was seeking out visuals. Like I linked that video. We would watch videos like that set to like techno, all sorts of like psychedelic shapes. But not Wizard of Oz, but what's the one where she goes down the rabbit hole? Dorothy.
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland. That was great. I'd never seen that before. Like
that was a good one. The old cartoon one, the old Disney one you hadn't seen.
Yeah.
No,
on LSD, it's very. Her dress is the most beautiful, like beautiful blue.
Did the Cheshire Cat?
When
the Cheshire Cat,
acid.
did he throw you for a loop?
Well,
when he popped up with those eyes in a spooky way.
That's what happened. Dirty got scared of the fucking movie, and we had to turn it off and like watch something else. Like that's what I was saying. Like he was kind of a downer, and you don't want to. You want to like take care of your buddies if they're having a hard time, but it's like
tough.
Yeah,
it's tough
Dude,
to do that.
Ruining
when
this for everyone.
Taking care of somebody else when they're having a bad trip is really tough because you're fucking tripping balls. You have to like. It's kind of a big responsibility because if someone is having a bad trip, it's like kind of like a crisis for them, and you have to.
So Kyle, I've heard you talk about Dirty's experience a few times. Do you feel like it was all genuine bad trip, frightened, scared, or was there some attention seeking?
That's what it felt like. Like that's why I was so mad, because in my head I was like, "Hey man, we're all on drugs," but you're like It felt like a white girl who had a couple Zimas for the first time, and she was like, "Oh, I'm so drunk. Can you believe it? Look, I can't even walk in a straight line. Look at me. Everyone, look at me."
Just playing it up. Yeah.
It's like, dude, just sit still and stop. Why are you giggling and kicking? And he was just on the floor writhing around. Like we're watching TV and he's writhing around on the floor. It pissed me off, but I was trying to be chill about it because we're all on acid. I didn't want to like freak anybody else out.
All right, Kyle. I have a social question. Genuinely asking this as a potential autist, so don't judge me too bad. I do this thing. I insert myself in that situation. I think what I might have done is just retired to my bedroom and created my like ketamine experience. Would everyone be like, "Woody's an asshole. He bailed on us," or would they be like,
"Yeah, that would have been super lame if somebody had left the group." So it's the situation as well. Like you have to be there to sort of understand. We're all in a cohesive group doing the same drugs together, watching the same entertainment. And if I had went to my bedroom is in the back of this room. I picked the bedroom that's attached to the theater room.
Okay.
Like it would be like I get out of my theater chair, turn around, take 6 steps, and open my bedroom. And like this is where I lived the whole trip. So it would have been super lame if I'd left the group. Plus, I didn't want to leave the group.
The most accurate, like on-screen depiction of a hallucinogenic experience like that is in Midsommar. They take mushrooms, and visually, what the director does is this guy named Ari Aster. He's a brilliant filmmaker. But
Taylor and I watched it recently. So
dude, that movie's so good. But if you watch that movie, they do a really good job of like, and it happens in subtle ways too. It's not very like. You have to kind of like squint your eyes and you're like, oh wow, that tree's kind of moving.
The breathiness of it, like I'm kind of much more than the rest of you, obviously. I'm a little spooked by psychedelics. Like I did mushrooms once in college, my freshman year, and only took enough. I knew nothing of dosages. I just had like kind of a skeevy roommate who had them out on his desk all chopped up, and he gave me some, and I took them, and like all I remember was like watching It's Always Sunny on my TV in my dorm room. Like I stayed in it was just like a Tuesday night, and I just like a slight breathing of the TV towards me, and nothing. That was the extent of it. Like maybe a slight feeling of levity, but I have this worry that I would freak out and wouldn't like it.
If you took more, mushrooms can be really intense. If you took more, then you would have. Like I saw fucking dragons when I took mushrooms.
Yeah, the thought of that.
How many times have you done mushrooms?
Scares me.
Just one time, similar story in college. Like I ran out of weed and I was so fucking pissed. And it was like, and my buddy had mushrooms. And I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll try it. And so I ended up like, and then as soon as I started tripping her and knock at the door, I opened the door and it's two buddies from high school that I hadn't seen since graduation. And I was like, come in, I want to let's talk. And I like took him into like one of the rooms and I was like, tell me about your life. I'm so interested. And then to this day, I don't know. There was one guy, I swear to God, he was making fucking funny faces at me the whole time. But it honestly could have just been me like hallucinating it because I kept on telling him, I was like, stop fucking making that face.
Do you know how much you took?
I took an 8th, I think. So it was like, yeah, a decent amount.
That's more than I took. Yeah, that's
somebody,
a really dose, right?
Somebody drug fluent. How many grams is that?
3.5.
That's funny. Okay, 3.5 is where I think they'd say that's where Hero's dose starts. Between 3 and 5 is like the full trip. Yeah. I've done it. I think I have a lot more. I think I have more experience than you guys combined with mushrooms. And I don't know. I just get really cuddly. I get affectionate and like chill and calm. It would be my experience. Is there hallucinogenic? It's a happy drug for me. The first time I ever took it, a friend brought it to a campfire, and I had a 1 gram, so like a third of what you had. And just jokes were a little funnier. Something about the smoke coming off the fire was more entertaining and kind of purplish compared to reality. Mm-hmm. And it was just a real chill, good, positive experience for me. A little bit nauseous, so that's a downside of it.
Do you know?
I'm realizing like the drug experience from college depends so much on whether or not you ran with like a mushroom psychedelic group of friends or a cocaine group of friends. And looking back, all my friends were cocaine guys. So like, nobody gave a fuck about mushrooms. They were looking for that.
I don't know what's real. Cocaine in my mind vibes is much more hardcore and dangerous. They scared us with that far more aggressively in school than they did. Yeah. Mushrooms.
Dude, that cocaine is the most overrated drug.
Yes,
it's the most overrated drug. I was expecting something so intense, and it was just like I got a little hyper for 30 minutes.
I wanted to sell our own brand, but the boys wouldn't get behind me. They said it was a bad look.
They said this is illegal.
No, it's not. It's not illegal. I told you, it's the flavor. It's the caffeine. Remember the caffeine?
We just have people snort horrible tasting caffeine powder.
No, you flavor it. All right, so here's the idea. You got these little bottles of powdered caffeine. It's
solving a problem that doesn't.
And also, it's powdered caffeine, and also in there is some sort of flavoring agent, and so it'd be like it taste, if you will, like or smell aced, like strawberry or whatever you wanted it to taste like. And there's already a product that's out there in the market, and I figured we just grab a little bit of their market share. I think maybe theirs is called booger sugar, or maybe that's what I wanted to call ours. I don't remember which.
I don't recall, but I do know that
cocaine is on the market that you can buy flavor.
Caffeine instead of it looks like cocaine, it smells like cocaine. You do it like cocaine, but it's caffeine.
Oh, I feel like it's one of the most misrepresented drugs because like we all grew up with like the movie Blow and fucking Scarface and so you're expecting and like Boogie Nights and so you're expecting like I was expecting something so much more and I was like, really? This is it? It's true that you don't want to stop. Like when you're doing it, like you definitely don't want to stop, but it was like I felt like I was lied to my whole life. I was like, this is crazy, man.
I remember like doing it with friends the first time, like having that same feeling where I'm like, man, cocaine, this is going to be so crazy. This is going to be like all those movies I've seen. And then I did it and was like,
is this even working?
Yeah. I was like, are you like, did I do it wrong? Did I snort it wrong? Because I have this horrible chemically post-nasal drip and all I want to do is like smoke a little weed and like have some more beer at this party. Like this cocaine is not doing it for me. But then it's clearly doing it for some people, because you have buddies, and I'm sure Hutch, you have a similar situation. People where like they really like coke, they go to a party and they're like, guys, tonight we're not doing cocaine, and it's like, brother, no one is even thinking about that but you. And then 45 minutes later, he's like hunting around, being like, you know a guy? Do you got a guy? And then they're like leaving the party to go meet up with some sketch ball to sell them cocaine and then come back. And if you've ever been around cocaine guys, they're not like weed guys in that, like, if me and Kyle, if all four of us were like, we're going to go buy some weed and smoke tonight, we'd go to a dispensary, we'd buy what we wanted, we'd go home, and there's a 0% chance that we smoke through everything we have. Like, we're going to buy enough. Cocaine guys, even when they're buying coke, are doing this thing where they're like, yeah, but like, we don't need like a whole 8-ball, like just a little bit, because we just need a little bit to like keep us going for the rest of the night. And then tomorrow, nothing. Then on the way back from the drug dealer, they've done all the coke and they're like looking up the same guy again to go back. It's not fun to be around cocaine guys. I don't like
fun to be around cocaine guys because they're like smokers, in that they have to leave our activity constantly to go do the thing that they are addicted to.
Mm-hmm.
So like at the casino, if you're playing poker, they have to go to the bathroom with another grown man every 7 minutes. And they want to know if you, a third grown man, want to attend the bathroom trip with them. And it's like, no, I don't. You have a problem.
No, that drug sucks and it's not worth it. You spent a ton of money to be like a little bit amped up for 20 minutes.
I've seen people like combine Adderall with cocaine.
Yeah, it sucks.
I've seen people combine Adderall with cocaine, and it's like, what, you're trying to have a heart attack actively. Like, that's your goal.
Well, if you snort Adderall, that will get you going. I snorted Adderall in college, and I just wanted to clean. Like, we lived in
That's what happened to me.
We lived in a 10-person suite. There were 5 girls on one side, 5 boys on the other side. The boys' side,
it's like Morgan from The Walking Dead.
The boys' side, there was like mold on the ceilings. And I remember there was one time I grabbed a mop and was mopping the ceiling, and my roommate turns a corner and he's like, Hutch? I was like, hey, Pat. And I clean, and it was fucking spotless, but I couldn't get to sleep until like 10 a.m. So it was like a shitty experience.
So if someone laced your food with Adderall, would you just start cleaning the house?
Yeah, you got to get that anxiety out.
I'm asking for marriage advice here.
When you snort it, it's like, if you just take it, it's like a slow release or whatever. But when you snort it, it's like you're fucking going. That was like way more intense.
So in her nasal spray, little cocaine.
Yeah. Was it like that blue powder from the IRs?
No, it was like a little white pill, whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Adderall.
Ooh, that would be the way.
I don't think I like uppers. I don't like any uppers.
I don't like them for fun time. Like if I were going to clean, or if I was like, I don't know, if I were part of if I needed to come up with an idea, if we were actively brainstorming about a thing, for example, oh man, let's go to the pharmacy real quick. I want some Adderall. Like it would be great for all those things. But if we're just going to like hang out, we're going to party even, I absolutely do not want Adderall. Like that seems so counter to what I think of as hanging out and having a good time. To me, that's chilling out, and that's beer, weed, mushrooms, maybe some LSD, but most likely something that's going to chill me out.
Have you heard that clip of Shane Gillis talking about like how he can't take Adderall if he drinks booze because like, and this is definitely a thing. Like if someone takes Adderall and then they start drinking heavy and hard, you can drink an insane amount of alcohol and they don't realize how fucked up they are, because mentally it's like an arm wrestling mental battle, but then they'll stand up and like their physical body is long checked out. And so they're like stumbling over themselves, unable to move. It's the same. They don't have the matching fucked upness you would expect from a drunk.
You'll put on your most impressive sexual performance of your lifetime on Adderall. You just give it 45 minutes. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the limit is your cardio. Cardio becomes a limiting factor.
So I'll last for 6.5 minutes.
Exactly. Triple normal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Coke and uppers make
not Adderall
take longer to come.
Well, I always say this whenever someone's like, I'm like, I take Cialis every day anyway, so who would know?
Yeah. Usually it's like start a YouTube short. We'll be done by the end. Joke's on you, babe. I already came.
I'm better at sex. I'm the one that came.
You definitely want to beat your shit when you're on coke. Because I had one night where I was beating my shit for like 3 hours. I was like, how is this even possible?
How is that even
nice?
it's
Nothing like getting coked
like,
up nothing like a coked up goon session, eh, boys?
That's what I did.
I've never done coke in an environment where I could just go jack off. It's always been in, like around people.
Taylor, we got so caught up with coked up goon sessions, we forgot to do the ad read.
Yes, we did.
I'm gonna feed my pets while you do that.
Okay, we're gonna hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors who hopefully do not listen to the preceding conversation. BetterHelp, folks. This episode of PKA is brought to you by today's sponsor, BetterHelp. So let's hear a little about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental, gotta take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique. But mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp.com. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It is not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all over the world. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. And also a special deal for all of our listeners, saving 10%, folks, off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That is BetterHelp.com/PKA. Again, that's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at betterhelp.com/PKA. Betterhelp.com, BetterHelp.com/PKA. 10% off your first month. Check it out. If you feel like you need to bandy about some ideas, some problems, some issues, and you don't feel like there's anyone you can talk to in your life, no family, no one you can open up to about that, could be very beneficial just to have an ear to talk to and maybe a sounding board of sorts. So check that out if you think it's right for you. And again, use code PKA for 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com.
It's like the gym for your mental health. Do it.
Yes, take care of yourself. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. And now in an improved formulation, more effective, easier to take. 9 pills. What are we doing? We're juggling 9 pills. A simple 6 pills? Who's even looking twice at that? And they're in a gel cap now. So aesthetically, they look nicer. All sorts of benefits, all sorts of nice things. Use code PKA or code JIZ to get yourself 10% off of Lock and Load, but it doesn't stop there, folks. You can also get 10% off of any of these pre-workouts. The Gorilla Mode Nitric, this is the one I like. It has no stim in it, no beta-alanine, so if you don't like that crawly sensation over your skin and you don't need extra stimulant, I drink my coffee in the morning and then that's all the caffeine I need through the day unless I have like a Pepsi later or something. And so I know there's a lot of people like that as well. So this gives you the nitric effect of the pump and doesn't have that annoying beta-alanine feeling. This is bombsicle, but if you guys are real G's, you're going to definitely go for the black cherry flavor. I think black cherry blackout, maybe it's called. The black cherry flavor is far and away the best one in my opinion, but Kyle prefers bombsicle, so you'll see. But also dream supplements, weight loss supplements, anything you need, protein powder, use code PKA or code JIZ and get 10% off of any of those products. And also use code PKA10 to save 10% off any of our sweaters, hoodies, mugs, stickers, t-shirts, anything you want to check out at our store. Be sure at checkout to use code PKA10 and get 10% off that. A lot of you guys don't use that code, which is totally fine. That's 10% more for us, but there is a code if you guys want to use it. So buy yourself a shirt. It's high quality stuff. I insisted they shipped it all to me first, and now I wear it all the time. So give it a go. You'll like it. I've washed it. I've washed the t-shirt they sent me like 8 times now, and zero wear, zero tear. It's not one of those trashy screen prints that just falls right off. So check it out. Code PKA10 for any of our merch. And back to the show.
Right.
So we were talking about gooning on coke.
I feel like we need to talk about politics at least once.
Oh,
ooh, we can.
okay.
I'm going to pee when Kyle gets back, but you guys can kick it off starting there. But I wanted to ask did you have just one major coke goon sesh or a few over?
Yeah, that was the last time I did it. I was home alone, and I had a little bit of coke, and I don't even remember where I got it. I don't do cocaine. Like I don't know. I have no idea where I got it. And then it was like 4 or 5 hours of gooning, bro. It was a lot. It was too much, and it hurt the next day. But
4 or 5 hours of goon. I bet that load was a winner though.
no, by the end, it's just you're shooting blanks. It's nothing. It's like I couldn't, like my dick wasn't even fucking hard by the end of it. I'm
So
like, what am I even doing?
So you were coming over and over. I thought you were like on a 5-hour goon where you finally came at the very end.
No. It was that, but it was like the refractory period, I guess, for cocaine. It was like 5 minutes, and I was like,
hell yeah.
But,
well, I guess I'm already coked up. Time to goon. That's so funny how like that is a universal thing with like meth, coke, stimulants. Is there something about it that dudes just end up like, well, I gotta do something. I gotta have my hands busy. I guess I'll beat off for 5 hours.
Fully degenerate goon session for several hours until you run out of cocaine. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember like maybe once having a jack off session on like Adderall in college, but it was more an issue of like, why the fuck can't I come? Like just because everything is so numb and just wasn't worth it. Wouldn't recommend, folks. Wouldn't recommend gooning on stimulants.
That's like Molly. I feel like Molly has this stereotype of like people do it and they just all they want to do is have sex. But my dick, you couldn't hold it up with a tongue depressor. When I was on MDMA, it did not function at all.
Yeah, so. I'll rip on coke. Every time I've done Molly, I've had a blast. So that was.
Did you fuck when you were on Molly, or did?
No, I was at it was like 2010. I was at a Skrillex show, and I took a bunch of it and was like just vibing, just dancing in a way that I never would have sober, probably making a total fool of myself. And I was having like just so much fun dancing around on Molly. It was great. Yeah, that was like, the only way and I never felt like I wanted to do it. Like it was a drug that like I woke up the next morning and was like, that was so fun. But no part of me was like, I got to get more.
Well, it's diminishing returns too. Like if you do it 2 days in a row, you're not really going to feel much the second day. But the only way you're going to have a bad time on Molly is if you take too much, and then you get like it's a lot because there's some amphetamines in there, and so. But it's like definitely the happiest. What'd you say?
I took 3/10
of a pill.
Of how it was literally that my friend bought it, and it was in like shards.
Oh, and crystal then forms or whatever.
Yeah, it was in crystal form, and then
tastes
I just like tasted like shit, and I just like drank a soda to try and wash it down real quick. So I guess like the dose was literally what I like put out my hands like Oliver Twist, like please sir, and he just dropped some shards in my hands. And I licked it out of my hand, and
it's hardcore.
It tastes so bad.
It did.
So
I was fucked
chemically. It tastes like you're drinking Windex.
Yeah,
what it tastes like.
In retrospect, like if I could like see the version of myself doing that now, like as a ghost of Christmas past, I'd be like, stop that. What are you doing? You're licking drugs out of like your known sketchy friend's like hand.
Dude, I'll lick it out of your hand.
Smoke weed out of an apple.
Like that. Like,
or
like
cocaine or whatever.
You're not going to lick it. I am.
Anyway, yeah, that was good times. Won't do it again though. Too old for that.
So I wanted to ask you guys about. Wait, we should wait until Taylor gets back because I want to ask you guys about Trump. Yeah.
Oh, yes. It was quite a time. I guess we'll wait for Taylor to get back.
Tell me what your election night was like.
So Woody and I had a small wager, and we like doubled the wager leading up to it. And I thought I'd lost. I thought that Harris was going to win on election night. I believed that Iowa poll that came out that showed Trump ahead. And I thought that was a bellwether for the rest of the nation. I thought that was going to be the telltale sign of the way things had reacted.
Everybody was saying that.
I thought it was
even like Nate Silver. Like Nate Silver was saying, like, I don't know about this poll, but I don't want to bet against Ann Seltzer. And then he won by like 17 points in Iowa. It was insane.
Yeah, I thought if he's down 3 in Iowa, God, he's probably also that in Georgia. He's probably does he win South Carolina? I thought it was going to be a bad night for Trump. And so I was watching like cop videos, like the rest of the boys were in their WhatsApp, like going around and around, and they're like, it's not bad. Trump's okay. He's won the red states, and oh, look at this. It's kind of tight here and there, but it's early. And then as it slowly happened, I tuned in and started micromanaging it. And
we started to see pretty early on, actually, because there were trends that you were noticing where it's like, Kamala seems to be like 6 points behind Biden in this one county in Pennsylvania. And there was little stories.
They kept telling me that at first Kamala was going to be ahead. I think they called it the blue mirage, something like that. And then after that, the red wave would come because they had pre-counted, like Pennsylvania, for example, the mail-in votes where she was expected to do better. And when that blue mirage was her either like down or up by like 0.1%, that wouldn't hold up. They called it a
firewall, I think.
Okay. I heard something different. But anyway, it was like, oh, shucks, this isn't the good fast start that Kamala was supposed to get. And when the rest of the results come in, it's not supposed to get any better. So it was, I wanted to cope pretty quickly. It was like, all right, so she's not going to win North Carolina and run up the score. All right, she's not going to win Georgia. There's still the blue wall up there, right? The 3 Rust Belt states. Yeah. And then when they started looking ugly, it's like, just stop torturing yourself. Come back tomorrow when you know.
I felt like it was, I was confident when I saw just the numbers at the blue wall. Even early in the night, I don't know, maybe we'll call it 7 p.m., 8 p.m. or something. It was tight in all those places, and it was like she needs to do some special things to win. It was her paths to victory, if you will, were literally shrinking, and it was like she's got to win now. She has to do this, that, and the other, and Trump just has to do this and that. And it's like, well, he's gonna do that. My God! And it was like, here it comes. Here comes the montages of they said he wouldn't, but they did. Here they come again. And now that's all my algorithm does. It's just nothing but election night montages. I've watched every reaction from every network head. I've watched YouTubers' reactions to it. I watched Destiny to stream. He had a whole panel with him, and slowly, the realization he knew early. He was like, this bad.
I heard Destiny talk about it, and so he was like, "It can't be this bad. Show me Pennsylvania. No, take that down. Show me this. Show me that." He
was joking when
he was. That's where I was headed. So Piers Morgan was like, "You had quite the freak out." He's like, "Well, I wouldn't put it like that. I had an 8-hour show. I knew pretty early on that it wasn't going to go our way, but there's still the show must go on. You get it." And Piers, to his credit, who I normally don't like, was like, "That makes sense to me."
Yeah. But I saw every network's, slow realization, because early on in the night, the storyline was, what we all want to know is, will Donald Trump accept the election, or will he try to declare a victory long before, all the votes are tallied? Will he wait until he is just ahead and be like, I won, call it off, stop counting the votes. They were worried about that.
He was calling fraud before the votes started counted or came in. And
certainly was.
And then once he liked the results, suddenly these are legit. There's
Didn't
no more
need to
fraud.
investigate the Pennsylvania fraud. Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
He has character issues.
Yes, he does. But he's the greatest winner of all time. He's the most powerful man in the world again. All of his legal problems go poof. And he's still married to that smoke show. It's hard to vote. It's hard to go against old Donald Trump. He just keeps on winning. At least he does. I don't know if we will. I'm hopeful for the country. I'm hopeful that with full control of Congress and the Supreme Court as it is, that he'll be able to get some of his stuff done.
So that's what I wanted to ask you guys about. So the big promises that he was making early on was he's going to cut people's energy bills in half. Are you guys hopeful that he's going to be able to do that?
No, of course not. That sounds like a
Did he say that?
Like a crazy statement he made. Half price energy and a pony for everyone. That's
$2 gas.
Ooh, hope so.
Are we thinking
that'd be nice? I don't see that as a possibility, but yeah, that would be good.
Lower grocery prices.
Sure, in some instances.
Prices won't. We won't have deflationary economy.
Yeah,
and
but
we don't
maybe,
want it either.
Of course.
He said he'd end the Ukraine war before inauguration. Are we hopeful that's going to happen?
Oh, he's working on that one.
I would love to see the Ukraine shit ended as soon as possible. I don't see any way that it happens before he's inaugurated, though. And maybe I'm being cynical, but
they're inching toward it. They like clearly like all the parties see what's going on. That war is going to end now because of Donald Trump. And it will be a victory for him, because allowing the war to continue would be seen as a defeat. So he will end the war.
But also, like, there's the negative that, like, even if he pulls us out of the Ukraine nonsense, which I'm in favor of, the more I see people he's nominating, like, there's a lot of like Iran war hawks in that group, and that gives me pause. I don't like that.
Before we leave the Ukraine topic, it is easy to end that war. All you need to do is surrender. The war is over. Just lose. That option, quitting, is always on the table. And it appears that a victory for Trump is a victory for Russia. That's his strategy. He's just going to let Russia have anything they want. He doesn't give a darn about Ukraine. And there we go.
So I think what they'll need to do. Well, he's not quite as tied up with them as the Biden crime family, I know, but I think he will want to end the war in a reasonable kind of way. My prediction is that it depends on where they draw the lines, right? Because apparently we're going to redraw the lines of two countries when this thing is over, no matter who wins. And so they're going to have to agree on some new border. But the real thing is Zelensky wants him to be a member of NATO, because he wants to say, okay, I'm sure he would say this, I'll give up all that, but in return, I want a forever peace. Not like in 94 or whenever it was, when I gave up all my nukes and you guys promised that I wouldn't have any trouble out of Russia. Not like then.
Not that time I gave you Crimea and then you just invaded me a few years later, right? Like, Russia will absolutely, if he doesn't get in NATO, just invade them again. They've done it twice already. It's not like this is a wild.
And part of the reason he invaded.
Hang on, let me say this.
Sure, go ahead. Sorry.
It's exactly like when we fight wars in Civ, and you invade quickly, you grab some land, and then you're like, yeah, I'll make peace. Because why wouldn't you want peace? Now you get to freely move all your troops up to their border and poise yourself for the next war. As soon as it's convenient for you, it's in their best interest to seek a peace. If the next war is just whenever they're ready again, in 4, 5, 6 years from now, when they're ready to take the whole thing next time. So they're going to need to be a member of NATO, or they're going to need to have their own nukes, which they're fully capable of, like, loading their own nukes and being a nuclear power, I'm sure, in a month or two. That's where a lot of the Soviet Union's nukes were made. I'm sure they didn't just throw all that shit away. It's got to be one of those, right? It's either they get Article 5 protections or they get nuclear weapon protections.
Well, this assumes that he's gonna. So ultimately, it's Congress that decides where this aid goes, and so right now in the House, they're poised to have the smallest majority since 1930. I think they only had a 5-seat majority, 215 to 220, and Trump nominated 3 people that were serving in the House of Representatives. Absolutely. So right now they functionally will only have a 2-seat majority. Now those seats will get replaced or whatever. But there still are a lot of Republicans that are sympathetic to Ukraine, support those aid packages. So there's a really big question mark around how cooperative this Congress is going to be. Like, even in the Senate with some of these Senate confirmations.
Can I tell you why? They're going to be very cooperative. Elon Musk is the dark horse fucking Joker wild card to end all political wild cards. They will primary your ass if you don't get behind this MAGA agenda. And whether you can go on and on about how close the election was, mandate is the word on every lip in the nation, and that's what they're going to.
They can believe that, but I mean,
can you tell me if this is true? Like, I saw that not a single county across the entire country moved left. Meaningfully.
I saw the map. I've got it somewhere. Like there's a very cool map that color codes every county, and it shows the last 3 or 4 elections, though. So you can see counties that went like Trump, Biden, Harris. That did not happen once.
Yeah, like I didn't. Or maybe the number was like there were no counties in the country where Harris performed better as a Democrat than Biden did in 20.
They gained
there were no increases anywhere.
It was only steps backwards.
This is a really
sure,
weird metric to use to put your thumb on the pulse of the country, right? Like a county could be 72% Democrat, it slips to 71, and they're like, that's a Trump win. Look at how they're shifting in his direction. It's a mandate. Listen, Trump won by 1.6%. That's an actual metric you could use to gauge his popularity. He got less than half the vote and 1.6% more than Kamala.
I mean, but like I'm not trying to be contentious, but like to say that it's meaningless that every county in our vast and enormous country performed worse for the Democrats in this election than in 2020, like is indicative that voters are not pleased, or Democrat voters rather are not pleased with the direction of the party.
These things matter, obviously. Like, so it's impressive that a Republican won the popular vote for the first time since 2004. And if you're the Democratic Party leadership right now, you for sure want to figure out how to like stop the bleeding and make up some ground. But when we compare it to 2008, for example, that was a 60-seat majority in the Senate. That was like a 50-seat majority in the House and the presidency, and a landslide. Electoral college victory.
If only they had more Obamas.
If they want to, like they have control of government, they have a full trifecta, and so like they're in charge right now, and so they can use that power however they want. If they overstep, typically voters punish incumbent parties when they're perceived to be overstepping, and which is basically every single time. And so
I think you can get a decent read looking at some of like the major issues though, like most people, the majority are in favor of mass deportations. Like we want illegals out of the country. And that's something that
people are going to hold that. Do you think that people are going to hold that opinion if prices go up, for example?
Some will, some won't.
I mean,
I think that you're going to. I think you're going to see a number of. I think there are going to be some short-term hardships, and I think people are okay with that if there's a way out or there's a plan. I felt like with Biden there was no plan, and there was no sort of like we're going to get rid of these people and we're going to have to adjust to it. There was no talk like that, and I mean it was Musk, but that's exactly what Musk said. Is like there'd be some short-term hardship throughout this thing. He was talking about tariffs in particular,
called it like shock therapy,
but I don't care what it costs. I don't care what it costs to secure the border and to make sure that we know who's coming into this country, and we stop the literal invasion. The literal invasion of millions
the border issue is separate
and millions
from the,
of people.
Illegal immigration issue. I mean,
no, they're very intertwined. Like illegal immigration is allowed to be a huge thing because the Biden administration, illegal immigration and a lack of border security, like those are inexplicably linked or inextricably linked.
Though, illegal are here overstaying a visa, and I feel like what Republicans do is conflate the issue at the border with they conflate like our asylum laws with illegal immigration. So when we talk about like the asylum laws, we have laws on the books that if somebody shows up and they request asylum and they meet a certain criteria, they are afforded a court date. And our system is so backlogged now that oftentimes they have to wait 5 to 8 years before they get a court date. And while they're waiting for that, they're allowed into the country. And I feel like a lot of Republicans are calling that like those are illegals flooding into the country.
It is. It's like you don't want them here. Like the remain in Mexico policy. Like don't like the idea that you let in hundreds of thousands or millions of people and go, we'll get to you in 10 years. Meanwhile, those are the laws take WIC, take Medicaid, take housing vouchers. Like, no, like that's an absurd cost for the American public to have to foot.
I have a stat because you said that the overstaying of the visas was a higher number. It was 850,000 overstayed in 2022. There were 2.7 million illegal border crossings the same year. I mean, that's just the border. That's just the border.
Your data here,
that's a huge amount.
Department of Homeland Security.
And this is one of those things that the left loses on.
Real quick though, like the asylum laws were on the books when Trump was president. Like he talks about catch and release. His administration did the same thing because you're legally obligated to do that. The bipartisan immigration bill that was negotiated actually addressed those asylum laws, tightened them up, hired more border security agents, hired more judges, hired more lawyers to adjudicate these claims, and they ultimately wanted to reduce the time from 5 to 8 years to 3 months. And Trump was the one that spiked that bill. So,
yeah.
Hey, Hutch, I have a question about that bill. So I think that bill would have been good for America. If that same bill comes up during this Republican-controlled government, do you think it passes? Will they just flip because now it's a Trump accomplishment? Exact same
That
bill.
would be hard to defend because they were making a big deal of the fact that it was like, so it was written that you could shut the border down if you averaged at least 4,000 people showing up, not crossing illegally, showing up and applying for asylum. If that was 4,000 for 7 days in a row, then they would shut the border down automatically or gave DHS the authority to do that for 2 weeks, I believe. They made a big stink about that. And so they may do a similar bill and then bring that number like way down. I don't even know.
If he were to try and push that exact same bill as some Trump accomplishment, I would decry that as stupid as well. Like the whole point of that was, most of that was boondoggle spending for Ukraine and foreign countries. Like a huge amount of it.
That part still got passed.
Spending. That part still gets passed. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
The money laundering part gets passed.
The immigration part we couldn't pass. But
the issue, I think,
we're skipping the fun
part. I
think
that Democrats and the left is losing a lot on this immigration issue because it's very popular to deport illegals and to protect our own border. And when you see a lot of like mealy mouthing, no, it's popular among the American public survey wise.
Right, I have numbers on that. I looked it up. I was curious if Taylor was right. Let me just go real quick, Hutch. 54 to 42 in favor. So those are the numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's a winning issue for the right because I don't even see this as necessarily partisan. It is in our situation, with our current structure, but like, the desire to protect your country's borders is the only thing that makes a country a country. Like otherwise you're just an open economic zone. Like you need to take people who are here illegally, many of them benefiting from housing vouchers, Medicaid, free school. They're not a part of the system. So they're not paying in a lot of ways and they're taking a lot out. And that's a huge negative for America.
Are you saying illegal immigrants are getting Medicaid?
Illegal immigrants do qualify for Medicaid. Yes. They qualify for Medicaid, housing vouchers, and WIC, which is like free food at the grocery store.
What's the fun part we're missing, Kyle? You said
they're going to start building the deportation camps in Texas soon. Texas has already offered the land.
No bullshit. No camps. Straight back. Not even.
You got to like.
Not a big bada boom.
You got to sort them, Taylor. You got to figure out where to send them. You can't just send a Somali to Nicaragua.
This is
the language,
Kyle. This was my idea that we send them all to our enemies. We send 20 million South Americans.
Go back a little bit because illegal immigrants don't qualify for any federal aid program, including Medicaid. So there are programs like Medi-Cal, like state-run programs, and each state can determine if undocumented migrants can qualify for these programs, but they don't qualify for food stamps. They don't qualify for Medicaid. They don't qualify for Medicare.
They qualified for those free flights that flew that illegal from New York to Georgia. And he's the guy who killed and tried to rape Laken Riley, right? Like that.
This is where we're talking past each other.
Illegal immigrant like plane voucher program.
So yeah, they do they have all sorts of vouchers for housing and whatnot. So what you're referring to, what you're referring to is like they don't get full Medicaid coverage, but they qualify for what's called emergency Medicaid, meaning that any sort of emergency service, which is genuine anytime you show up to the hospital or whatever medical service you need, that is covered. Like if you show up and you need a surgery and you're an illegal, that's taken care of, and we foot the bill.
That has to be. Here's why I like that. And I don't like generally giving stuff to non-citizens. Like it's my overall stance.
What side is this from real quick, Zach? I'm sorry.
Hang on, let me hear what he likes.
If someone goes to the hospital in dire need of medical care, they should get it, right? Kyle could show up there and his wallet's not in his back pocket. We can't be like, fuck it, let him die. I haven't verified his citizenship. Like people should show up and get care, and then we can sort out the bills afterwards. Because I'm thinking, how many times have I like been in the water, been in the sky without a wallet? Right. So I hear the joke, but like you can't deny medical care before we've sorted out all that stuff.
I agree.
Like, who's your insurance provider? Okay.
Right?
Well, but I get what you're saying, Woody. And like, if someone shows up wounded or whatever, you have to take care of them. It's just inhuman to do otherwise. But what we can do is like not subsidize behaviors that incentivize people to come here for the end goal of getting free things. Like this is literally Bernie Sanders' position from the late 80s, where they asked him, is universal healthcare a possibility in the US? And he was like, yes, universal health care is entirely possible in the United States, but we must have a secure border and deport illegals, because otherwise the money put into this fund will be spent on non-Americans and not Americans themselves.
You turned into Daniel Day-Lewis from
I don't like I'm telling you, I agree with like Bernie's position from the late 80s. Yeah, I want universal health care. I want that funded, but you can't have a robust welfare state that doesn't have strong borders. I don't know
where you're getting this idea that illegal immigrants are massively benefiting from our social welfare programs. The Cato Institute, which is like this right-wing libertarian group, did a study on immigration.
Libertarians love illegal immigration. Are you serious?
A few years ago, and they determined that even illegal migrants, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't do anything to enforce our borders. That's not what I mean. But I'm just saying, like,
the debit cards.
The debit cards are no; those are for asylum applicants. So they're
anyone can claim it. Anyone
can
claim asylum.
We all say that shit. Well, that's our point.
But you have to change the asylum laws to fix that problem. That's not.
Yeah, and
we're about to.
That's an asylum law.
So we should change those laws because we're being taken advantage of.
With these asylum seekers /
libertarians like immigration and illegal immigration.
I think that 1% of them are actually real asylum seekers. I think they all are going to get scooped up with a big
I agree with you that our asylum laws
I hope we use the military. I hope they send in the goddamn National Guard into communities. I hope they like fence them in the same way that you like flush game from the woods out into the open and then you like scoop them up. I hope that happens.
For asylum applicants?
All of them. Any of them who shouldn't be here.
Those people are in the country legally.
Be here.
How are you going to deport someone that is
scooped,
no. Asylum applicants are not
and
here
mailed
illegally.
Away.
They're not here illegally because we have laughable asylum laws.
Yes, that's why they tried to pass the bipartisan immigration bill that reformed our asylum laws.
So if we could, this is just like a thought experiment kind of question, Hutch. Like,
yes,
if you could press a button and every illegal immigrant is immediately deported to their country of origin, would you do it?
No.
Okay, so then we kind of hold on. We kind of just solved the whole conversation here, didn't we?
What else can the button do?
But
wait, I want to hear Taylor's answer. Do you think it'd be better? Do you think America would be a better place if we instantly lost those members of its population?
100%. Yeah, if we got rid of all illegals, suddenly the cost of housing goes down because the demand is lower. Suddenly the price that you're paid for middle and lower class wages increases because there's not this supply curve of infinite labor coming from the third world.
Size?
Like you want to talk classroom size, the pressure on our medical system, like all of these things would be alleviated immediately. And so the idea that you so you're saying like, Hutch, what I'm hearing is like, oh, we can't deport them because of this these asylum laws, this, that, and the other. But then when push comes to shove, and I say, if you could remove this issue entirely, and not in some cruel way where they're kept in cages or something, just immediately magically deported, you say no.
No. Yeah.
Okay, so you have a political vested interest in these people pouring in.
No, I think there's a middle ground here. I feel like when we're talking about violent people who commit violent crimes, I have no problem deporting these people. My heart's not gonna bleed for them. When you talk about the economic consequences of getting rid of what you guys say 10 to 20 million people that are here illegally, that will cause inflation 100%. And so when I say that people support mass deportation programs on paper, this is what I mean. So like, let's say Trump is actually successful and he deports 10 to 20 million people. And then people go to the grocery store and an avocado costs $6. I really doubt that support for mass deportation is going to stay at 54% at that point. People say that they want to value like protection, like they like protectionist economic policies like tariffs because it's going to supposedly like cause all this like boon and domestic manufacturing. But the cost of the tariffs and the cost of this mass deportation, it will cause the price of goods and services to go up. And the MAGA theory is that people are going to value this whole made in America thing and protect our country. What
about 2018? 2018, Trump rolled out an enormous amount of tariffs, and the criticisms you're levying now are the same that happened then, where it was going to cause it was going to cause an enormous amount of inflation. Unemployment was going to be a problem, and none of that happened. What it did was actually bring a bit of manufacturing back home, and like. The problem with the tariff evaluation is Trump will say something like, "We're gonna tariff Mexico at 3,000%, we're fucking them over, folks. And then people, analysts or journalists or whatever, will look at that absurdly high number that he's using as a negotiation tactic, and then they will extrapolate data from the assumption that that is where the baseline will be, and that's just not an accurate way to look at those situations.
Well, I'm just taking him at his word. His proposed policy was universal tariffs, like 20% on all imports coming into the country. That will cause prices to go up. And we'll see how much, like American Apparel, I think they did an experiment where they had some of their clothes that were outsourced to other countries. Those were cheaper, obviously. And then they introduced a line of clothing that was purely done made in America. Those costs were higher. And people overwhelmingly rejected the second choice.
Do you think that it's worthwhile to have do you think the lower cost potentially of like American Apparel, just as an example, not that that's the extent of it, is like worthwhile in keeping like a permanent borderline slave class around to do these things? And meanwhile, these borderline slaves are doing work for free, and that's also lowering wages for Americans that would otherwise. What do you mean?
So like NAFTA, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we have free trade agreements with many countries that don't.
Yeah, I don't like the free trade shit. That's part of what I'm saying is like, yeah, we're getting free cheap shit from
consequences of free trade. People prefer lower prices. They do.
They do, but like it's not worth it to maintain that so we can get cheap plastic shit that's low quality from China.
It's not worth it if you don't
Ideally,
do enough to
it would be better to have manufacturing.
So there are failures of like neoliberalism. There are failures of trade agreements that outsource manufacturing jobs and products or whatever to different countries. And then you leave these communities, especially like concentrated in Appalachia and the Midwest, like a lot of these cities became destitute because all these jobs were sent offshore. If you do a trade agreement, but you don't do anything to like remedy that suffering, then there are obviously going to be problems. And so if you're like,
that's what we're running into.
There are really good consequences of free trade. Like some countries just, they have much stronger industries when it comes to like agriculture or manufacturing or like different countries. I don't see why we should have to settle for
free trade. Yeah. No.
Free trade is a bad deal for us.
I feel like
free trade is the reason why the abject poverty, global poverty has.
Sorry, I've been waiting longer though.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
It's been no.
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you want to go instead? I can take.
Fuck no.
All right. So my issue with free trade is this. It makes your country bad and uncompetitive. We've seen it already in practice in the extreme in Russia. Russia had protection. Wait, I think I said it backwards. My problem with protectionism is this. It makes your country bad and uncompetitive. When the wall fell around Russia and we finally got to see inside, they looked 40 years behind us in terms of technology. We thought Russia was our peer. And then we get there and we're like, holy fucking shit. Look at their cars. Look at their agriculture practices. Look at their manufacturing practices. Look at what communism has done to this country and how people aren't working and being the best they can be. And they didn't have to, because their employment was guaranteed and everything was locked in and they really weren't competitive with anywhere else. So they just had a shitty country that didn't produce anything good and was uncompetitive with the rest of the world, and they collapsed and they lost the Cold War. If America has protections, like to quote Taylor, 3,000% tariffs or something ridiculous like that, the same thing would happen to us. Our industries, our auto industry would get fat. Our cars would suck cock. Our agriculture would get expensive because we're protected from everyone who's competing with us. It's Japan's lean, mean manufacturing that made American cars better. It is China's tight manufacturing that makes us keep our own manufacturing as lean and mean as it has to be to compete with these people. If we start putting tariffs and protecting these companies, then they're going to be a little more profitable in the short term as they raise their prices to match the tariffed prices. And then in the long term, they're going to be outdated and shitty, because that's what happens when you protect them.
I don't know if that's like historically that's not accurate, because the highest quality the highest quality American goods came in times during very high tariffs.
What are you talking about? Meaning
that tariffs weren't enacted enormously until like the 40s, or they weren't like pulled back enormously until like the 30s, 40s.
Tariffs, but way
we had
that.
massive tariffs.
Yeah,
most of our we still have some tariffs, but like most of our tariffs or most of our federal budget.
There are tariffs on everything.
Yeah, most of our federal budget was supplied via tariffs prior to what was the year that we made income tax
America
a thing?
didn't peak in like 1925.
Dude, you can find a refrigerator from 1940 that is going to work longer than a Samsung you buy today. And so,
those
like,
are consumer choices.
And so, like, this idea that tariffs are like going to ruin our economy, I don't think is accurate. Like, look at Germany, for example. Germany has tariffs in place where if you want to sell a Ford, if we want to sell Ford in Germany, we have to manufacture it in Germany. There has to be a plant in Germany where Germans are employed to create those cars, and then you're allowed to sell it there.
Volkswagens would be more reliable if there were fewer tariffs.
Do you not see the benefit though, in like just that one simple example of like
what can happen is you can tariff some more competitive country, industry, etc., to the point where your local one is propped up when it shouldn't exist, because in any fair competition it would be put out of business. And now as an American, all you do is you buy either this shitty thing that should be put out of business because they don't do a good job, or you pay the tariffs and get it from somewhere else. When you protect someone and make it so they can't lose their job, they can't lose their customers, then they do a bad job.
We should, like, it in my view, it shouldn't be an open and fair full economy like that. Like, we should have advantages. We're America. When we're being taken advantage of by other countries who levy tariffs against us and we're engaging in like free trade or whatever with them, like, that's not beneficial. And so just something as simple as like, if Toyota wants to sell cars here, you got to build a plant here. You got to build plants here, and you have to manufacture here. You have to employ Americans to create these cars and then sell them domestically.
They
They don't do it fully.
Countries that pursue a protectionist economic policy broadly suffer. They're the ones that suffer. The ones that are engaged in free trade. And like, every country can do targeted tariffs. And there's like different reasons why you would do targeted tariffs. If you're trying to shore up like local industries, or if you're trying to punish a bad actor for some action they took as a part of a trade deficit or something like that. Mm-hmm. But if you do a broad policy of like tariffing all imports, you might that might end up with like, I don't know, some tens of thousands of new manufacturing jobs or whatever. But the consequences of that is going to be felt throughout the entire electorate.
I think the whole
prices
point
will go up. And I don't think that the MAGA theory is that people are going to take pride in American products. And, I don't care that I paid, 100% more for this product. I don't think that's going to happen.
The whole idea, I think the whole point is we can argue whether tariffs work or not. And the answer is yes and no, right? It's going to vary on every single thing. The point is, it's a starting negotiation position, like I've sold a lot of cars, and the first position that I brought to the person was always a dick in the ass.
Yeah.
It was a big dick in the ass, and it was dry. And I presented it to them with fervor. I didn't say, "Oh, gee, I've got a dry dick to put in your ass here, sir. I hope you don't mind." I said, "Whoa, lucky you. Can you fucking believe it? A dry dick for your ass." And because every now and then they're like, "Oh, you promise?" And then they take the dry dick in the ass. And I think that's Trump. And when Trump says 25% across the board, and then Trudeau says something like, "That's $100 billion out of my economy. My country will collapse." And then Trump quips something about making them the 51st state in the union. He doesn't mean any of that. Funny. He means, it's a pretty dry dick for your ass if you don't do this little thing on automotive. I'd like 3% more here, and like, hey, this thing over here with the border. I think it's a negotiation position.
I agree with Kyle.
More commonly, though, countries just do retaliatory tariffs, and it's
but our dick's bigger. Our dick is bigger and drier, though. That's the whole point.
So Taylor countered my argument with something that wasn't my argument.
We chalk it.
Well, I didn't mean to address it dishonestly.
Thank you. I'm not suggesting that we allow someone to conduct a one-sided trade war against us without retaliation, right? If they have tariffs against us, we retaliate. That's what they're going to do if we put tariffs in. Everyone understands this. But the idea that tariffs, the general concept, tariffs allow your companies to go fat, lazy, and become less competitive, is as simple for anyone who studied economics as supply and demand or times tables. Like, this isn't to be debated. When I take my competitors' prices and raise them by 25%. I can either raise mine and make bigger profits or get fat and bad. And those things will happen over time. Boom.
There's a lot of misunderstanding about what tariffs are too. Like, you guys realize that American companies pay the tariffs, right? It's not like China's paying the tariff or Canada's paying the tariff.
Yeah, it's the manufacturer doing it.
Right. And then those costs get passed on to the consumer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the way
and therefore they're incentivized to change their behavior in the market. And then, but again, it's a starting position to scare countries. That's why it's 25 or 30% across the board, which is such a huge number. As the president of Canada said, prime minister, whatever the fuck his fake job is, if he's out next year, it would cripple their economy. He might as well declare war if you're going to do 25% across the board. You know what I mean?
No, we have to fight Canada. That would be so funny.
Dude, I hope he goes out next.
All of Michigan.
No, they wouldn't even make it. They wouldn't make it to Detroit. We'd fuck those idiots up.
I'm just generally
shout out Canada. I'm sorry, you're not idiots. Second favorite country.
A protectionist economic policy. Like we've seen global poverty like plummet because of free trade, and
I don't care about global poverty.
Well, we've also seen.
I would say that's more a consequence of tech, not free trade.
No, free trade definitely.
If the U.S. poverty would go down 1%, I would have the rest of the world go up 10. If it meant burning an entire nation so that we'd all have like better iPhones, I'd be for it. I am very much America first kind of guy.
More about the iPhone.
Dude, no, Kyle's a million percent right on this. Couldn't agree more.
How long will my battery last?
Oh, that's the thing, Woody. It's powered by your heartbeat. Okay, you open your hand and the phone is just it comes out of your skin like some Spider-Man. You're gonna love it.
It's a two-way street though, because the trade agreements that we enter into result in lower costs for consumers, which is.
Can you say that again, Hutch? I tuned in the middle.
The free trade agreements that we enter into, like TPP or NAFTA, they result in lower costs for American consumers. So, for example, 2 out of 3 tomatoes that Americans consume and come from Mexico. Like, if all of a sudden if he actually followed through on this tariff, and like, let's say he doesn't do a opening position or whatever, let's say he actually follows through, that is going to cost, like, the cost of like vegetables, like agriculture is going to skyrocket. And at that point, we're going to see if the MAGA theory is correct. If it happens, that Americans are going to be happy to pay these higher prices. I don't think they will. I think if you give people the option of spending less on goods, 99 out of 100 people are going to say, yeah, I'd rather spend $3 instead of $5.
I only buy
or at least that's what they're going to do. Right? I believe 50-50 will say it. 99 out of 100 will
exactly.
Do it.
Yeah.
What I believe is
but then when they get that bill, they're going to be like,
That's the beauty of this presidency. It doesn't fucking matter what the electorate thinks. And he knows it. This is it. There's no next term. He doesn't care about your thoughts and concerns, your poll numbers. He doesn't care about his approval rating. What he cares about, he might care about a legacy, but what he probably cares about is getting fucking even after the nonsense that he went through over the past year. Let's hope he cares more about legacy than getting even, because it's either or for him at this point, and he can go as far as he wants in either direction. I wouldn't say he's a lame duck president. I would say he's got nothing to lose, that he can make big decisions. Remember when Obama was whispering to the Russian ambassador, hey, tell your boss, I'll have more wiggle room after the election. And they caught him on audio and they played it. That won't be happening because there is no next time.
That's not collusion with a foreign leader. It's different.
No, that's different. That's different.
Yeah. Definitely not.
Anywho, I saw Hunter today at Arby's. I'm glad he's
Arby's. What a fucking jackass! Who goes to fucking Arby's when you get pardoned?
First of all, I like Arby's. Second of all,
you've never been more wrong in your life.
I like it. They have so many delicious things at Arby's aside from the curly fries and the cherry turnovers.
Okay, the curly fries. I cede the point to you.
You know they do Habsies, right? They'll do regular fries and curly fries. They got mozzarella sticks, the best fast food mozzarella stick. They got jalapeno poppers. They come with a spicy blueberry.
Dude, jalapeno poppers from fast food places, just those dog shit.
They have a Jamocha shake.
I don't know what a Jamocha shake is, but I don't want.
You can imagine.
What, like a coffee shake?
That sounds like immigrant food.
What's the ja? What's the ja on the Jamocha?
Java. It's Java. It's like a coffee chocolate milkshake.
Yeah, but that's baked into just the term mocha.
It's a Jamocha milkshake. Let it go. Arby's, they have the meat.
You're gonna have to see the point on the Jamocha.
You know they do a sandwich.
No,
with
dude,
10
all those
different
points you made about politics a few minutes ago, I disagree with them now based on this.
Filibuster. Do you know they do a sandwich with 10 different meats at Arby's?
Name them.
I can't name them, but there's like 10 different kinds of meat on the sandwich. It's like a chicken sandwich, and then they start putting like roast beef. And
I can only name like 4 kinds of meat. There's like chicken,
tell me to start
turkey,
listing meat.
Cow and pork.
But
Okay.
this is
I'm shocked that Kyle was telling the truth on this. Like, Arby's really does have the meats, all of them. Starting this month, protein fans can bulk up. The fast food chain's $10.
You'd like that. I feel like
I
it
would
won't look like the
you
picture.
smother that bitch in horsey sauce is what I like. That's the other thing I like about Arby's.
I'd eat it.
They have not 1, not 2, but 3 signature sauces, and the horsey sauce, the horseradish mayo, delicious.
I do want to go back to politics a little. Do you guys worry about any of these cabinet appointments?
Yes, I worry about several of them. I think some of them are unqualified for their positions, and some of them seem to have poor morals and ethics. However, some of them have really good TikTok clips that make me laugh. So I'm up for that. That Patel guy with the FBI, maybe. Oh, wow. What a firebrand. He's just screaming. He's almost as cool as Holman. Holman is the immigration czar or whatever. He's the one. His sound bites will be like, make no mistake, there will be a mass deportation. All of them. Like, like you know how sometimes the like a talking head on the news will be like, just so we're clear, we're not talking about a mass deportation. What we're talking about is going after the criminal element with records.
All of them.
Holman's like, excuse me, ma'am. Are you the border czar? Well, no. Do you have a shirt that says Mexican catcher? He opens. like he is so intense about it every time I see him interviewed, and I love that.
That guy rocks. I like him.
I love that these aren't mealy-mouthed politicians. That they're like his job is to catch illegals, and he loves it. He clearly loves it, and he wants to do it so bad.
It's
and I just want to let him do it. I can't wait to let him do it. You know what I mean?
He's
gonna have so much
love. Did you guys like the family separation policy?
No, you got to deport them together,
dude. Of course. Like, I mean, I'm gonna just quote him. When you get pulled over for DUI, you got kids in the car, you get separated. You commit a crime, you get separated. When you're processed, this would be
the equivalent of like let's say somebody gets like a speeding ticket. Do you think it would be?
No, it's not like a speeding ticket.
No, it's not like a speeding ticket at all.
The other difference is, well, for the first time when you cross, it's a civil infraction. When the second time it becomes a misdemeanor, I believe. But when we're talking about the family separation policy, I've never really liked that analogy, because when you go to jail or something like that, if you get arrested or if you have to spend like a few days in jail before you get bailed out, it's not like the government like automatically takes your kid away and then loses your kid.
Yes, they do. Absolutely. Immediately they take the child away.
Unlawful entry is also
it's protective services.
Unlawful.
They'll send
if there's nowhere for the child to go, they immediately
or something like
that.
that.
That's
unlawful entry
available,
is a felony. It's not a misdemeanor.
It's felony, and as soon as you've committed that, like, and by the way, it's hard to find their family members because they illegally invaded the country, bringing a child along with them on their crime spree. Again, bank robber brings their kid into the bank. Separated. Sorry, you cannot. Hey, your daddy's a bank robber. You want to hop on his lap while we handcuff him and take him to the federal penitentiary? No, they get fucking separated. And if there's no guardian to take them, then they go to Child Protective Services.
But
and
they get the kid back
they go.
When they get the kid back when they come back from jail. So the first offense for an unlawful entry is usually a misdemeanor. The subsequent offenses are felonies. So, like, this would be. Do you think it would be appropriate to permanently take someone's kid away?
It looks like
permanently. They get them back.
They get the kids back, but it looks like the first offense is a felony. I'm sure it's often pled down, but it is a felony.
That's not what I'm looking at.
Is the taking the children away thing marketing? Because here's why I say that. They did it under Obama. And he's like, the reason we take the kids away from the parents is that we can't have children with the adults. It's not safe. Bad things could happen to kids if you house them with adults in a prison-like atmosphere. And I heard that and I thought, okay, that passes Woody's logic.
Sometimes it's not their parents. Sometimes it's a kidnapper who's got a child hostage. We need to separate them and talk to the kid.
Okay, good point. All right.
So,
but then there's the second half of it. Under Trump, it was, we are going to steal your children if you try to cross our border. Do you love your kids? then don't even try it. Right. And to me, I'm like, this is the same policy with different marketing. Right. I'm paraphrasing and misquoting and stuff. But I think the idea was this idea of putting children someplace safer under Obama became remarketed as
Taylor.
Don't cross the border or you'll lose your kids. And I'm like, is this marketing? Is this an actual difference?
No, it was meant
Woody's winning me over here because I'm kind of like a program where we take the child and we don't give it back. We send it's like, all right, you want to bring your kid? We don't think you're a fit parent or a fit American. So
we just got another tomato picker.
That's right. Now that we keep the children, I don't know what we do with them, but we find something for them to do here. We don't let them be Americans. That's the other thing.
How about this? We send them
no more anchor babies. Like a lot of people saying no more anchor babies. A lot of people saying no more anchor babies. I'm saying maybe no more first generations. Maybe we go back on some folks. Maybe
you guys realize that's what they did, right? They would take the kid, put him into the foster care system, and then they would deport the parents. And then there were 2,000 kids that needed to be reunited. There's still like, I think over 1,000 that have never been reunited. We straight up kidnapped kids. Like that's not.
Did we break into their house and steal their kids, or did they break into our country and then they abided?
Wait, hold on. Seriously, do you think that this is justified? Like literally permanently taking someone's child away?
I don't think that's the purpose, the intent, or the goal of the program. I think that is may have been the result according to you, but I bet there are extenuating circumstances, such as the parent disappeared after we sent them home, such as the parent is not actively trying to get their child back for some reason.
Are you talking about the family separation policy?
And you know what? I honestly don't mind a few nightmare scenarios in the immigration system. Maybe it will discourage some people from trying to enter.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be fucking Disneyland. You shouldn't hear that when they catch you, they give you a free ride.
No matter what we say, you're going to come down on the side against it. Like, because I already asked you the question, if you could solve this problem with a button push, you wouldn't do it.
We're having two different conversations right now, though. So, like John Kelly, when he was the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, that was his first job before he became chief of staff. He talked about the family separation policy in an interview with Wolf Blitzer, and he straight up said, we're considering doing a family separation policy to serve as a deterrent. So like, hopefully people back in Guatemala and El Salvador will hear that we're taking people's kids away and they won't want to make that trip. But I'm curious, like, do you guys seriously think that like permanently taking someone's child away is
I don't think there's a program that does that. I think there is a program where that is perhaps been the end.
I think it's a you're framing it as though that's the end goal, when in reality that's a consequence of their illegal behavior.
The end goal was to separate kids as a deterrent. That's what, and that is what
was it done serendipitously, or was it because a huge amount of coyotes were coming over with kids that weren't theirs and claimed they were theirs?
What they did was they called it a zero tolerance policy because, as I mentioned before, the first offense is a misdemeanor, the second offense is a felony, but most of the time they don't pursue these charges. It's called a removal. They turn them away at the border. But before, we would send them back with their kids. Under this policy, which he ended up ending via executive order because there was so much political pressure put on him, because this policy is insane to kidnap kids, put them into the foster care system.
That's where they go.
Wait, what do you mean?
Kids go.
I like it a lot. I like first of all, I don't think that's the case. But second of all, if that is the case, I like that even more now.
What wasn't the case?
Well, what I think is happening is that people are being arrested in the country with their, for any number of crimes, and they've got their kid with them, or they're crossing the border and they've got a child with them who knows who the child is, and they're detained, and they separate those two individuals because only one of them's an adult, and he's saying, yes, it's my kid, in a different language than me. I don't know about that. So we're going to separate, we're going to work that out. If the end result of that is that this guy doesn't get the kid back, that's just the end result of it. I don't understand the problem here. Yeah, absolutely. What is he doing here? Why is he invading my country?
Why is he invading my country? Thank you, Kyle.
This analogy of like, if somebody commits a crime in the United States, they're temporarily separated from the kid. That's true.
If me and my kid invade,
you're reunited with your kid. We don't just like take people's kids away unless there was abuse. And what we don't automatically put the kid, like send them over to
this is an operations
first of all, these quote-unquote kids you keep talking about.
Let him finish his point.
Real quick. Hold on, just Let me finish my point real quick. We don't take kids away from people who commit crimes and then put them in the foster care system. Like typically we try to find, that is the last resort. But what we typically do is we find other family to set that kid up. That's what happens the overwhelming majority of the time. What you guys are saying is that it would be an acceptable policy if we just took the person's kid away, lost track of where the kid was, and then they never get the kid back.
Nobody said
no,
that.
and
I keep saying that over and over, and we keep saying no. Stop saying
policy,
that.
we keep saying that's not what we're saying, but you're not listening.
But that was the policy.
Do you think there would be more or less of this? Hold on.
Do
you think
Google it right now? Look it up.
Do you think there would be more or less of this issue if we had stringent border policies that didn't incentivize people to come here illegally?
You know how I know it wasn't the policy? Because you're saying we only got 2,000.
No. There were tens of thousands, but there were 2,000 that never got reunited with their parents.
Oh,
that's what happened.
Exactly.
So millions of people came.
Why did we only keep 2,000? Why did we only keep those 2,000?
They lost track of those kids in the system. This was the result of what was called. Anybody can Google this, right? And so anybody in PKA comments, just Google the zero tolerance policy and the family separation policy. This is what happened.
We've talked about it over and over. What I'm asking you is, where are those 2,000 kids, and how do you mean they're lost in the system?
They lost them in the system. How did you guys not hear about this?
I don't know what that means. I literally don't. Do you mean
they sent them into the American foster care system, set them up with American families, and then literally lost track, and they couldn't?
That's not how foster care works.
That is literally what happened. Anybody can Google
Someone's
this right
coming
now.
to check on those kids every fucking month to make sure things are going well at foster care. And they say, hey, is Emilio okay? And they say, yeah. And they check off on a list. So he's on a list somewhere. They didn't lose Emilio.
Kyle,
he's just somewhere because his parents are shit.
Kyle,
Zach, don't link articles where I have to have a fucking account.
You can Google anybody in this call right now, and anybody who's reading the comments in PKA right now, you can Google zero tolerance policy, family separation policy. You can see the consequences of that policy. The reason why Donald Trump ended the policy is because he faced so much political pressure because we lost track of thousands of kids.
How can you say you even give a fuck about this? Because you already said you wouldn't push the magic button to send everyone back to their country of origin. You already said that. You already said, given the option, if you could send every
line from that to I can't be opposed to kidnapping kids.
Because it makes it clear, at least to me, that you're using this point as like a way of politically expediting your greater point, which is that you don't mind this horde of people coming over into our country. Because if you really cared, like you would have, if you really cared about those kids and the families and everything, you would have agreed that yes, I'll push the magic button that sends everyone back to their country of origin. Families, no. But that's why it's called a hypothetical. It's called a hypothetical question, and it can be used to discern motives.
There are all kinds of reasons why I wouldn't press that button. Number one, I don't think Americans want to pay higher prices for these goods. But number two, this has nothing to do with the family separation policy. That was a policy that happened on Donald Trump's watch.
Is that a button that would immediately fix the family separation policy?
Hey, hang on a minute. Hang on.
The lengths of this.
Two things. One, Hutch is like pretty much right about the like 1,400 kids. Mm-hmm. Like what it says here is Trump administration had no way to reunite these 1,400 kids with their parents. And I'm perfectly fine with that, Hutch, because I bet if I'm in another country and I hear that and I got like 3 or 4 kids, I'm thinking, oh God, there's no way I'd get them all back. No way.
That's too mean. I'm picturing the reality of what this looks like, right? Moms holding their 3-year-old kids, mom crying, kid primal screams, and being like, yeah, I'm breaking up this family for good. This is not making the world a better place.
There's a Rogan clip of him talking about
Kyle's
that.
Point.
That kid's an American now, first of all. So when, all right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to Kyle's point, like that would de-incentivize this. Like, you don't want to incentivize illegal immigration. That's not.
What if we shot them? Would you like? Is that a good idea?
No, I think that's ridiculous. There's no reason to
in what situation
it would de-incentivize them, right?
Yeah, there are great.
Honestly, so coming as a parent, being murdered and having my children taken from me, I'd pick murder me. And I don't think you're a good parent if you have a different answer.
I respect that, and I agree with you. But yeah, you don't need to say, oh, we're going to deport you immediately. Oh, why not just kill them? It's like, no, well, fucking pump the brakes. That's absurd.
No. I'm sorry. I was comparing the killing to the taking their kids away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, taking their kids away to me seems like a punishment that doesn't fit the crime. I'm not denying that it's a crime or that we don't need to do better on this, but taking kids away is a kind of evil that I don't want America to be.
I think a big issue with it is that like a lot of these groups are breaking into the country, felony behavior, by the way, and there's no documentation that they have in order to show like, hey, this group of girls with me, these are all my daughters or whatever. Because we also do know that there's a human trafficking issue down there. And so they do have to be stringent with it and be like, hey, you got to prove this fucking girl is your daughter before we send you to fucking Montana with a housing voucher and you have this girl with you. Like there's
That's good stuff, man. I'm reading through this.
Keep bringing up the wait, what's up, Kyle?
He's reading the article that Zach linked.
Trump said, quote, it stopped people from coming by the hundreds of thousands, he said, because when they hear family separation, they say, well, we better not go. And they didn't go.
Yeah, it was meant to be a deterrent. I think that the lengths that they went to with that is like almost unspeakably.
I wanted alligators. Like, you know what I also like? They had this thing in Texas, right? These huge buoys. Have you seen the buoys in the river, Woody, in the Rio Grande or whatever?
With the barbed wire?
The ones that drown people.
I don't know if I can picture one. I've heard about them. I read.
So what they've got, they're round buoys, and there's no gap between them, and they're connected with cable, I presume. But they're so big that there's no way to
hold it safely. It doesn't have like a pool ledge.
Worse, it's really big, so you can't even swim under it. Like you'd have to, because they're carrying stuff as well. You're not like naked, ready for like diving. You've got your shit with you, so you can't swim under it. You can't clamber over it. So they swim out there and they get stuck and they sort of like paddle against it and they drown and they die apparently. So that's controversial for some reason, the buoys. But I saw Governor Abbott was installing some new buoys the other day. They're building wall right now, you know?
Honestly, I don't know what to think about the buoy. To me, a buoy is just a water wall, right?
Zach, show us those Mexican border buoys. Better idea. I maybe didn't describe it well.
Yeah, I still think I could navigate those buoys.
Oh, fuck yeah, you could. You could do anything. Dude, that thing could be on the bed of the river, and you dig a hole underneath and swim through that.
I could get past those buoys.
Absolutely.
We'll see what Zach's picture looks like if it changes my mind.
Yeah. But no, I just don't like them coming here, Hutch, is the answer. And when I say them, it's not a race or a nationality or a color. It's literally people who don't belong that we haven't like checked out. We haven't vetted. Like we spent so much time locking up people for COVID who went outside without a mask, but we just parade these people across the board who come from African and Asian nations where that's where the viruses come from. If we haven't been like keeping score, I don't think that's racist either. We're finding out more and more about that Wuhan lab, by the way.
We have to decouple the two things though. So there's like the problem of people like border crossing, but that's not the problem. That's not the bigger problem here. The bigger problem is the amount of people that are applying for asylum that then have a legal right to come into the country. And so we talk about like food vouchers. Well, it's like, okay, well, if you allow someone to come in the country, like I think you do have a responsibility to make sure that they have their immediate needs met right when they first get here. And we talk about these plane rides. Well, what we're doing is we're flying people to like sponsor families in the country. I agree that the asylum laws as they're written right now are totally untenable. They were written decades ago when we were not seeing the level of influx that we're seeing now. Certainly the level of influx that happened under Biden was completely untenable. He waited too long to address that issue for sure. But the asylum, the immigration bill that they negotiated in Congress addressed those asylum laws. They tightened those asylum laws.
And the Republicans outmaneuvered you. So we're here where we are now.
I have a related question. Do you guys see the results of illegal immigration in your personal universe?
Yeah. Lawn care, $70 both yards.
Are you saying it's cheap?
It's so cheap. And you can like, if you there's a translate app for Android. It's like, holy shit, I can get these guys to do anything. Like they're like I don't know. He's got some sort of mental like price like thing going on, because I'm like, what if you picked up that log? $8. And then like, what if you fixed that fence? $37. Like everything's got a fucking price. These guys are great. So there's that. And my grandfather, he was an illegal immigrant.
Press the button, by the way.
No, that's why I would happily, dude. That's how you know you've made it in life, when you got a white man cutting your grass.
I have a white man cutting my grass.
That's the dream I wish for all Americans. That's right.
A white man cutting your grass. And that's what we could go back to. We could have all white people cutting grass if we just deport the illegals.
All white people. You know what a grass cutter's going to make in Trump's America? Fucking $50,000 a year plus
hundreds
benefits.
of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands. I'm sorry. That's right. Yeah. I was looking at how many children we were going to keep.
This is totally not a political thing, but I want to know, like, do you guys ever eat absurd dinners when you're by yourself?
Define absurd dinner. Like what are we talking there? Like
I ate last night for dinner. I ate a 30-ounce pork tenderloin by myself with no sides.
Oh, that's all right.
Is that it's a very boy meal?
Jesus
do you guys
Christ.
ever do shit like that where you just I'm doing pull-ups and dips all the time, Hutch. I gotta fuel up.
Digestion though?
No, I've got I'm blessed with like the iron stomach thing. Like nothing really upsets me.
He's been training that all meat diet for most of his life.
The amount I've abused my digestive tract with cured meats, cheeses, everything, nothing even phases me.
Let's not talk about his circulatory system. We can only imagine what kind of clotting he had in his early 30s.
No, Woody.
No,
like, do you guys ever
I go
do
the other
baffling
direction. Like if I have to prepare my own food, it's like, yeah, did you have lunch when I was out? Yeah, I had like 8 almonds. I'm still hungry though.
Dude, I'm envious of that because I never go low calorie when I'm by myself. Ever. Like I always end up eating too much. I ate that.
I never go high effort when I'm by myself.
Is it bad to lose like more than 2 pounds a week? I'm losing weight right now.
It depends on where your starting period is. For you, like you don't look overweight at all, and so 2 pounds a week for you is like that's a good clip.
Well, I'm at the high end of like a healthy weight, so like I'm 6'3", so it's like 180 to 210 is kind of the the healthy range, and I was up to 206, but it all went to my belly. Like I look like I'm fucking smuggling a watermelon everywhere I go, and so I've been cutting calories like crazy. I'm only eating like 1,200 calories a day right now.
Oh no, you gotta
don't do that.
Yeah.
Why?
It'll mess with your
because what you're creating a new normal for your body. Your body's saying, oh, we have 1,200 a day to live on from now on. Okay, if you ever give me more than that, I'll know that we've got that it's milk and honey and plenty, and I can start packing on the fat. And so you'll crash your metabolism essentially. So I don't know. I could spend half an hour describing how to speed up your metabolism, but what I would do is just cut like 300 or 400 calories. 2 pounds a week is fine, but don't starve yourself. That's the answer. 2 pounds a week.
I would call on the high side of desirable. 1.5 pounds a week is also good, and I think the answer, to put it shortly, is strength training, 2,200 calories a week, something like that.
I'm easing into the weight stuff.
I'm sorry, a day. Yeah, that's a big difference.
A week. You're gonna want to kill yourself.
What I started with was, and I started doing it after the election, actually. So like the day after the election, I was like, I'm gonna start doing fucking 10,000 steps a day. So I've been doing it for pretty consistently.
Damn.
Just starting my day with walking for fucking an hour and 40 minutes. And
if you do 10 minutes after every meal, that'll be super beneficial too.
I heard that. Does it help distribute the fat better if you're like active right after you eat, or why?
No, that's nonsense. It's a few things. It's metabolism, but also digestion. That if you do that, if you keep walking like you are, and you just cut a few hundred calories out, you'll lose weight fast, and you don't have much to lose. That's the benefit. Like losing 10 pounds is nothing.
I would not do the sit-ups, by the way. They don't exercise. They don't do anything that you want.
I would planks. I'm doing planks.
Doesn't do anything either.
Planks are better than sit-ups.
Look, if you want to build like core strength, because maybe your back hurts, or maybe you're going to like be a dancer or something, or you're gonna you know what I mean, then do planks. All right, but like if you're trying to like burn calories for the sake of like looking better and like losing weight, like planks aren't it. Walking is. Hot bath is better than a plank. Hot bath is the same as a walk.
If you're trying to look good, let me do this. If you're trying to look good and you seem to like calisthenics, push-ups and pull-ups have a really desirable effect on your body. The push-ups will make your chest pop better, And guys look good when their chest sticks out further than their stomach. They
Mhm.
also make your deltoids pop better. And shirts hang nicely on you when your deltoids are grown. So that's your chest and your delts. The
I'm doing
pull-ups.
some strength training at the gym. I'm doing like the push and the pull and all that stuff.
heck,
That's good.
I'm sorry, I didn't
I'm
know
only
that.
doing it like once or twice a week right now.
Now you need steroids.
I thought
No,
about it.
don't
Art,
don't
hold
listen
on,
to
Art.
don't jump up to
But
Kyle's
no,
level.
I don't want to dismiss it.
Taylor,
out of
you're
hand.
basically a female. You realize that, right?
Am I a
calling me
gay?
female? No,
there's
can you
there's
do
lady UFC
steroids
fighters behind.
legally?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yes.
I do steroids.
Yeah, Kyle does
How do you do-
steroids and he's
You get all
jacked as hell.
jacked up. Yeah, you get all jacked
Wait,
up.
why was I
enormous.
told that it was fucking illegal?
No,
There
well,
are
all right.
Wrestlers. and-
No, if you're competing in something, it's illegal. But like, if you as a
the
man
deal.
just want to do steroids, that's totally fine.
Yeah, it's TRT.
Where do you get them though?
TRT clinic.
clinics.
Go
Google
to,
TRT clinic near me.
Don't do
And
that. Go to merrickhealth.com.
Or
Yes, go to
AmericHealth.com. Sure, you can do
Um,
that.
By the way,
And
shout out to
everything's
Derek,
legal?
who's on JRE
Yeah.
today. If y'all want to see
Is
the new
TRT
JRE,
the same thing as like anabolic steroids?
No,
Yes!
no.
Yes!
No, TRT
Yes!
is
Why are
like,
you saying no?
Yes.
It's exactly the same drug in
It
a
is
different
literally
dose.
dude, TRT is way less intense than fucking Anavar.
It is an anabolic steroid. Anavar, you can get Anavar from TRT clinics. Like, what are you talking about?
You can, but I'm saying TRT as a therapy is lower intensity than like taking dosed out Anavar.
No, it is
Okay.
not.
Can you explain?
Well, I defer to your
like,
expertise.
So what
Testosterone is
exactly
an anabolic
started?
steroid?
What started happening? Like, what does it do? Like, yeah.
Okay,
when you
start
do
from the
this.
beginning. You can go to merrickhealth.com and via telemedicine. If you'll go do blood work. They'll evaluate your blood work. A doctor will. You'll do a teledoc visit with him. Go over your symptoms and your blood work, and he'll prescribe you TRT plus some other stuff. Maybe like they fixed an issue I had with my thyroid with supplementation.
Is this outside a network or does insurance cover this stuff?
That's a question for them. I just pay cash because they give me a discount because I'm cool like that. And if you do everything as quick, if you answer every email on time and you go to every appointment as quickly as it's given to you, you can have medicine in like 7 or 10 days or something like that. And you inject yourself. You inject yourself. I injected daily forever. A lot of people
mostly
inject.
helps with muscle recovery, right? Like, so you're able to do like
Okay. You will become a super physiological version of yourself. You won't be 5% better or 10% better. You will be a superhuman being. Like you will have as much testosterone as any human being should have, because it varies. Like it just like height. Like some people just have low T, and it affects their bone density, their strength, their muscle density, their healing factor, their emotions, their how depressed they can get about certain things, and lots of stuff like their sexuality.
But you have to couple it with exercise, right? Like not just you don't just shoot up. And
They
then
did
you
a
get the
study.
muscles,
No,
right?
no. They did a study where they had one group of men work out without testosterone, and they had another group of men not work out with testosterone. And the testosterone guys built more muscle over the test period, over the 3 or 4 months or whatever. Sitting
Without
and doing
working?
nothing
Really?
on sitting and doing nothing on T, you will build more muscle over 3 months than working out as a normal man. That's
How
what we're
the fuck
talking.
does that, like, how does the muscle even, I don't understand that at all. Like, how does it
The testosterone is you ever see like a bull in a pasture and he's just
Yeah.
fucking jacked? Now, have you ever seen a bull do a pull-up?
I've been charged that.
He
by
is
work.
rife. Now, what you will notice is his testicles are the size of your fucking fist doubled up. He is so rife with testosterone. He is just maintaining that.
Sounds
That's
like
why
normal
old
sized testicles to me.
like old
Yeah.
old guys lose their
Pretty
T and they
small.
lose their muscles. like it will just maintain muscularity on your frame. But what you want to do is couple the testosterone with regular blood tests, perfect nutrition, hypertrophy workouts and calorie surpluses, and like maximize every like drip of that testosterone, all that advantage you're getting. And you can like really transform your body. Like you could look like what's Skarsgård. You could look like Scar. I think you're not as tall as him, but you've almost got like Skarsgård used to be skinny, and then he got on the testosterone for Tarzan.
Dude, you could look like you.
Yeah, you could go Northman mode with juice, because I think Skarsgård had to be on something, because I've seen him like normal and he's very flat and like not a muscular guy. He's very tall.
Kind of lanky normally.
Kyle is
Lanky.
constantly trying to get me on steroids and TRT. And at some point I'm going to give in because I do want to unlock my genetic potential. I want to see
look like,
how huge I
Ryan
can
Gosling in Crazy Stupid Love. And I don't think I'm asking too
No,
much.
I want to be like so big I'm like threatening to people walking down the road. That's cool.
I get it. I fucking do. I like at least once in my life. I'm right there with you.
And you're 6'3", and so you've got the bones for it. Like you just gotta. And I saw a tweet you made a few weeks ago, and I tried to. It was about fitness, and I tried to respond with like a good, like little breakout plan of like hypertrophy training, this, that, and the other thing. But I wasn't entirely sure what you were doing.
Hypertrophy. What's it called?
Hypertrophy. Yeah.
I downloaded the app by that Dr. Mike guy.
Okay, I'm not familiar with him, but like Kyle's 100% right. Like you can become a maximal man if you do the TRT and the Anavar.
You saw my like
or even
before and
just
after
TRT.
pictures, right?
Yeah, Kyle's
bro,
before and afters are
ripped.
crazy. He got shredded. He was so I've never seen a thirstier man.
Like I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but it's the time period I did it that I'm trying to like talk about because that's just like.
But that took you like a year, right?
Like 10 months, right?
10 months, I think. 8 months
and were you
of it.
Working out every day.
Yeah, every day for 10 months. I take one rest day.
I don't want to do that.
No. Here's the thing that you're not considering that Kyle actually convinced me fully of is that
real saucy.
When I was talking to Kyle about working out at the time, because I had already been working out and weightlifting for many years when Kyle started this, and he was like, Taylor, you don't get it. Like soreness is not existing. Like it doesn't exist in the TRT steroid world. You don't like if I do I did a ton of pull-ups and dips and workout today. Like if I weren't in the regiment of doing this all the time, I'd wake up sore tomorrow. Kyle says that when you take these things, you can work out until like the point of absolute exhaustion and you wake up the next day, no soreness. Everything's already
I would do like delt raises. That would be the last thing I do. And I've read that that you should your priority should be the first thing you do because you're most focused. But I'm like, no. I'm going to beat myself into the ground at the end. My most important thing is the last thing I do because that's the one I try to make myself cry on. So I would do these drop sets where I did my normal workout, which was like 45s or something, like delt raises. And then I would be on the 5 pound weights and the 2.5 pound weights. And I would just be lifting those 5 pound weights, screaming inside. And then I would like twist my wrists at the high points and like, yeah, all the way to the top and twist, jiggle, twist, hold. And just trying to hurt my delts as much as possible. I would go home and like, can't drive. Like my hands are like this. And the next day,
let's say you get like really fucking jacked. Mm-hmm. Is that muscle and let's say you just stop working out, like does the muscle stay there? Does it diminish somewhat or does it just go away?
It'll stay for a long while as long as you're hitting a requisite protein total in your daily diet. If you were to like work out all the time, and I mean taking the juice helps. But even like me, like I've never taken TRT, I've never done steroids or anything. I just lift naturally and I have for a long time. If I end up taking like a 2-month break, 3-month break where I just kind of lose interest in it, I can notice my muscles not being as tight, the vascularity going down, but it's also a thing of like trainability where when I jump into working out the next time, everything comes back like rapidly.
You've unlocked potential.
You don't have to go through that same, like the first time you get a bunch of muscle, it takes so much fucking effort. It's really, really difficult. Unless if you're doing it naturally like I did, it took a lot of effort, like huge amounts of sustained progress.
That's the other thing I was going to talk about. Like you're talking about your weight. So I wanted to be like incredibly autistic about it. I got myself DEXA scanned every 30 days. So it's like an X-ray that takes your body fat percentage, and also your muscle percentage. So we could track down to like 1/10 of a pound how much muscle I was gaining per month. Some of the numbers we don't know what to do with. Some of the numbers I don't want to say because they're unbelievable. Like more than 10 pounds of muscle a month sometimes. Like shocking numbers. like crazy. Like there was a period in the middle where it was like, man, everything is just clicking. Like I would go back and my incline bench was going up 10 pounds a week every week.
That's like for like the workout people listening to this, that's only a sustainable track if you're on anabolic steroids and TRT. But like another positive for you, Hutch, if you decided not to do that, you've got, because like, I don't know if you've ever like had a strict lifting regimen for a long time, but you've got 6 to 8 months of noob gains baked into that. And you will get, if you stick with it for 6-8 months, you will gain so much fucking muscle. It will be recognizable.
For the protein intake, they do 1 gram of protein per lean mass, right? Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another rough estimate is 2 grams of protein per body weight.
They say different things. Like if I'm trying to bulk
per body weight.
Yeah, which is, compared to lean mass, you're not going to be too far on those numbers. Did I say pounds?
100 grams. 100
kilograms. What you meant?
100 a day. 100 a day is a good place to be. Moreover, like every meal, there should be something about the size of your palm that's protein. Like a chunk of meat.
I was doing that. I was tracking the macros, and so like my target was 160 grams, which is kind of a lot, but
that's too much. That's too much.
Wait, Kyle, you're saying 100 grams a day?
Yeah, he's like 180. He's like 200 pounds. Yeah, 100 a day is fine.
Oh,
what would you say, Taylor? What's your number?
I just know on my own body, like when I'm trying to bulk and get big, I'm trying to hit like 180. What he's doing, though.
I would have said 130. So those are ballparks.
Right? Yeah.
I'm not trying to go crazy right now. I'm easing into it with like the 10K steps is actually helping because that's getting a lot easier. And then when you do the cardio, it makes the strength training easier, right? Like you have more energy to do more sets, right?
Yeah, as long as you're not burning yourself out on cardio, like the way you should see cardio.
It's never going to be the limiting factor.
Yeah, if you're trying to build muscle, all of your energy should be in the weight training stuff. And if you have a little extra gas in the tank, then you can do some running and whatnot. But especially someone like you naturally have a lean build, you're tall. Like if I were you in your body and I was really trying to pack on muscle, I would probably disregard the running or elliptical or whatever you're doing. Still keep the 10K steps up because that's great. That's just baseline activity. But all weightlifting. All heavy compound lifts or just
I agree.
Like, you can get the weightlifting industry, the fitness industry obviously has a vested interest in making people believe it's much more complicated than it is. Whereas like there are people who have gotten shredded off of doing nothing but calisthenics, like jacked, huge. And it's not easy, but it's because they're doing unbelievably high volume pull-ups, incredibly high volume dips. Incredibly high volume push-ups, and all you need is a weighted vest in those situations to get big.
I got a buddy who does it's like
it's true.
He called it like a dad. It's like a dad routine, and all he does is literally just burpees, and he's fucking shredded. But he just does a shitload of burpees.
Fuck that, dude. Fuck that.
Dude, burpees suck, and
they do.
I don't know how you would get. Other than the push, other than the push part of it, how would you get like a
burpees
good
cardio?
How would you get good anterior delts?
You don't. Burpees
I don't know about all that, but he's pretty jacked.
Okay,
you'll get jacked doing burpees, but like it'll hurt. Like I like to, when I do things, I like to do them all the way or not at all. And so like the best way to do it if you're gaining muscle is to not be doing any cardio. You don't do any cardio because that's calories that your muscles needed.
But
like the reason you're eating it,
right?
Yeah, because what you're doing is not trying to build maximum muscle in minimum time. You're just trying to get fit. So you should just do anything that gets you like active and moving around. So lift weights and jog and walk and machine, but do 20 or 30 minutes of physical activity every day with your heart rate elevated and keep your calories maybe 200 or 300 below what you would normally do, like probably 2,000 for you a day, 2,200 a day. I would do 2,000 or 2,200 calories a day, and then I would watch the scale and I would see what happens to the scale, and then I'd do a little quick math to make that into 2 pounds a week. So 3,500 calories is 1 pound of fat. So you can do that math.
You should pivot your goal though away from just being fit. Like get some big arms, dude. Get some big shoulders, a nice chest.
I'm doing it.
He's very tall and lanky, Taylor.
it's going to be harder for him because he's tall.
You can't see, but I filled out quite a bit. I'm not like back in like the respawn area. I was very gaunt. Looked like I was on meth, but
you were very thin. Yeah,
I'm 200 pounds now, so I'm not like I'm
fair,
not like a small person. But I feel like I'm doing it the right way this time because I'm like I'm going into it with realistic goals. Like the 10K steps is actually kind of fucking hard in the beginning because I just was not very active, and so now I'm definitely like noticing the gains. I actually like the walks. It's not really difficult.
That's great.
Listen to an audiobook, and then I'm slowly easing into the weight training. I think what I did before was I feel like this is a mistake that a lot of people make, where it's like, all right, I'm gonna get fucking fit. It's the new year or whatever, and then these. They set this schedule of like, I'm going to go 4 or 5 times a day. And then I would just fucking burn out after like 4 months or 3 months. I did a personal trainer for a little bit. And this time it's like a good pace for me right now. Like, all right, I'm not going to like make my life miserable. I'm just kind of just.
I want to throw this out there and get hurt. Push, pull, legs, rest made a huge difference for me. What I did prior to that was full body Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And the way it worked out for me is I'd work out pretty well on Monday. And then on Wednesday, I'd be like a little bit sore. I'd come into it at like 85%. And then by Friday, I really wanted to skip because I'm coming into it at like 65%. Sore from the 2 workouts earlier that week because I'm only giving my body 1 rest day. Push, pull, legs, rest, right? So you do push, and then that push, those muscles aren't coming back for 4 days. They get a nice long rest. Do pull. They get 4 days. They're resting during leg day. They're resting during push day. Then
how
legs
many sets
and rest.
During one workout are you doing?
I work out for about an hour.
3 to 4?
Yeah.
So
do you do 3 by 15?
3 by 12.
I do 3 by 8.
Or 3 by 15. Yeah.
And when I do 12 easily, I raise the weight and I'm doing 8 again.
Do you guys do the rest? Yeah. The what is it? The reserve in what the fuck is it called? RIR, where you like you do it until you have and 3 reps in reserve. Reps in reserve. That's what I'm thinking of.
I've never.
So I think
you go to failure.
So this is an important question. So
I go to failure.
So part of like building the muscle is achieving the hypertrophy, like, and it's really taxing your muscles to failure. I think so. The way and this was key to like the whole program that Derek gave me. I felt like was understanding that you're going to go like 3 sets, 15 reps or 12 reps is what I usually did on most things. 3 sets, 12 reps, or 4 sets, 12 reps, whatever it may be. But the idea is that on that last set that you shouldn't be able to get the 12 reps. It should not. You should, every time you go into the gym and you've got it, I have a book and it'll say incline bench, 3 by 12. And it says 195 pounds or whatever weight I'm putting on for that. And at the end, I'll have written the 4 days prior, what rep on the 3rd set did I fail on? And it'll be 10 or it'll be 11 or it'll be 9. It'll be something like that. And the only time I'm going to add more weight is when I'm able to get that 12th rep. The day I get that 12th rep, next week, we're adding some half-pound weights on each side. We're throwing now it's 196 pounds. And we're going to, but of course I'm going to gauge. I'm hoping again, I fail on the 3rd set between the 8th and 12th rep. And if I don't, then I adjust accordingly. I have fractional weight plates that are a 1/4 pound each. I can go down another half pound or I can go up another half pound, whatever I need to be. But the point is I want to just barely be able to get there every single time. And what I'm doing is I'm hurting myself the same intensity every single time.
And I'm rest in between the reps?
Between the sets. I varied it. I tend to be on the longer side and I change it depending on the workout. So on a big compound movement, like an incline bench press, 3.5 minutes probably. But during that 3.5 minutes, I'm pacing the whole time. I never stop moving. Because just from the lift, it'll make my heart rate skyrocket probably an extra 25 beats. And if I walk, I can like ride that 25 out for extra long and burn those calories in between. And
I just want to add on to what Kyle said about going to 12. I agree with everything he said. I would add, if your form isn't perfect to get to that 12, that's a failure. You haven't earned new weight yet.
Yeah.
Also, if you did it fast, right? Maybe you're doing overhead presses and you blast out 12 quickly so you don't have as much time under tension. That's a failure. You haven't earned more weight yet. When you can do 12, good form at your desired pace, that's a success. You've earned new weight.
Yeah. And the time under tension thing is key. Like Volume equals size. That's what you talk to anybody who's huge. Volume equals size, and that it means increasing the time under tension. And so, like,
I think
today,
that's true under
like,
leg. So can I interrupt you because there's some new science on this. So that's more true for lower body than upper body. If you think about those two muscle groups and how they're utilized naturally and biologically, it makes sense because your legs are meant for that constant all day,
volume.
everyday use. Yeah. And your arms are like, okay, here's the thing. Let me do that real strongly. Okay, we got plenty of time to recover now. So your legs, they need a lot of reps. I do 15. I went to 15 reps on legs a long time ago. It sucks, but it's true. Maybe even another fucking set of 15. Loser. Do you do
3x12 for upper body and 3x15 for lower? I do 3x15 for everything. It's very specific exercises. It depends, and I've got it kind of in my head. When I'm doing cable stuff, I usually just torture myself. I just keep it. I'll just torture I'll get my workout. Like I'll get my 3x12, and I'll be like, that didn't hurt enough. I didn't hurt enough. And I like cables because you can really like tune it in, and you can change the angle, and you can just step to the left a little or the right a little. You can face it, and you can hit your muscle in so many different angles, and it feels like you can just fuck your shit up. But with incline, I don't want to mess around like that because I got a lot of weight above my head. Or with overhead press or anything like that, where I'm lifting a lot of weight over literally,
my head.
I never
today,
do incline.
I was doing
for it.
Literally today, I was doing. I get bored of workouts, and so I try and pivot towards different strategies for working out to keep it novel to myself, so it's interesting. And so I've been trying to like lean heavily on a couple. I have a gym in my basement, so like some heavy compound lifts, but I'm trying to really up my dip and pull up volume. And so today, like before I started working out, I had a goal that I wanted to get like 120, 130 pull-ups total over the course of the workout. And by the time I got to like 110, my arms were so fucked that I was like, I don't think I'm going to make it. There's no way I can pull myself up on this bar. And so I went in my basement and I got a resistance band and I looped that around my pull-ups. And so I was like, all right, well, like if I stand on this large looping resistance band, it's going to make it way easier, but I'm still going to get those reps in. Like I'm still going to make that happen.
I got a machine for that. I'm sure you know.
It's sick. And I'm incredibly jealous.
Like
I love that machine
$700.
you have.
It's not that bad. It's pretty slick.
One thing I want to throw in,
like
the older you get, the more immaculate your form has to be. If it's not
I definitely focus
way,
on form. I look up on like YouTube tutorials. I'm pretty careful. I don't want to get hurt either. That's the other thing.
I love buff dudes for that. Dude, it's silly. But man, they'll do a video in 2 minutes that shows you the perfect form. They might also show some traps, like this is if you're doing deadlifts, this is a thing not to do. It's a pretty common mistake. Buff dudes they just have every exercise out there, every movement, and they're entertaining and they're right to the point.
Yeah. Dr. Mike, if you guys don't know who he is, he's super funny, and he's put out a ton of like really interesting. He gets into the science of it too. All right, I got 2 more questions for you, and then I gotta go because I'm doing an all-nighter tomorrow. So
the show's over.
Oh shit! Yeah, we're almost over.
Indiana Jones,
9 minutes.
Indiana Jones is coming out, so I'm trying to do a 24-hour stream. So I'm gonna buy a bunch of protein and vegetables and shit. But
fair enough.
Okay, so the first question is there generally like a better time of the day that it's better to do the workout, or does that depend on the person? And then the other question is like, how long are you actually spending at the gym, or rather working out?
Okay, so the only time I think it matters, I in my case like to do fasted cardio if I'm going to do any cardio at all. I think there's been some research to something about it burns fat better. I think the idea is you don't have like insulin in your system or as much of it to like use as that little afterburner fuel you immediately start going to your fat reserves because with fasted cardio. That may or may not be true, but it's what I do, and I do that as soon as I wake up. Like as soon as I wake up, it's time to go. I don't like fuck around about it. Like I don't want to like wake up, not eat for 3 hours and then do cardio. So as soon as I wake up, if I'm going to do fasted cardio, I'm like, I don't even wash my face. I'm just putting my shoes on and I'm getting at it.
That's what I'm doing. I'm waking up and I'm doing the steps like right away. But I eat a banana just so I have like a little bit of energy.
It definitely doesn't matter what time of the day.
That's just personal preference.
I worked out during the pandemic almost exclusively at 3 a.m. and just shifted my whole like sleep schedule to nocturnal so I could avoid people and work out at the gym by myself. So it really doesn't
You know
matter.
what? That's the good thing about getting old is like, Woody, you were talking about it earlier about
What good thing about getting old? I can't wait to hear this.
You're closer to the great abyss.
You stop giving a fuck. You stop giving a fuck, man. I remember going to like the gym when I was in my 20s or even sometimes in my 30s, and I felt very self-conscious. Everybody fucking knows.
Oh,
what
I
they're
did.
doing, and
I
don't
certainly
give a
felt
fuck,
self-conscious. Oh, I do. Yeah, and people say nobody's looking. I look. Motherfucker, I'm judging people left and right. I'm taking pictures.
Kyle,
and
don't
shit.
say this to someone who's like getting into it.
I'm gonna let you know.
No,
If I see a
really
fatty,
don't care.
no,
Yeah.
I can remember I would be in there 3 a.m. just fucking.
Oh, well, Hutch isn't a fatty.
No, I was in there looking good. All right, I'm in there fucking sculpted over there, shirt sticking to me and shit. And I see a fatty over there working hard on the incline machine, and he was there like he was there for like an hour and a half, still going when I left, and I was like, "Good job, buddy." And he didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck.
Dude, when I see
that was your attitude.
when I see fat people at the gym or
Yeah.
working out, like my genuine thought is like, hell yeah. Like good for this person. This person showed up. They clearly conquered their fear of being judged in this, and now they're just on the grind. I hope they stick to it.
Dude, I was there at 3
So many
I
heavy
didn't miss
people
any.
say that they are self-conscious at the gym, like they're going to be judged by all the people there. But I haven't met anyone who says I judge people. It's always welcoming, opening the door.
I judge a little.
Yeah.
Remember there was an older
Dude, gym
guy
bros
there.
are pretty welcoming. We want people involved in our hobby.
It depends. There was an older guy there wearing cowboy boots and jeans, and he was like telling lies about how much he used to be able to lift before the war or whatever.
That's
Mm.
annoying, yeah.
And he's telling to me because I wasn't gargantuan but at the time, but I was the biggest person there. And he's like made me his like workout buddy now. So he's like right next to me wearing, I think I sent you guys pictures of him in his boots, like just of his shoes.
You may have, yeah.
I was like, we're at the gym. Like cowboy
And he's
boots
wearing,
on.
yeah.
Oh, I remember he went to the Smith machine with an ungodly amount on it and like just futzed around with it for 45 minutes and then left.
That's the thing that like
Ooh.
that is a thing, and I've been home gym master race for many years now. But when I like do go to a gym, and the only thing I'll judge is if I can tell that the person doesn't have a plan. And that's only because people without a plan tend to soak up more stations than they mean to, where it'll be like, okay, that guy just did one set of 3x6 squats. Well, that's not a structure. And then he went over to the leg press, and now he's doing some weird form there. And it's like, no, that I'm judging in a way of like, this guy isn't getting it done correctly. If it weren't rude, I would go over to him and be like, hey man, like, I don't know who gave you your plan, but I can really help you here. Like,
Yep.
You don't want to be going to this station and doing 1x6 squats,
Or even where
put a low weight on there so you're more comfortable and you can actually hit parallel and, do whatever that weight is.
That ties into what I've been waiting to say. I don't judge your appearance, but I judge your form, and I don't judge your weight. If I see you just with awful form doing basically, putting your legs involved in your overhead press, I'm like, that's not your weight. You're cheating. I'm not giving you credit for those.
Yeah. That's why if you're doing overhead presses, you got to do seated military press. It's the only way to remove the legs from cheatery.
I do miss the public gym though, because I would show off on the they had like this pull-up system where it was like there's like a cable machine on the left, a cable machine on the right, and this big cage that like connects them at the top. But that whole cage that connects is like a multi-angled, multi-grip pull-up thing. And I would just like do all sorts of like crazy pull-ups and like without stopping, just transition to a new one. And just kind
There's
of
nothing wrong with that.
I
I could clearly, if I saw you in the gym with the body you had at that time, I wouldn't think this guy's futzing around. I would think this guy is going to burnout right now.
I'd be like, I need to do Spider-Man pull-ups.
No, like, and I would definitely judge the people who like there was me and a black guy. There was a skinny black guy who was ripped and a gigantic black
Same
guy.
bone density.
Same bone density. I have negroid bone density. It's been measured.
That's scientific.
I watched to see if he'd flinch. And that's what it said on the form. God damn it! I'm just reading it off the paper.
On the form.
A medical doctor lady.
Well,
gave
I
me the
went to
paper.
my local phrenology clinic.
Look, I was down
line
and
from Deadwood. Did you ever watch Deadwood?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he says that line.
yeah.
Anyways.
Well, that used to be
I do have to go, boys. But Taylor, you sent me one time. You sent me your push pull leg routine in DMs. Will you send that again?
Yeah. I'll send
send
it.
Send it to my Twitter DMs. But it was really good talking to you guys and catching up with you guys.
Always is.
Totally disagree on immigration and protectionism, but I enjoyed the rest of the conversation very much, and especially the last bit. I'm going to use these tips. So yeah,
for sure. Well, take care, man. Seems like you're doing well. I hope it continues.
Enjoy Indiana
man.
Jones.
You too, guys. Bye bye.
Yeah, enjoy. Later, man. All right, I got to write that down. I got to send Hutch PPL routine. I like that's like the most unfair thing when people are like, oh, gym people are like this inaccessible, like rude group. Every single friend I have that's into the gym and lifting the way I am is like excited when someone starts it because they're like, oh, dude, like I can tell you stuff that I wish I knew early on, and I can like guide you in this process, and we can enjoy these gains together.
And so much time.
The PPL. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was a break.
No, I was gonna make a stupid joke. It's okay.
I'm really sorry. The PPL thing is the thing I really, really wanted them to hear because I've talked to other people about this idea. Like on Monday, I'm at 100%, and then on Wednesday, I'm waddling in there, and on Friday, I'm wishing that I wasn't there at all, and I'm at 65%, and I'm just drained. And other people are like, yes, that's me. How did you solve it? And it's like PPL. Everything gets 4 days to rest. It'll change your workouts.
Yeah. I was just so fortunate to have Derek as a guide, and it still is. You know, anytime I asked Derek something the other day, somebody had a question, and he sends me back paragraphs. It's always. Oh, and like I said earlier, he was on JRE today.
Yeah, I wonder how it went.
I don't know. I'm going to watch after this.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I'm
Derek,
glad
is that his third time on the show?
Yeah, third or fourth, maybe. Definitely third. I enjoyed having Hutch on. I'm glad we didn't ruffle any feathers. We were talking about before the show, and he said that he saw people thought we hated him or thought that he hated us or something. And I was like, yeah, those people don't understand that like adults can have spirited arguments or discussions or what have you, and not really be mad. His immigration policy is bananas. I love that you pinned him down to like, hey, what if you had a magic button that would just get rid of them?
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting way to get to the bottom. Like a good way to get to the bottom of it.
Was.
Magically go home.
There's a nice little rhetorical trick I engaged, and it worked.
Well,
not even a trick. It was just a hypothetical question
honestly,
that I thought elucidated a lot of his position.
I know that you guys thought it was completely bonkers, right? But I'm like, I don't want illegal immigration. I want controlled immigration, like college admissions almost. You know,
Sure.
Let's bring in the people that fill in the holes we have.
We need some
but I do think we can, overcome some of our low birth rates by having some immigration. If this is a desirable country, we can have our population growth pinned to exactly where it should be by having controlled immigration. And when Taylor said, hey, do you want to press that button and shrink the company? I'm like, man, I've seen shrinking towns, the boarded up windows, the failure. And once a thing starts to shrink, that shrinking just continues to fester like a cancer, just destroy population shrinking. Then schools get shut down, then businesses get shut down, restaurants get shut down, which causes more shrinking. And it creates this cycle that is bad. So I don't know what I'd do with that, but
that was bloat though.
I would place the blame of those shrinking cities or counties or whatever at the foot of losing manufacturing more than I would at anything else, because they lost their way of life.
Oops. Yeah, sure. Losing. I think that is often a primary thing. I think sometimes it's weather related, where people just migrate to the warmer climates. I think we've seen that in general. And but either way, the places that shrink, that shrinking leads to more shrinking, and it's hard to turn it around.
My position on the birth rate thing would be that we need to create a country in which existing citizens have an incentive to have more children, because like the infinite immigration solution, I don't think is sustainable long term. That'll just result in a different country over time.
Yeah, the number one baby name is now Muhammad in London.
Yeah, but I'm sure like 50 years from now, England will be the same, right?
Didn't we discover that wasn't true? And the guy said it on the Hangout, and we looked into it, and it wasn't the case.
No, it is the most popular. I saw it today. I've seen it for the past 6 years.
Oh.
I think that was in Germany. It had become the number one, but now it's also London somewhere. It maybe all of England, but definitely London.
It's Noah.
I read it on Reddit today.
Oh.
There's no way it's Noah. No
I'm
way.
on
There's like
Londonist,
the rife with Noahs over there. There's no way.
and it's on the rise. Noah was the top name in 13 London boroughs. It used to be 9.
Muhammad was overtaken Noah as the top name for baby boys in England and Wales, followed by Noah and Oliver. Muhammad was the second most popular name in 2022 and has been in the top 10 most popular names for baby boys in England and Wales since 2016.
Yeah, the thing in front of me says Mohammed is next, topping 8 boroughs, and then Leo.
Yeah, this is like today though.
Okay.
I'm just reading there.
Well, Mohammed is more. I mean, regardless of which one's right, Mohammed. I didn't. If it's first or second,
It's a whole lot of Mohammed.
That's a net negative for England if they hope to keep the same character of a nation they've built up over the past 2,000 years. If I take 300 million people from China and I put them in New York, that's not New York anymore.
It'd be packed shoulder to shoulder with people. 300 million in just New York.
That's so many people.
Oh wait, you're doing the state. I'm doing the city. Maybe that's the.
I was thinking
300 million is still a lot.
Well, then pick a different country. If we move 300 million Chinese into Japan, Japan ceases to exist overnight.
Sure. That's a lot.
That's a lot of Chinese.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I've had all I can take.
All right. Check out our sponsors in the description. Check out Hutch, also in the description. PKA 729.